Chapter 1352. If I accumulate it bit by bit, it won't be long before I can respond to Moon City's prayers and cure their deformities, creating quite a miracle. In addition, I've also concluded the acting principles of a miracle invoker. If I continue on this path, it's only a matter of time before I digest it. I might even succeed this year. Klein retracted his gaze from the window, raised his left arm, and controlled the monster doll on his hand to tease the child opposite him. This made him look even more like a wandering magician. If he wanted to, he could even use life's cane or grafting to give the doll a certain living characteristic. While teasing the child, Klein's thoughts wandered as he considered where to build the marionette city needed for the advancement ritual. For a marionette city to be born in the spirit world, there needs to be sufficient interaction. This means that placing it in the forsaken land of the gods won't do. Ignoring the fact that it's sealed and can't be directly connected to the spirit world, it can only rely on some special abilities. Even if there aren't any problems, it's very difficult to have sufficient interaction without any intelligent life. I need to be careful if I place it in the northern and southern continent or the colonies at sea. Before the ritual is close to success, I absolutely can't reveal that this is a marionette city. Otherwise, I'll definitely be disturbed, destroyed, or even attacked by enemies like Zaratul and Amorn. Yes, I have to give a sufficient reason for the marionette city's appearance. I also have to ensure that there aren't any abnormalities in the interactions with the merchants and the surrounding humans. I have to make every marionette a living person. They have their own past, present, and future, and follow their own trajectory of fate. This means that the marionette city will be extremely complicated. I need to split up many worms of spirit to deal with it. This also hides the risk of losing control. Those who are husband and wife have to act like husband and wife. Those who have different hobbies have to express their preferences, and those who are perverted have to be detested. This way, perhaps foreigners will hear shameful sounds when staying in the marionette city. I'm still a child. This is a large-scale reality show, or should I say a high-level version of Passing the House. It's the kind that has to deceive the audience. As Klein lampooned inwardly, he silently calculated if he had enough marionettes. He had previously made several trips to the forsaken land of the gods and transformed a large number of monsters that didn't necessarily have Beyonder characteristics. He also consciously controlled many rats, cockroaches, mosquitoes, and flies in batches, hoping to make the other side of the marionette city sufficiently realistic. My current accumulation is barely enough to support a small city. A few more trips to the forsaken land of the gods should be enough. Just as this thought flashed through Klein's mind, a scene suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. At the top of the giant king's court, which was bathed in the light of dusk, the opened door slowly and heavily closed. It was as if a pair of invisible hands were closing the entrance to the forsaken land of the gods. Klein's eyes darkened as he vaguely guessed that this scene meant that the true creator was about to seal the forsaken land of the gods again. This was the prophetic ability brought about by his angelic spiritual intuition and premonition for danger. In a few minutes or seconds, that would happen. The true creator has captured Amorn? Or had he already given up? He sealed the forsaken land of the gods again because he did not want others to go in again? Wasn't that too stingy? Klein mumbled inwardly, feeling a little disappointed. Of course, his marionettes were barely enough. Even if there were any missing parts, he could make up for them at sea. Beekland, Empress Borough. Audrey had just changed her clothes and sent away the maids. Just as she was about to go out, she saw the golden retriever, Susie, walk in. "What's the matter? Shouldn't you be taking a stroll at this time?" As a veteran spectator, Audrey immediately noticed that something was amiss. During this period of time, she had been busy using the few foundations that she could exert influence to help the workers, farmers, and disabled veterans who had difficulties in their lives. It allowed them to wait for new jobs or for the new crop to produce crops. Her interaction with Susie was much less than usual. At the same time, Audrey was also secretly guiding some people who wished to do so to reorganize the various workers' associations in Beekland, in an attempt to gather the strength of the workers at the bottom of the hierarchy. All her previous experiences made her understand that placing her hopes on the kindness of the upper echelons was unreliable and wouldn't last long. And in front of the government, nobles, and big businessmen, an individual was very insignificant and powerless. Only by rallying a larger number of people and making everyone join forces could a certain balance be formed. The Ruin Kingdom had long had workers' associations in different industries, but the upper echelons of these associations were very easy to bribe. Instead, they became effective weapons against ordinary workers. Susie glanced at Audrey. Her expression was rather normal, but her mouth seemed to be out of control. It vibrated the air and let out a deep male voice. "Miss Audrey, I'm the president of Psychological Alchemy, Eric Drake. I wish to meet you to discuss your appointment as a psychological alchemy counselor. I'm in a nearby park." After saying that, Susie heaved a long sigh of relief and returned to her original voice. "Audrey, there's a strange fellow looking for you. I can't remember what he looks like. He directly placed what he wanted to say into my mind island." Audrey's pupils dilated slightly before returning to normal. She nodded with a seemingly calm expression. "Where is he in the park?" As she spoke, Audrey had already created a virtual persona. Through the sea of collective subconscious, she entered Susie's mind island to check if there were any consciousness or cognitive distortions lurking there from the outside world. I don't remember. I was taking a stroll back then," Susie said as she recalled. Then, she wagged her tail slightly and said, "I don't think you should go. I don't think you should go, it's dangerous." After confirming that Susie didn't have any latent dangers through virtual persona, Audrey exhaled indiscernibly. "If I don't go, I'll be even more suspected. That way, the danger will be unavoidable. It might even affect the others in this house. Besides, this is also an opportunity. Just as Mr. Hanged Man said, since the apocalypse is coming, all the hard work and attempts that don't bring about a disaster are meaningful." Audrey added inwardly before saying, "It's time for the apocalypse to arrive." She then said, "I'll protect myself." "Susie, did you encounter anything else just now?" Susie barked, "Woof. No." "Audrey, are you really going?" "Yes." Audrey gave a definite answer. "Then, can you bring me along?" Just like before, "I'm just a dog in their eyes," Susie mustered up her courage and said. "No, there's no need. I'll be back soon. Believe me, I'll be blessed by God," Audrey replied with a faint smile. After comforting Susie, she used her psychological invisibility ability and left the luxurious villa as though she was going out normally. After she left, in a corner on the first floor, a servant who was cleaning suddenly lowered his head and whispered words that he had never learned before. "The fool that doesn't belong to this era," above the grey fog, in the ancient palace. The figure sitting at the fool's seat naturally checked the newly formed prayer light and discovered that the believer was very unfamiliar. It's the same environment as Miss Justice's home. It's suspected that she's being guided by a virtual persona that has invaded her mind island. Miss Justice used this method to avoid surveillance and pray for blessings. The figure quickly made a judgment and transferred the corresponding situation to his main body. A few seconds later, Klein entered Sapphira Castle and let the worms of spirit that he had left behind burrow back into his body. Miss Justice is becoming more and more like a high-sequence spectator. Klein praised inwardly as he cast his gaze at the crimson star representing justice. In the park with the lake. Just as Audrey entered, she saw a large carriage drive over. The coachman was an ordinary middle-aged man wearing an old top hat and a dark jacket. However, in Audrey's eyes, the coachman didn't exist at all because he didn't have a corresponding mind island or consciousness. In other words, the coachman was just an illusion, a fake person. The driver of the carriage was the horse itself. A few seconds later, the large carriage stopped in front of Audrey, and the door creaked open. "Please come in." A deep male voice sounded from inside. Audrey lifted her skirt slightly and boarded the carriage. She saw a gentleman sitting in a black wheelchair. His pale yellow eyebrows were very long, and his hair was neatly combed back. There were some wrinkles on his forehead, and his face was abnormally pale. "Mr. Durlow? Aren't you already dead?" Audrey recognized the gentleman in front of her and appropriately expressed her surprise. To a spectator, death only represents the end of one's identity. In other plays, "I'm still alive," the old-fashioned gentleman in the black wheelchair replied with a smile. Apart from being the former medical consultant of the royal family and the former president of Beekland Medical College, I'm also the king of the Black Throne, Barrows Hopkins, a famous hermit, Eric Drake, and so on. Then how should I address you? Audrey asked politely as she watched the car door close automatically from the corner of her eye. The old-fashioned gentleman stroked the wheels on both sides of the chair. You can call me Mr. President, or you can continue calling me Mr. Durlow. He then pointed to the row of seats on the left side of the carriage. Have a seat. Let's go somewhere first, and then we'll discuss the matter of you becoming a psychological alchemy counselor. Audrey nodded slightly and sat down calmly. She didn't hide anything as she cast her gaze out the window. She was slightly surprised to discover that in the blink of an eye, the park had turned into an unfamiliar city, a city shrouded in the night. In the city stood gorgeous buildings that exuded an extremely mysterious and dark aura. Gentlemen in top hats and trench coats walked around, as well as women in complicated and gloomy dresses. As Audrey swept her gaze, she saw a gentleman beside the carriage. He had short black fur on his face and sharp canine teeth in his mouth. This was a werewolf. P.S. Seeking monthly recommendation votes on Monday Tilda. Chapter 1353. What is this place? Audrey asked without much of a change in expression, as though she was asking about the location of the ball tonight. Paulie Durlow, who claimed to be the president of the Psychological Alchemy Society, also cast his gaze out the window and smiled. This is the city in everyone's heart. It's where there are people. Audrey nodded thoughtfully. In other words, one can enter this place from any corner of human society. Durlow stroked his wheelchair and said, Yes. Yes. Everything here has a corresponding psychological symbol. They're called bestial desires. Bestial desires. Audrey silently repeated this word. While maintaining her dignified sitting posture, she cast her gaze further. Among the pedestrians, apart from werewolves, there were also bears walking upright, cats with lazy expressions, strange people with faces like brightly colored spiders, giant rats with red eyes, pythons that spat out their tongues, and canine creatures that looked at every passerby with eyes filled with desire to mate. Among the pedestrians, there were werewolves, bears that walked upright, cats that looked lazy, strange people that had a colorful spider face, giant rats with red eyes, pythons that spat out their forked tongues, and some canine creatures that looked at every passerby with eyes filled with desire for mating. They wore hats, windbreakers, or intricately complicated dark dresses. They tried to imitate humans in every detail, but they couldn't make themselves look like humans. This cathedral was more than 80 meters tall, propped up by black pillars. Each pillar was embedded with a certain number of skulls. Some of them came from humans, while others came from different creatures. However, all of them had their empty eyes aimed downwards, as though they were watching every living being that entered the cathedral. The church was more than 80 meters tall, supported by giant black pillars. Each pillar was embedded with a certain number of skulls. Some of them belonged to humans, while others belonged to different creatures. However, all of them had their empty eyes aimed downwards, as if they were watching every living being that entered the church. Like most of the buildings here, the details of this church could be said to be exquisite, but they were made up of elements that leaned towards nightmares, horror, terror, and mystery. Walking out of the carriage and passing through the main door, Audrey saw a vast but empty hall. In the depths of the hall stood a huge cross. Wrapped around the cross was a grayish-white dragon statue. Unlike ordinary cathedrals, there were no rows of seats for believers to pray, nor was there a place to place candlesticks. There was only a small long table in front of the dragon statue. There were 5 seats on both sides of the long table, and the top and bottom seats were empty. Paulie Durlow maneuvered his wheelchair to the end of the long table and pointed to his left. Please have a seat. Audrey followed behind him unhurriedly. She looked around, pulled out a chair, and sat down. She was neither too close nor too far away from the president of the Psychological Alchemy. It was just enough to show that she was on guard, and she didn't look guilty. Paulie Durlow raised his hands and placed them on the surface of the long table. Miss Audrey, I have something to ask you. Please speak. Audrey turned her head slightly and responded to his gaze with her green eyes. Durlow nodded slightly. I want to know how you advanced to Sequence 4 Manipulator. Where did you obtain your potion formula and Beyonder characteristic? Audrey replied calmly, from a trade. A client wishes to obtain the help of a spectator pathway demigod. He paid the manipulator potion formula and beyonder characteristic in advance. Del Laro immediately laughed. There's actually such a thing. The generous conditions were like a father finding an excuse to give his daughter a gift. Can you tell me what kind of help you provided? Besieging another demigod. In this matter, mental control is rather crucial, Audrey explained simply. Her attitude was very calm, as if she was talking about the homework assigned by her tutor. Durlau's long and fluffy eyebrows twitched. Success. The outcome is obvious. Audrey gave a relatively tactful answer. Durlau sized her up a few times, as though he realized that the noble girl on his left was a manipulator who could kill other demigods. Audrey read his thoughts and added, I'm just one of the participants. I'm just one of the participants. Durlau nodded. Do you know where the client's manipulator potion formula and beyonder characteristic came from? He didn't directly answer the question. Audrey replied with a sentence she had long prepared. Him. Can you tell me who he is? Durlau asked after some hesitation. Audrey had been guarding against the other party's virtual persona from infiltrating her mind island, but from the beginning until now, she hadn't discovered anything amiss. This made her suspect that the other party didn't need to infiltrate. Just by observing the movements of the surrounding sea of collective subconscious, he could see through her truest thoughts. She didn't hide anything and calmly replied, This involves my agreement with him. This involves the promise I made with him. I believe that keeping promises is a moral standard that the entire world recognizes. And in the world of mysticism, this involves a lot of things. At this point, Audrey took the initiative to say, This involves my agreement with him. I'm willing to accept it if you can't truly trust me because of the concealment of this question. I can only be an ordinary member and use my contributions to exchange for psychological research information. Durlau smiled when he heard that. Everyone has their own secrets. This is very normal. What I need to evaluate is whether your secret will affect the safety of the entire psychological alchemy. He took a deep look at Audrey and said, Then can you tell me how you know such a client? I remember that I once reported to you that before I joined psychological alchemy, I had already come into contact with some people in the mysticism circle and got to know a few beyond us. Audrey spoke words that couldn't be any truer. As for the logical order of the answers just now, that was another matter. Furthermore, Hvin Rambise's disappearance stemmed from the investigation of Force and Zeo. This was a fact that both parties had never communicated with each other, but they had absolutely acknowledged. Durlau retracted his hands from the table and placed them on his chest. One more question. When was the last time you saw Hvin Rambise? Audrey frowned slightly. I remember you once asked. After Hvin Rambise's death, she didn't immediately sever ties with psychological alchemy. She continued to maintain a certain level of contact with the upper echelons through Hilbert, Stephen, Escalante, and company. When the war approached Beekland, she realized that she couldn't contact the members of her psychological seminar team for various reasons. I need to confirm it in person, Durlau said calmly. Audrey nodded slightly. The last time I saw Hvin Rambise was in Viscount Glaint's mansion. Back then, I followed his instructions and hypnotized two Beyonder friends I knew. I asked them why they were investigating Viscount Stratford and who the mastermind was. At that time, Hvin Rambise was nearby to ensure that nothing went wrong with the hypnosis. After obtaining the answer, he quickly left. After that day, I never saw him again. During the process of answering, Audrey was still guarding against the invasion of her mind island, but it was calm there. Nothing happened. Not only did this not make Audrey feel relaxed, but it also made her even more vigilant. She didn't even dare to think about anything related to Mr. Fool and the world, German Sparrow. She was only certain of one thing: as long as she was in danger of being exposed, Mr. Fool would definitely provide her with protection. It's the same answer as before. Durlau nodded slowly. He then looked into Audrey's green eyes and said frankly, I'm unable to use mysticism methods to trace the source of the beyonder characteristic in your body. I'm unable to use mysticism methods to trace the source of the beyonder characteristic in your body. This means that the provider has an unimaginable existence backing him. Audrey nodded slightly, indicating that she thought so too. I can't force you not to cooperate or trade with other beyond us. That's impractical. I only hope that you can promise not to reveal anything related to psychological alchemy to anyone. At the very least, when you want to entrust certain missions, you have to package them well and hide the secrets. Derlau retracted his gaze and said calmly. Audrey replied without hesitation, I promise not to cooperate or trade with other beyond us. I promise not to tell anything related to psychological alchemy to living beings who don't have the corresponding authority. She took the initiative to magnify the concept of human to living beings to make up for the loophole in her promise. And just as she said that, she felt thoughts appear in her mind island one after another. These thoughts intertwined together, turning into an illusory net that seeped into Audrey's mind island, turning into her subconscious. As this net of restrictions came from Audrey's own spirituality, even if she became an angel, she would be powerless to remove it. She would lose the will to communicate with non-members of psychological alchemy or members of psychological alchemy who didn't have the authority to do so. And she didn't realize this. He didn't invade my mind island. Just my own words made the promise materialize. While Audrey was alarmed, she didn't show it on the surface. Of course, she didn't completely restrain herself, because being surprised by such means was an instinctive reaction of a manipulator. Based on this, she suspected that either there was a problem with the city in her mind, or that Derlau, the president of psychological alchemy, wasn't just at the level of a saint. Seeing Audrey make a promise, Derlau pointed at the long table in satisfaction. From now on, you are a counselor of the Psychological Alchemy Council. You can choose a persona mask as your code name. As he spoke, 7 grayish-white, rather illusory, and abnormally cold masks appeared on the long table. 5 of them were placed in their respective positions, as though they already had owners. The remaining 2 personas are Wrath and Pride, Derlau introduced. They come from the Holy Bible of the Third Epoch. Audrey thought for a second and reached out to the mask that didn't contain any wrath. I choose Pride. Derlau glanced at her and chuckled. This was also Hvin Rambise's choice back then. P.S. Seeking monthly recommendation votes on Monday tilde. Chapter 1354. Audrey's right hand paused for a moment before returning to normal. She picked up the mask called Pride. The probability of 50% isn't low. She simply replied to poorly Derlau. This was to say that choosing the mask that Hvin Rambise had once worn wasn't a surprising coincidence. After saying that, Audrey put on the cold grey mask on her face. Almost instantly, she felt that a virtual persona had appeared in her mind island. This did not come from the outside world, but from the magnification and extremity of her perception. Their education level is very low, and they have to be guided by me to make the right choice. Not everyone has enough wisdom. On the contrary, most people are stupid. Those workers act impulsively instead of rationally. They are easily tempted by small benefits and are short-sighted. Only I can think, guide, and decide. Only then can they be saved. They deserve pity, but they don't deserve communication. These thoughts echoed in Audrey's mind, almost making her believe that this was the truth. After all, this was part of the feedback she received from her previous observations and experiences, and it was not fabricated out of thin air. With a sweep of her gaze, Audrey saw her current self on the smooth surface of the long table. On the cold grayish-white mask, the 2 eyes moved up and fixed on the forehead, as if they were only focused on something higher and didn't care about anything else. It gave people a feeling that it was funny, weird, and frightening. Audrey was silent for a moment. After a few seconds, she said in a low voice, "Is this Pride?" If it wasn't for the fact that she had communicated with Mr. World, Mr. the Hanging Man, Marum Hermit, and company, allowing her to escape from her misconceptions, she might have been truly affected by the personality created by the Pride mask. As for what would happen after she was affected, she couldn't tell. You recovered much faster than I imagined. From the looks of it, you haven't lost yourself in the experience of controlling others, Derlau said approvingly. Audrey replied thoughtfully, "That's right. Mr. Hvin Rambise has always been a little arrogant." Derlau clasped his hands at his chest and abdomen. "You can see it. Just occasionally, some details." Audrey answered with 2 short phrases. Derlau sighed and shook his head with a smile. Hvin Rambis is more affected by this mask than I expected. Besides, he usually disguises himself very well. Under this premise, I'm not surprised that he went missing. Arrogance will make him unable to see the path beneath his feet. It will make him look down on beyonders weaker than him, and this often brings about great danger. Audrey resisted the urge to recall Hvin Rambis's death and asked after some deliberation, "What happened?" These 7 masks can amplify the corresponding cognition and emotions, helping us to realize our own problems and solve them accordingly. At the same time, they also have certain negative effects, unknowingly changing the wearer's personality. Derlau nodded slightly. In the spirit domain, it's very difficult to have pure external help that doesn't cause any harm. One must have enough internal strength to avoid the corresponding negative effects. The fact that you can recognize this means that you are on the right path. Audrey was just about to take the opportunity to discuss some problems in the spirit domain when she suddenly saw one of the masks on the table vanish. She subconsciously turned her head and looked at the entrance of the cathedral. She saw a figure pass through the door and walk in. This figure was wearing a 3-piece formal suit. He held a half-top hat in his hand and wore the mask that had just vanished. The mouth of this mask was very wide, reaching all the way to the ears. It remained open, as though it wanted to devour everything its 2 eyes saw. "This is one of our psychological alchemy counselors, Mr. Gluttony." Derlau introduced him to Audrey. Following that, the other counselors of the Psychological Alchemy Council arrived one after another. They were Mr. Lust, Madame Greed, Miss Sloth, and Mr. Envy. As a veteran spectator, the first thing Audrey noticed was the difference in their masks. Greed was similar to Gluttony. His mouth stretched to his ears, but it didn't open. Furthermore, his eyes were closed. Lust was similar to Pride, but his eyes were different from ordinary people's. They sunk to the middle of his nose, as though he was looking up from the bottom. The eyes of Envy's mask were slanted to a certain extent, and it had a gloomy temperament. The eyes of Sloth's mask were tightly closed, and the mouth was naturally drooping, giving off the feeling that the wearer was sleeping. Seeing that the original counselors were all present, Derlau smiled and said, "Let's wait for another friend. Let's wait for another friend. He will be the 7th member of the council. Heh, 8th. I forgot to count myself." Just as he said that, a figure entered the cathedral's main entrance. The figure was wearing a shirt, a vest, a black trench coat, and a half-top hat. At a glance, he looked like a rather fashionable gentleman. However, after some observation, Audrey realized that under the human clothes was a giant rabbit. Its eyes were bright red, and its fur was snow white. The rabbit walked in step by step and stopped at the side of the long table, right beside Audrey. "Unfortunately, you only have one choice." Derlau smiled and pointed at the wrath mask on the table. The rabbit let out a male human's voice. "I've always been very gentle. I can experience the feeling of wrath." As it spoke, it picked up the mask and wore it on its face. The mask's eyes were wide open, and its mouth was wide open, as though it would roar at any moment. After Mr. Roth sat beside Audrey, Derlau clapped his hands. "I'll officially introduce the 2 counselors who have just joined the council. This is Miss Pride, and this is Mr. Roth. They are both demigods and have deep attainments in the realm of the mind. Among them, Miss Pride is in charge of the Ruin Kingdom's Beekland region." At this point, Derlau looked at Audrey and said, "You might not know this. You might not know this yet, but we are rooted in the large groups of psychologists, psychiatrists, and the corresponding hobbyists. Our strength is mainly concentrated in big cities, not small towns and villages. Therefore, every committee member is responsible for a certain city and the surrounding area." Then, Derlau continued, "Mr. Roth is in charge of the capital of Lemberg, as Shara, Mr. Lust is in charge of the capital of Intis, Trier, Ms. Greed is in charge of the capital of Fasak, St. Millum, Miss Sloth is in charge of the capital of Fainapotter, Fainapotter City, Mr. Envy is in charge of the Republic of Intis's Tillis City, Mr. Gluttony is in charge of the Constant City in the Kingdom of Ruin." After the introduction, Derlau added 2 more sentences. "The purpose of our psychological alchemy is to explore, discover, and research. We don't care about the scope of influence, the number of members, or the amount of resources we occupy. Therefore, we don't have councillors in the Fog Sea, Berserk Sea, and Sonya Sea, as well as the southern continent. Of course, there will often be members who go to the sea and the southern continent to explore ruins and pursue ancient history. Heh, I forgot that I'm the king of the Black Throne above the 5 seas. St. Millum, Constant, Tillis. Nearly half of the psychological alchemy counsellors are in the Midseashire region. Audrey acutely sensed a problem. She came from a noble family and had received a good education from a young age. She was no stranger to the geographical locations of the various cities in the northern continent. She knew that Faysac's St. Millum, Ruins Constant, and Intis's Tillis were large cities along the Midseashire coast. Although they couldn't compare to the 3 major cities of Beekland, Trier, and Faina City, they weren't small. Furthermore, there were many medium-sized cities around them. This made the Midseashire coast the most economically developed and populous region in the northern continent. Under such circumstances, it wasn't too surprising that the psychological alchemy's focus was on Midseashire. The main thing Audrey didn't expect was that the psychological alchemy didn't seem to have much interest in expanding. After the counsellors got to know each other, Durlau turned to Audrey and said, "Miss Pride, due to the war, the psychological alchemy in Beekland suffered considerable losses." Miss Pride, due to the war, Backlund's psychology alchemists suffered considerable losses. Many members have lost contact. I'll give you the exact list later. You'll be in charge of determining the whereabouts of those members and reorganizing them. During this process, I suggest that you don't use your real image and name. Create one or even multiple identities to complete these matters. Vin Rambay's isn't good enough at this point. I think he's a little arrogant. Audrey nodded slightly and agreed. Durlau then retracted his gaze. The second matter we'll discuss today is the whereabouts of the Mind Dragon in East Chester County of the Kingdom of Ruin. The tradition of dragon worship in Heartlark Village hasn't weakened at all in the past 2 years. I suspect that the Mind Dragon is still influencing the area in some way. Perhaps we can use this to find its whereabouts. I wonder who's willing to handle this matter. After raising the question, he recalled that the newly joined Miss Pride and Mr. Roth didn't know enough about the corresponding situation. Hence, he simply explained the exploration that the psychological alchemy had done before, as well as the deaths of all the members of the archaeological team. Audrey had actually participated in some of the matters in the early stages. Now that she had a suitable reason to intervene, she couldn't help but be tempted. She didn't really want to hunt the Mind Dragon, but hoped to communicate with it and grasp more knowledge and secrets in the domain of the mind. However, she wasn't in a hurry to raise her hand and accept the mission. As a member of the council for the first time, she would rather miss it than be in a hurry to perform. This is Ruin's matter. It's not suitable for us to interfere. Mr. Lust surveyed the area and said, unless Miss Pride and Mr. Gluttony really don't have the time. Audrey waited for a few seconds. Seeing that Gluttony didn't say anything, she looked at Durlau. I'll try to investigate, but I need more detailed information. Chapter 1355. Seeing that Audrey was willing to investigate, Durlau nodded slightly. I'll give you the detailed information later, but I have to remind you that this matter is quite dangerous. You must not be careless. At this point, Durlau paused for a moment. If you encounter an accident that you can't solve on your own, you can try saying a name. That will save you. What's his name? Audrey asked. Durlau's expression immediately turned serious. It comes from the Holy Bible of the creator of the Third Epoch. It involves the highest mysteries of the mind and is closely related to something in our psychological alchemy. It's Adam. Adam. Audrey didn't feel surprised at all, but she still looked confused on the surface, as if she didn't know what this name represented and what it meant. Durlau didn't explain. As a counselor of the council, you should wield a Grade 1 sealed artifact. However, you and Roth have just entered the ranks, so you still need some time to observe them. Furthermore, the former counselor of the Beekland region, Vin Rambay's, lost a rather important sealed artifact. We are considering if we should change the way sealed artifacts are used, changing from wielding to requesting. In other words, all the sealed artifacts are kept in this Mind City. You usually don't possess them. You can only use them temporarily if you encounter an incident and make an application. Lady Greed, who was in charge of Faysac's capital, St. Millom, immediately shook her head. This method has a very serious flaw, and that is, we can't deal with the unexpected. Be it enemies or monsters, once we encounter them, they won't give us the time to request for a sealed artifact. I think the current method is good enough. Everyone will wield a Grade 1 sealed artifact to deal with any accidents. When there's a need, we can request for other items. Durlau laughed. It was indeed better in the past, but now, you don't have to worry. As long as you have a chance to resist in the event of an accident, you can directly enter this soul city to hide from the enemy and claim the item. If you don't have the chance, say the name Adam like I said just now. You've said Adam twice, so it's very likely that he is already watching this place. No, he might have been watching this place from the very beginning. Audrey's heart almost beat faster when she heard that. Then how do we enter this place without your invitation? Mr. Envy asked as he nodded. Durlau pointed at his face. Starting from this council meeting, you can bring your own masks out of this city. No matter where you are, as long as there are at least 2 humans around you, other than yourselves, you can enter this city by wearing the corresponding mask. And these 7 masks themselves are illusions. They are closely connected to some of your knowledge, so there's no need to preserve them in a special way. If you want to, you can take it out from the sea of collective subconscious at any time. At this moment, the man, who wore the gluttony mask and gave off an indulgent air, thought for a moment. Will bringing the mask out of this city negatively affect our mental state and real personality? There will be a little that needs to be taken note of, but I believe that all of you are experts in the field of the mind. You have the ability to resolve this problem, Durlau said frankly. Audrey was a little worried that the 7 masks were related to Adam, but she didn't dare to think so in this mind city. She forced herself to restrain her thoughts and replied to Durlau's previous words. I can accept the 2 storage methods for a Grade 1 sealed artifact. I will patiently wait for the end of the observation period. Miss, you aren't arrogant at all, Miss Sloth, who looked like she was sleeping, commented with a smile. After discussing the Mind Dragon in East Chester County, the other 5 councillors introduced the matters that were worth paying attention to in their respective areas and exchanged information. During this process, Mr. Gluttony, who seemed to be able to eat a cow at any moment and wear 10 rings, said, "The constant area hasn't been peaceful recently. The constant area hasn't been peaceful enough recently. Many near-miraculous things have happened in a row. First, Constant City has been rebuilt overnight. Second, the citizens of Beltane City have lost a period of memories at the same time. Third, there's a powerful magician who takes pleasure in fulfilling the wishes of others wandering the east coast of the Midseashire. His name is Merlin Hermes. Related to this, there's also an item called the fully automatic wishing machine. Apart from these, I also noticed something abnormal. Many rats, cockroaches, and crows in Constant City have lost their minds within a few days of the city's miraculous recovery. Why are you able to sense this problem?" Mr. Lust said to Gluttony as though he was looking up. Gluttony gulped and said, "I've been studying the mental problems of ordinary creatures recently. Recently, I've been studying the mind of ordinary creatures. Rats, cockroaches, and crows are all my experimental subjects." The councillors immediately began discussing this research direction, and the meeting officially entered the 3rd stage. Audrey gained a lot from their academic exchange. She listened rather seriously and would share some of her insights from time to time. After a while, Durlau clapped his hands and said, "All right, this council meeting shall end here." Audrey subconsciously wanted to stand up and lead the rest of the committee members to bow and leave, but she quickly came to her senses and continued to sit there. She was the second last person to stand up. Before leaving, she asked curiously, "Mr. President, does this city have a name?" "Yes," Durlau said with a smile. "Garden of Eden." Garden of Eden. Seeing that the rest of the council members were walking towards the door, Audrey asked thoughtfully, "There are a lot of churches here, which should symbolize faith itself. I wonder which existence the residents here believe in?" Durlau nodded and replied with a solemn expression, "Omniscient and omnipotent Creator." Garden of Eden. Omniscient and omnipotent creator. This wasn't Adam's doing. I'll write the name backwards. Above the grey fog, inside the ancient palace, Klein looked at the crimson star that represented misjustice and silently muttered to himself. Furthermore, the countermeasure of chanting the name Adam when in danger was a blatant indication of the problem. Ever since misjustice entered the Garden of Eden, the true vision provided by Sapphira Castle had been suppressed. Klein could only use her point of view to observe his surroundings, just like how he had used Queen Mystic Bernadette as a fixed lens on the primitive island. To a certain extent, this also explained the status of the Mind City, the Garden of Eden. Klein then tapped the edge of the long mottled table and conjured a pen and paper, preparing to write down his thoughts. It wasn't that he couldn't analyze it with pure thought alone, but that when facing an existence like Adam, he had to repeatedly scrutinize every detail. Therefore, the words that landed on the paper helped him repeatedly review and fill in the gaps. The basic premise is, Adam has already used the all-out war to advance to Sequence 0 and become a true god. He can be called a visionary. Misjustice happened to become a Sequence 4 manipulator after Hvin Rambise's death. She can convince others, but she can't convince Adam. What does Adam want to do? Arranging for a Sequence 4 saint doesn't match his identity as a visionary, unless he has other motives. Is his true target that mind dragon, or me, who's behind misjustice? I have to be vigilant in this regard. I can't be careless. In the Garden of Eden, the cathedral where the Psychological Alchemy Council is located is a little similar to Adam's Corpse Cathedral, but it's only a little similar. The stone pillars outside have a number of skulls embedded in them, but there's no corresponding arrangement inside. Furthermore, the color is dark and very dark. What does this mean? What does the grayish-white dragon coiling around the huge cross symbolize? The first step in the effort to revive the creator has been successfully taken. Adam is already a visionary. If his father or the original creator were to return, he would definitely be the first to suffer. He is willing to sacrifice himself for this. Is this the meaning of paranoia? That rabbit is suspected to be Hermes. However, as an angel of the spectator pathway, it doesn't make sense that he isn't able to remove Miss Messenger's transformation curse after so long, especially when there's a visionary above him that can provide him with help. Hermes did it on purpose. Right, the president of the Psychological Alchemy Association, Derlau, said that to a spectator, death only represents the end of one's identity. He can still participate in other dramas with other identities elsewhere. All in all, can it be said that when the spectator pathway reaches Sequence 3 or Sequence 2, he can separate out some of the identities he once had, turning them into a living person? And even if these identities die, it won't cause his true body to perish? This does look like a prerequisite for visionary. Yes, Hermes separated the rabbit he turned into after he was cursed as an identity and directly participated in the psychological alchemy. What does he want to do? Back then, during the Twilight Hermit Order's internal exchange, he was sitting beside the Emperor. After writing, Klein put down his fountain pen and seriously read the contents of the piece of paper a few times, his heart filled with questions. In the end, he could only decide to observe a little longer, observing with his guard up. And at this moment, Audrey had already taken the carriage she had come from. She had driven out of the Garden of Eden and returned to the park with the artificial lake in Empress Borough. She wasn't in a hurry to pray to Mr. Fool, hoping that there was a better way to seal the pride mask. She returned to her luxurious villa as though nothing had happened. Chapter 1356. Susie was squatting at the door, waiting for Audrey's return. At that moment, the moment it saw her approach, the golden retriever immediately went up to greet her. Furthermore, it barked twice in a rather talented manner and wagged its tail. She didn't ask on the spot. Instead, she accompanied Audrey back to her bedroom before asking with concern, "Is it over?" Audrey tersely acknowledged, indicating that there were no more problems. "Is there anything I can help you with?" Susie pressed. "Not for the time being." Audrey shook her head slightly. Due to Susie's concern, she instinctively recalled what had just happened, but to her surprise, she realized that she couldn't recall the image and name of the president of the Psychological Alchemy Society. Even the information she had learned from the world, German Sparrow, required her to concentrate to recall it. Frankly speaking, in front of Beyondus below the demigod level, she, as a manipulator, could also do similar things. However, it was almost impossible to influence a saint in the mind domain without him noticing it, unless the other party had already been hypnotized, knocked out, or enslaved. That gentleman's level might be higher than I expected. Audrey controlled her emotions and calmly made a judgment. She signaled Susie with her eyes, getting the golden retriever to stand guard outside the door while she outlined the mask representing pride in her mind. Just as she was thinking about it, she felt a slight fluctuation in the sea of collective subconscious around her. With a thought, Audrey reached out her left hand, grabbed forward, and took out an abnormally cold, extremely illusory grayish-white mask. As long as I think about it seriously, this pride mask will come to my side. Or could it be that it already exists in my subconscious and has always been following me? As Audrey seriously examined her mind island, she sent out a thought to make the pride mask disappear. The cold and illusory grayish-white mask quickly turned transparent and melted into the surrounding sea of collective subconscious. Audrey still couldn't tell where the pride mask had gone and why it had appeared so timely. This made her even more wary. She decided to pray to Mr. Fool at the first opportunity and make a wish to seal the mask. Just as she wanted to do a few more experiments and pry out more knowledge from Pride's mask, she saw the sea of collective subconscious gently stir without needing to use her manipulator beyond her powers. A glimmer swam over from afar, growing larger and more distinct until it finally turned into an illusory letter. The letter stopped in front of Audrey's mind island, as if it was looking for a way to complete the delivery. Of course, Audrey wouldn't let anything from the outside enter her consciousness. The world hurriedly stretched out her left hand and touched the illusory letter. Just as her fingers were about to touch the surface of the letter, Audrey suddenly stopped. Her experience and intelligence told her at the same time, don't rashly come into contact with anything in the mysticism world, especially in the mind domain. Otherwise, it's very easy to be corrupted, resulting in mental problems. With this in mind, Audrey created a virtual persona as the lead and wore the black gauze glove, Hand of Horror. After making the necessary preparations, she reached out to grab the illusory letter and watched it peel off its outer layer in her palm before unfolding page by page. This was all the information related to the Mind Dragon in Eastchester County. Using the sea of collective subconscious to transmit information. The high-level powers of the spectator pathway are truly magical. As a manipulator, Audrey had always been working hard to maintain her initial yearning for the mysticism world, the pure pursuit of fantasy and magical. This was one of the ways she didn't allow herself to lose herself in the experience of controlling, and to not be gradually assimilated by the sea of collective subconscious. After flipping through all the information, Audrey let the illusory letter melt into the sea of collective subconscious. She still wasn't in a hurry to pray to Mr. Fool. According to her previous arrangements, she went out to busy herself with other matters. At dusk, before the banquet began, she found some time to quickly pray in her bedroom and make a wish. In the next second, Audrey saw the grayish-white mask of pride appear from the sea of collective subconscious in front of her. The illusory feeling disappeared bit by bit as it shimmered with a small metallic luster. For some reason, this persona had a certain corporeal feel to it. It was in a state between illusion and reality. This meant that it was physically separated from Audrey's mind island. Of course, it also lost the ability to directly return to the sea of collective subconscious. Audrey held the pride mask and attempted to remove Lie, which had turned into an emerald necklace, overlapping the two. Just as she had expected, the half-real, half-illusory pride mask was embedded into Lie, turning into a blob of patterns that roughly looked like a human face. I'll use this method to carry it with me in the future, preventing the persona from coming into contact with my mind and body until I need to use it. As Audrey's thoughts raced, she sincerely thanked Mr. Fool. She then went out and headed for the banquet hall at home. On the way, she met her father, Earl Hall. Good news, Earl of Hall said with a smile. Audrey did not hide her surprise. Alfred is coming back. This was her other brother. You actually guessed it. In the second half of the year, he will return to Beekland as a general. Half the year. Susie is already a dreamwalker. Audrey thought for a moment before asking, What's wrong? Dad, when are we going back to East Chester County? Since the war had just ended, there were too many things that needed to be done in the kingdom. The nobles did not return to their fiefs during the new year and had been staying in Beekland. It was now the end of February. Earl of Hall nodded. It'll take about 4 months. Above the grey fog, in the ancient palace. Mind mail. Be careful of viruses. Don't randomly click. As Klein sighed, he threw the curtain that represented the attendant of mysteries beyond a characteristic back into the junk pile, allowing it to cover all the items there. He had used the grafting ability that he had named to satisfy Miss Justice's wish. He had connected the illusory concept of the persona mask to the metallic texture of an ordinary iron mask. Furthermore, he had given the worms of spirit, who were guarding Sapphira Castle, the order to replenish their strength on time so that the grafting could be maintained. From the description of Mr. Gluttony from the Psychological Alchemy, Zaratul seems to have already tracked me to Constant City. I have to be more careful. Klein tapped the edge of the long mottled table with his finger, causing worms of spirit to emerge from his body. His figure disappeared from Sapphira Castle. Winter County, a Matha mountain range, inside the Cathedral of Serenity. Leonard obtained a document from the Pope. This would be the first thing he would be responsible for after becoming a high deacon. Back in his room, Leonard leisurely leaned back in his chair and put his feet on the desk. Then, he opened the documents in his hands and read them one by one. Wandering magician Merlin Hermes, who takes pleasure in fulfilling the wishes of others. Rebuilding Constant City overnight. Fully automatic wishing machine. Sequence 4 of the Seer Pathway is Bizarro Sorcerer, Sequence 3 is Scholar of Yore, and Sequence 2 is Miracle Invoker. As Leonard watched, he suddenly fell silent. After a few seconds, he lowered his voice and asked, "Old man, how many angels of the Seer Pathway are still active on Earth?" Palez Zoroast clicked his tongue. "This is acting. Currently, there should only be one Miracle Invoker that needs to be acted. You should know who I'm talking about." Leonard looked at the information in his hand again and mumbled, "That's right. I'm having a good time." He had already decided that the main goal of this mission was to act as a night watcher, digest the potion in his body, and travel in passing. As for dealing with the matter, the main point was to find a reasonable explanation. After flipping through the thick stack of documents in boredom, Leonard retracted his feet and stood up. He was going to retrieve the Grade 1 sealed artifact that belonged to him as a high deacon. To the other saints of the Church of Evernight, this was a rather troublesome matter. This was because the negative effects of a sealed artifact weren't that easy to bear. It was even more so when one needed to carry it around for a long period of time. However, if one chose a holy artifact that was more compatible with them, there would be the problem of having the same abilities. As for Leonard, he didn't need to worry about this problem. As long as the sealed artifact he fancied had a living characteristic, he could get Old Man's help to parasitize a worm of time into it, reducing the negative effects of the sealed artifact significantly, making it as obedient as the word of the sea. Therefore, the main point is to choose the ability. Leonard whistled and walked out of the room. 3 in the afternoon on Monday. In the ancient palace above the grey fog. Streaks of crimson light soared and solidified into different figures. It had been many times that Sun didn't need to count his heartbeats. All he needed to do was look at the wall clock and calculate the time in Beekland to know how long it would be before the tarot gathering. At this moment, he stood up with Miss Justice and bowed towards the end of the long bronze table with the other members of the tarot. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." After taking their seats and exchanging their greetings, Emlyn looked around and said, "That's right. I want to know if the planter and moon pathways are special compared to the other pathways." After raising the question, he didn't hide it at all. "I recently learned that the internal system of the Church of Earth is different from normal. It's divided into 2 parts, the gods favored and the gods favored." After Emlyn finished his simple description, the hanging man Alger, the hermit Catlear, Leonard, and company looked at each other, unable to give a reasonable explanation. Of course, every member present, including the Sun, could tell that something was amiss with the internal system of the Church of Earth. At this moment, they heard a soft sigh. This sigh seemed to come from an era even more ancient than ancient times. It came from Mr. Fool at the end of the long, mottled table. Chapter 1357. The Fool Klein slowly surveyed the area and didn't explain as everyone had expected. Instead, he stopped sighing and asked a question with a smile. Where do you think the source of the 22 Beyonder pathways is? This was one of the 3 core questions of mysticism, and there had never been a publicly acknowledged answer. Every sect had their own theories, and no one could convince the others. Cat Lear deliberated for a moment before replying, yes. The essence of world is knowledge. The essence of knowledge is number. Humans are number. The Beyonder characteristics of the 22 pathways are also number. Everything is number. It has been that way since birth. What she gave was the theory of the Moses ascetic order, but it was not equivalent to her own opinion. The 7 churches believe that Beyonder characteristics originate from the original creator. He incarnated all things, including deities, humans, the sea, land, and Beyonder characteristics. Leonard gave a simple description. Of course, this is only for deacons and above. Official Beyonders below sequence 6 don't need to know so much. Then, he glanced at Emlyn. The life school of thought believes that the world is divided into 3 levels: the world of matter, the world of the soul, and the world of absolute rationality. Beyonder characteristics are the projections of certain things in the world of absolute rationality in the world of matter and the world of the soul. Therefore, characteristics aren't destroyed and can only be reassembled. From the looks of it, the absolute rational world that the life school of thought promotes might be something represented by the river of destiny. The Fool Klein thought of Will or Septon, but he remained silent and didn't interrupt the conversation between the tarot members. Emlyn looked back at the star and said, "That's right. As one of the rulers of the second epoch, we sanguine believe that Beyonder characteristics do originate from the original creator. Then, the accumulation of different characteristics gave birth to the ancient gods, and the ancient gods created different races." This was the sanguine's explanation of the first epoch, and Emlyn already had some doubts about it. After all, he had come into contact with many secrets on the tarot. The hanging man Alger nodded slightly. Although there are many explanations for the origins of Beyonder characteristics, most of them point to the original creator. It's the same for the Orthodox churches, the Aurora Order, and the City of Silver. In other words, it's common knowledge that Beyonder characteristics originate from the original creator. Audrey asked thoughtfully. Psychological alchemy mainly studied the world of the mind and the sea of collective subconscious. It lacked a complete theoretical explanation for the origins of Beyonder characteristics. Something like that. The hanging man Alger didn't hide his opinion. At this moment, the Fool Klein said with a sigh, "That's right. Not everything." He did not give a lengthy explanation, only giving a relatively vague answer. Not all of them. Mr. Fool means that the Beyonder characteristics do originate from the original creator, but not all of them. A small number of them are special cases. This is the reason for the special existence of the plantar and moon pathway. The hanging man Alger instantly thought of many things and grasped the crux of the problem. As this matter had nothing to do with her, Magician's Force had been listening leisurely by the side. At this moment, she asked curiously, "Honorable Mr. Fool, you seem to mean that most Beyonder characteristics originate from the original creator, and the plantar and moon pathway are exceptions. Then, where do they come from?" The Fool Klein said rather succinctly, "The cosmos." The cosmos, cosmos. Emlyn was alarmed when he heard that. He realized that the matter might be more serious than he had imagined. The tarot had already shared the corruption of the underground and the dangers of the cosmos. All members knew that just understanding these 2 concepts would lead to corruption. When Audrey, the hermit Cat Lear, and company looked at each other, the Fool Klein maintained his sigh and added, "It's not just these 2. It's not just these 2. He had been communicating with the 7 lights all this time. He had already confirmed that 6 of the 22 Beyonder pathways belonged to the outer deities. Honorable Mr. Fool, who else came from the cosmos?" Audrey habitually raised her hand and asked warily and curiously. The Fool Klein replied succinctly, "That's right. Prisoner, criminal, lawyer, arbitrator. The first 2 came from the mother tree of desire, while the latter 2, together with the nation of disorder, came from the son of chaos. Chaos breeds order, and order carries its own shadow. Arbiter. Magician's force turned her head in surprise and glanced at Zio. Just a moment ago, she thought that this matter had nothing to do with her and that she could just watch from the sidelines without worrying. Who knew that the fire would burn to her doorstep? Zio frowned slightly and looked at the end of the long bronze table. Honorable Mr. Fool, I usually don't sense anything abnormal, nor have I received a divine revelation. Yes, it's from someone other than you. The Fool Klein smiled. Arbiter and lawyer are relatively good. Based on his understanding, the son of chaos didn't have a deep influence on the arbiter and lawyer pathways. It was completely incomparable to the mother goddess of depravity's influence on the moon and planter pathways, or the mother tree of desire's influence on the criminal and prisoner pathways. This outer god was so quiet that it was as though she had vanished. Magician's force and Zio secretly heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, they became more wary of the future. Seeing that Mr. Fool didn't explain further, Emlyn organized his thoughts and said, "That's right. The uniqueness of the planter and moon pathway comes from the cosmos. The divine revelation they sensed might very well be a form of corruption." The hanging man Alger looked at Mr. Fool at the end of the long, mottled table. Seeing that he had no intention of speaking, he nodded. "Something like that. This is a test for me." Emlyn sighed inwardly and said, "I've already grasped the names of the high sequence potions of the planter and moon pathways. I'm a little puzzled about two of them. After becoming a sanguine earl and a high-ranking deacon of the Church of Earth God, he had obtained the corresponding authority. He could access a lot of information that he couldn't have access to in the past." Seeing the other tarot members look over, World German Sparrow raised his hand to pinch his chin. Emlyn said in thought, "The moon pathway sequence 3 is summoner, sequence 2 is creator, and sequence 1 is beauty goddess. The planter pathway sequence 3 is coffin bearer, sequence 2 is desolate matriarch, and sequence 1 is nature walker. What I'm more puzzled about is that the two potion names, beauty goddess and desolate matriarch, have a certain gender orientation. What do you think?" For a moment, none of the other tarot members spoke. They looked at each other and thought of a possibility. After a few seconds, Audrey controlled her gaze and deliberated over her tone. "I remember that sequence 7 of the assassin pathway is called witch. Assassins who consume this potion will eventually become witches. This is a test for me." Emlyn's lips moved slightly, but he couldn't say a word. When he saw the potion's name, he already had a certain premonition, but he wasn't willing to accept it. He hoped that he could obtain another explanation on the tarot. "Don't worry, there's a high chance that you won't become an angel. Even if you can, you won't have the chance to become a beauty goddess." Klein mumbled inwardly, but he didn't say these words of comfort. The scene fell silent for a moment. Leonard coughed and took the initiative to speak. "I have something to share." He spoke unhurriedly about the wandering magician Merlin Hermes, the overnight reconstruction of Constant City, the fully automatic wishing machine, and other matters. As he spoke, he didn't hide his glance at the World Klein. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched slightly as he made the World German Sparrow look ahead. "I'll be leaving the east coast of Midseashire in the near future." This was all done by Mr. World. Is he already capable of creating such miracles? As expected of an angel. It's him. Audrey recalled the information shared by Mr. Gluttony, the psychological alchemy counselor, and was momentarily surprised and amazed. She didn't use her spectator powers to hide her reaction, because everyone showed the same emotions, except for Mr. Starr, who clearly knew about it. Merlin Hermes. Wandering magicians. Force memorized the name in her mind and secretly decided to distance herself as much as possible when she heard the name in the future. This wasn't to say that she was still that afraid of German Sparrow, but that she had realized something. The surroundings of German Sparrow definitely wouldn't be peaceful. There would always be something happening. Of course, a little instinctive fear was inevitable. It was just like how the fear planted in one's childhood would remain after one grew up. Fulfilling wishes for pleasure. Fully automatic wishing machine. Is this the acting of the world German sparrow? The hanging man Alger and the hermit Catlear had similar thoughts at the same time before they thought of something. Ever since a while ago, Mr. Fool had gotten everyone to make a wish while praying, and he would grant his wish. Is he helping the world digest the potion, or is he from the same pathway as the world? After his awakening, he also showed similar characteristics. Little Sun previously said that Mr. Fool had performed a miracle, allowing the people of an entire city to be moved from the forsaken land of the gods to outside Bayam. With the world German sparrow still acting, this shouldn't be something he can do. The hanging man Alger nodded indiscernibly, having a guess as to Mr. Fool's pathway. About to leave the east coast of Midseashire? Then, my investigations will be even easier. I can just randomly come up with a conclusion. At most, I'll just write that German sparrow has become a miracle invoker and is acting. Anyway, I already know what I need to know. Leonard mumbled silently and didn't ask further. At this moment, the world German sparrow surveyed the area and said, "That's right. What do you know about King of the Black Throne, Barrows Hopkins?" Chapter 1358. Upon hearing world German sparrow's question, the other tarot members had three reactions. Who is this? I seem to have heard of him before. He's one of the four kings. Who is this? Why haven't I heard of it before? Oh, I forgot to ask about psychological alchemy again. I was going to ask for some advice in a more tactful way. The first reaction came from the hanging man Alger, the hermit Catlear, and magician's Force, who had lived at sea for a period of time. The second reaction came from the star Leonard, the moon Emlyn, judgment Zio, and the sun. The third reaction came from Justice Audrey. Seeing that no one answered, the world German sparrow didn't press further. His main goal was to use this opportunity to remind Miss Justice to get her to discuss matters that could bypass her promise. Of course, if Miss Justice sought Mr. Fool's help, Klein would also use grafting to temporarily connect the restriction formed by the promise in her subconscious with the paper figurine, giving her a period of time to speak freely. This was also a high-level application of paper figurine substitutes. With Klein's current level, he could only do it easily in Sapphira Castle. If he were in the real world, he would have to rely on the worms of spirit above the grey fog to control the curtain and respond. At this moment, Audrey thought for a moment. Do you still remember that I once followed the trail of the Mind Dragon and went to a place where they worshipped dragons? The hanging man Alger, the hermit Catlear, and company nodded. Only Leonard and Zio indicated that they had never heard of it. This was because it wasn't an important matter. When Magician's Force first gave Zio general knowledge, she didn't mention it. Later, she was frightened by the Angel of Imagination Adam. In the real world, she rarely discussed the various secrets shared on the tarot. Audrey deliberated for a moment before continuing. It's been almost 2 years. A secret organization that doesn't trust me too much suddenly mentioned this matter and entrusted me with a further investigation. It said that it's a test for me. What's their goal? She didn't believe that it was a coincidence. Emlyn recovered a little and chuckled. This should be a test. To him, he was still far from becoming a Sequence 1 beauty goddess, and he had no intention of switching to the planter pathway. Therefore, there was no need for him to worry about the corresponding problems for a long period of time. There was no need for him to worry too much. For Emlyn to be able to say the word test, he has really grown a lot. Of course, this is also because the Sanguine has done too many similar things to him. Every time, I have to trouble Mr. the Hanging Man to say that it's a test. The fool Klein was very satisfied with Emlyn's answer. Of course, he didn't believe that the answer was correct. He just felt that it was quite impressive that Emlyn could think to this level. Audrey said in disagreement, I suspect that they already know that there's a problem with me. I suspect that they already know that there's something wrong with me. They might even know where the problem lies and which forces are involved. There's no need to probe further. After leaving the Garden of Eden, she thought about many things. She recalled that Mr. World had once said that the Twilight Hermit Order wanted a war that would sweep the entire world. Based on the current situation, this goal had already been achieved in the past year. In other words, the Twilight Hermit Order or Angel of Imagination Adam had definitely used this opportunity to gain quite a bit of benefits and had the corresponding growth. And before this, Mr. Fool had hinted that Adam was closer to becoming a deity. Combined with this information, Audrey's preliminary judgment was that Angel of Imagination Adam had a high chance of ascending to the divine throne, becoming a Sequence Zero visionary. Even if he hadn't, it's almost there. If such a deity who wielded the mind were to cast his gaze over, Audrey didn't believe that her secrets could be hidden. At present, she could only console herself that the leader of the Twilight Hermit Order, the mastermind of psychological alchemy, didn't think too highly of a Sequence 4 manipulator. On the other hand, she had to make all sorts of preparations to deal with any possible accidents. Perhaps, that organization wants to probe how many members we have in Tarot and what their identities are, Emlyn replied with a smile as he followed his train of thought. Audrey thought for a moment and nodded gently. I can't rule out that possibility. As she said this, she inconspicuously glanced at the end of the long, mottled table and discovered that Mr. Fool was only listening leisurely without any intention of giving the correct answer. This made her feel a lot more at ease. At the same time, she silently decided to be more careful and cautious. She couldn't walk step by step to Sequence 4 without being able to resolve some problems alone. In any Orthodox church or secret organization, a Sequence 4 was a powerful person who could lead a faction. At this moment, the hanging man, Alger, who had heard their conversation, raised a brand new possibility. If that secret organization really doesn't trust you, then their inspection might just be an excuse. Their main goal is to cooperate with us, Tarot, and Mr. Fool, through you. He didn't know why Miss Justice didn't directly mention psychological alchemy, so he could only carefully cooperate with her and use a pronoun. This is equivalent to me becoming Tarot's ambassador to psychological alchemy? Audrey nodded slightly. That's also a possibility. Then what should I do next? The hanging man, Alger thought for a moment and said, stall for time. Good idea. Good idea. Magicians Force and Emlyn expressed their agreement inwardly. After Alger gave the overall strategy, he added in detail, stall for time to go to that place first. Let's delay our trip to that place first and find an excuse not to go until the last moment. When we arrive at that place, we'll start investigating from the periphery and use caution as an excuse to slow down the speed of the investigation. When we really can't delay it any longer, we can deliberately make mistakes in certain matters and create a certain commotion, allowing the mind dragon to detect it ahead of time and eliminate any traces. If that secret organization really has an additional goal, the longer you delay it, the more they won't be able to sit still. And once they become anxious, they will expose the problem. Catlear nodded when she heard that. This is the most suitable response for now. I understand. Thank you, everyone. Audrey also felt that Mr. the Hanging Man's suggestion was in line with her thoughts. However, she didn't procrastinate on a certain matter. She immediately turned her head and looked at the end of the long, mottled table and bowed. Honorable Mr. Fool, has the Angel of Imagination, Adam, advanced to Sequence 0? Not bad, to be able to realize this. The Fool Klein leaned back in his chair and chuckled. Only when the apocalypse is approaching did he finally take this step. The level reflected by the Garden of Eden made him almost certain that Adam had become a visionary. Angel of Imagination Adam has become a god. This news immediately reverberated in the minds of Derek and the others, and it took a long time for them to calm down. As expected, Audrey pursed her lips and thanked him before asking, "What's the matter?" Then, she asked, "What do I need to pay for this answer?" The Fool Klein looked around and said, "There's no need. This is a reminder. This is a reminder." After this topic ended, because most of the members of the Tarot were still immersed in the shock of Adam becoming a true god, no one spoke for a while. After a few seconds, Derek looked to his left and right and probed, "What's going on?" The City of Silver has already reclaimed the surrounding fields and planted wheat and other crops, but the harvest isn't imminent. I want to know what we can do to earn gold pounds to buy supplies. After the initial assistance, the Church of the Sea God and the Rorsted Archipelago government stopped providing free assistance. After all, their economic strength was rather limited. Faced with this situation, the City of Silver and Moon City each sold a batch of Beyonder characteristics and monster hides in exchange for a large amount of money that could be used to buy all kinds of supplies. However, with the entrance to the Forsaken Land of the Gods closed, The Beyonder characteristics and monster leather could no longer be effectively replenished. It was impossible for the city of Silver and Moon City to give up their military strength, sell large amounts of strategic resources, and neglect the nurturing of their descendants. Therefore, once the existing gold pounds, gold, jewelry, and other items were depleted, they would undoubtedly fall into a predicament. For this reason, the six-member council had recently been vexed over how to earn gold pounds from the outside world and how to establish a stable economic system. This was beyond their capabilities. The batch of Beyonder characteristics that the city of Silver and Moon City had previously given were mainly bought by the Church of the Sea God and the Rorsted Archipelago's government to establish their own official Beyonder faction. After all, the number of Beyonders needed for destruction was on a completely different level from the number of Beyonders needed to stabilize the rule of an area. In addition, in the entire Rorsted Archipelago, only Sea God Cavituus and the Church of the Storm's Cardinal Alger Wilson were demigods. This was a little insufficient for a new regime, especially since the Church of the Storm and the Church of the Sea God weren't allies. After hearing Little Sun's request for help, the other members of the Tarot began to seriously consider what the residents of the city of Silver and Moon City could do. Audrey thought for a moment and said, "What are you best at?" "Combat," Sun answered without any hesitation. The hanging man Alger nodded slightly when he heard that. When the hanging man Alger heard that, he nodded slightly. Although the Great World War has ended, the colonial order in the southern continent has not been effectively restored. It's still very chaotic there, with small-scale wars breaking out from time to time. You can try to form 2 or 3 mercenary teams and accept employment from any force. Military contractors. Klein came up with a more modern term in his mind. That's a good idea. Derek's eyes lit up. The hanging man Alger then asked, "Fighting is a survival instinct. Other than this, is there anything else you want to do?" Derek replied, a little embarrassed, "That's right. Many people wish to become chefs, winemakers, or work in candy factories." Chapter 1359. After hearing the wishes of the residents of the City of Silver, a thought instantly surfaced in Klein's mind. Why is it all related to food? The hanging man Alger thought for a moment and said to son Derek, "You can let people with such thoughts join a trade union in Byam. You can totally let people with such thoughts join a trade union in Byam. Through them, you can find suitable teachers. You can also directly invite people with such specialties to teach in the new City of Silver and give them generous rewards. Of course, the premise is that you have to let the residents master the common language of the Rorsted Archipelago as soon as possible. On this basis, Ruan, Ancient Faesac, and Deutonese can also be put on the agenda." After the hanging man finished speaking, the hermit Catlear also gave her suggestion. Apart from organizing mercenary teams, you can also try applying for public positions in the various cities of the Rorsted Archipelago and be in charge of handling Beyonder matters. Although the Rorsted Archipelago government and the Church of the Sea God had obtained a batch of Beyonder characteristics and the corresponding potion formulas from the City of Silver and Moon City, they were unable to nurture enough Beyonders in a short period of time. Sequence 9 was relatively fine. By choosing people with good mental, and physical health to consume the potion, the chances of encountering a loss of control and madness were actually very low. Further up, acting might not be successful, and acting also required time. Under such circumstances, as long as the residents of the City of Silver could become a member of the official factions, they wouldn't have to worry about losing their jobs in the future. Of course, the Rorsted Archipelago government would definitely control the number of applicants. The City of Silver couldn't completely solve everyone's employment problems through this method. Klein agreed with Marum Hermit's suggestion. Furthermore, he believed that it was necessary to give Danis a revelation, so that the Rorsted Archipelago government and the Church of the Sea God could increase the number of official Beyonders within a certain range. This wasn't to help the residents of the City of Silver and the non-deformed people in Moon City find jobs, but to deal with the approaching apocalypse, the deepening of the outer deity's corruption, and the increasing frequency of Beyonder incidents. At this moment, Catlear glanced at Miss Justice and continued speaking to son Derek. "You can try to invest in the mines, spice plantations, and plantations in the Rorsted Archipelago. You can buy fertile land and productive forest farms. They are all very cheap now. Yes, although the Church of the Storm can still influence the archipelago, and although the new government has promised to protect the local businesses of foreigners, there are still a large number of Ruan, Fasak, and Intis who lack confidence and wish to sell their businesses and return home as soon as possible. That oracle named Danis had recently bought a spice manor. Derek recalled what he had heard and was suddenly enlightened. Catlear's suggestion gave the others some inspiration. Audrey immediately added, "That's right. When you go to negotiate, it's best to hire a few professional lawyers. Otherwise, you'll be easily deceived. Oh, if you think it's necessary, you can bring along the psychoanalyst in the city. Also, you have a medium-sized port behind you, so you can develop the corresponding economy to deal with the situation where the official beyondus of the Rorsted Archipelago government and the Church of the Sea God lack sufficient common sense. You can set up courses for outsiders in the generic schools of the new City of Silver. Oh, delete the parts of knowledge that are easy to cause conflict with the Orthodox churches. The railroad that connects the new City of Silver to the other cities has to be built as soon as possible." Derek was taken aback when he heard that. He hurriedly raised his hand and said, "Sorry. I need to write down what I just said. I forgot that he doesn't have a foundation in economics." Audrey reflected on herself and shut her mouth. She smiled and gestured for little son to seek help from Mr. Fool. After Derek conjured a pen and paper and jotted down the previous suggestions, Audrey, Emlyn, Leonard, and the other members of the Tarot gave their own thoughts and refuted each other's immature and unrealistic suggestions. This lively scene lasted for nearly half an hour before it ended. Sun looked at the stack of paper in front of him that wasn't considered thick or thin and couldn't help but smile. It was as if he could already see the beautiful future of the City of Silver. Sitting at the end of the long, mottled table, the Fool Klein sighed for some baffling reason. His heart felt a lot heavier. If one didn't think about the apocalypse in more than 10 years, the discussion about the bright future of the City of Silver was indeed gratifying. However, the arrival of the apocalypse wouldn't change because of the will of humans, not even saints or angels. Retracting his gaze from the paper in front of him, Derek deliberated for a moment before saying, "We've already built a temple and cathedral that belongs to Mr. Fool. What do we need to pay attention to if we want to preach to the various cities in the archipelago?" Alger frowned slightly and said, "That's right. Have you written the Holy Bible? Have you designed the flow of the Mass and the details of the prayers?" "Yes." Sun nodded heavily. It was all based on the miracles that Mr. Fool had shown and Derek's own understanding, as well as the religious scriptures left behind by the Creator. Furthermore, the City of Silver had also prayed to the Fool and explained the matter. His attitude was to acquiesce. Has the internal system of the church been set up? Alger continued asking. Derek subconsciously glanced at Mr. Fool, who was shrouded in layers of greyish-white fog, and he turned his head. He turned his head and said, "Currently, it's imitating the internal system of the other churches. The chief of our 6-member council is also the archbishop, and a group of residents who are passionate about preaching have been appointed as bishops and priests. As for the internal organization of the church that dealt with beyonder matters, the City of Silver didn't have one. This was because most of them were beyonders, and they usually had corresponding organizations." Seeing that Mr. Fool didn't object or agree, the hanging man Alger thought as he controlled his desire to teach. He nodded slightly and said, "You can try doing that first." He paused for a moment before saying, "But pay attention to 2 things. But you have to pay attention to 2 things. First, don't publicize the shortcomings of the other churches to prevent conflict. Second, respect the current oracle. Under the situation where Mr. Fool hasn't appointed a church leader, the oracle is the representative of the deity. Third, don't preach in a harassing manner. Besides, I'm deeply suspicious of the eloquence of the bishops and priests in the City of Silver. I have to get Danis to find a professional to train them." The Fool Klein, who was listening quietly, mumbled inwardly. He didn't express his opinion on the Holy Bible written by the City of Silver because it was a little awkward, but if he objected to certain descriptions, it would damage the Fool's image. With this in mind, Klein couldn't help but lampoon. Perhaps one day, Will or Septon will see the Church of the Fool's Holy Bible and blurt out in surprise, "When did I become an angel under the Fool?" Then, Leonard's grandpa, the awakened Mr. Aztec, and Miss Messenger, who is trying her best to recover, will also say, "What, me too?" After discussing matters related to the City of Silver and Moon City, Catlear looked around without much anticipation. "Which one of you has a sequence 3 beyonder characteristic of the mystery prior pathway?" It had been a long time since she digested the mysticologist potion, but she had only obtained the clairvoyant potion formula from the Moses ascetic order. She was still far from obtaining the beyonder characteristic or the main ingredient. Although she was a member of the 10 pillars of the Moses ascetic order, the higher one sequence pathway was, the more precious the corresponding resources would be. Even such an ancient organization couldn't squander them wantonly. Furthermore, Catlear came from the dawn, and she wasn't influenced by the hidden sage. She wasn't that trusted in the Moses ascetic order. To Catlear, who had used the snake of fate's blood to advance to a mysticologist and had long digested the potion, Sequence 3 should have been a relatively easy hurdle, but she was stuck because of the ingredients. She might not have any hope for a few years or even more than a decade. Therefore, she had no choice but to seek help on the tarot. Sun recalled the demigod characteristics that the City of Silver had and slowly shook his head. At this moment, World German Sparrow laughed hoarsely. "I suggest you ask Queen Mystic directly. Bernadette had already become a Sequence 2 angel. If she had extra clairvoyant beyonder characteristics in her body, she could attempt to separate them." Of course, Klein couldn't be sure that the sage potion that Queen Mystic had consumed contained the prerequisites of Sequence 3 and Sequence 4. "Ask the Queen?" Catlear sensed something amiss from World German Sparrow's answer, and she suspected that something had happened to the Queen. All right. She controlled her urge to press further. Klein continued controlling the world and said to Marum Hermit, "I have a long-term request. Help me gather information regarding the hidden sage's sudden revival. You can mention the corresponding remuneration now, or you can wait until there's a need in the future." Klein was still somewhat puzzled about this matter. Although this could indeed be described as the sudden activation of a uniqueness, what needed to be activated should have long been activated. Catlear thought for a moment and said, "You can mention the corresponding remuneration now, or you can wait until there's a need in the future." Catlear thought for a moment and said, "Yes. No problem." After another round of discussion, the tarot gathering came to an end. The members returned to the real world. In the captain's cabin of the future, Catlear nudged the heavy glasses on her nose bridge and considered how to write a letter to the Queen. During this process, she strolled to the window and saw Frank Lee promoting the non-alcoholic volcanic beer he brewed from undersea microbes to the crew. "He's really motivated." Just as Catlear sighed, she suddenly frowned. On the tarot just now, Mr. Fool said that the planter and the moon are 2 rather special pathways. They come from the cosmos and are easily corrupted. It's hard to tell if it's a divine revelation. Frank is a beyonder of the planter pathway. Besides, he once complained about the Church of Earth Mother's failure to understand the true will of the benevolent mother. Catlear's eyes, which were covered by the thick glasses, immediately narrowed slightly. Chapter 1360. After staring at the deck below for a while, Catlear left the captain's cabin and walked to the cabin's entrance. She waited for Frank Lee, who was carrying a bucket of non-alcoholic beer. "Captain, do you want a cup?" Frank raised the huge bucket of beer with one hand. Catlear shook her head firmly and asked in a seemingly casual manner, "Is this the will of the benevolent mother again?" "No," Frank said rather seriously. "I just feel that it's not good for the body to drink alcohol with modified sedatives for a long period of time. I hope they can accept this kind of beverage that tastes like alcohol but doesn't actually have any alcohol. Of course, this is only a preliminary result. It doesn't involve alcohol. After all, it can't be distilled to improve the taste." Catlear was momentarily at a loss for words. She nudged the heavy glasses on the bridge of her nose and fell silent for 2 seconds before saying, "Yes. Have you heard the voice of the benevolent mother and received a divine revelation?" "No." Frank shook his head without a care. "Phew." Catlear secretly heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, Frank casually added, "The will of the benevolent mother is in the growing of wheat, in the milk of cows, in the growth of mushrooms, in every corner of nature. There's no need for a divine revelation to sense it." Catlear's gaze instantly shot towards Frank's eyes. She didn't find any madness in them, only purity. She didn't say anything else as she nodded slightly and walked forward. She walked past Frank Lee and onto the deck. After focusing on the seascape for a few minutes, Cat Lear returned to the captain's cabin, spread out a piece of paper, and wrote, "I wonder what your thoughts are on Frank's performance. He claims that he didn't receive a divine revelation, and he believes that the will of the benevolent mother is hidden in every corner of nature." This was a letter to German Sparrow. Cat Lear believed that with just this question and a supplementary sentence, the other party would understand what she was trying to say. After folding the letter, she took out a gold coin and began summoning the terrifying messenger. "Marum Hermit wrote me a letter just after I left the tarot. It's probably not information regarding the hidden sage. It can't be that fast." Klein was traveling on a cruise ship on the Tussock River. Dressed in a black robe, he took the letter from Miss Messenger's mouth, unfolded it, and read all the contents at a glance. This. Klein frowned slightly. Perhaps it was because Frank's usual performance was sufficiently dangerous and crazy, but he had overlooked the possibility of this druid being influenced by the mother goddess of depravity. Frank was once sent to court by the Church of Earth Mother for a taboo experiment, and he was even wanted. If Earth Mother hasn't been corrupted, and the Church of Earth Mother is still operating normally, it means that they believe that there's something wrong with Frank. However, if the evidence is conclusive, Frank, who was sent to court, likely has no chance of surviving. Klein's thoughts raced as he attempted to find clues based on his understanding of Frank. There's no problem with the relevant actions. The posture of praying is different from the usual praise gestures. Just like when Beyonders of the Church of Evernite pray, they wouldn't draw stars clockwise on their chests. At most, it's a closing gesture. Apart from this small problem, there's something wrong with Frank. He's like a child raised by the mother goddess of depravity. As thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein had two conflicting guesses. Either Frank's corruption was very hidden, preventing the Church of Earth's court from confirming it, or he wasn't affected by the mother goddess of depravity at all. It was purely a matter of his brain, making him look like a blessed of an evil god. Regardless of which guess it was, Klein didn't think that the subsequent development would be too good. He remembered very clearly that Frank's mushroom experiment had a breakthrough because he had an assistant who believed in the primordial moon, and the primordial moon was one of the incarnations of the mother goddess of depravity. In other words, from then on, regardless of whether Frank had any problems in the past, it was very likely that he had entered the sights of the mother goddess of depravity. This wasn't a good thing. Of course, I can't rule out the possibility that Frank was too crazy, causing the mother goddess of depravity to take the initiative to shift her gaze away. Klein mumbled, trying to find joy in the midst of his misery. This was almost impossible. The terror and strength of an outer deity was not something a demigod could understand. Klein even suspected that if it wasn't for the fact that an overly intense response would destroy the anchors of the deities, causing them to crazily attack each other, causing the Beyonder characteristics to further converge and awaken the primordial one, the outer deities might have already destroyed the sun and destroyed the ecological balance of this world. If they couldn't do anything to the primordial one's barrier, wouldn't they be able to do anything to a star outside the barrier? At times, Klein wondered if the sun observed in astronomy was really the sun. Perhaps it was just the eternal blazing sun that had hung him there. The mushrooms that Frank has invented so far shouldn't have any major problems. I've already taken them above the grey fog to deal with them. Furthermore, the residents of the city of Silver and Moon City didn't show any abnormalities. Yes, after they left the forsaken land of the gods, they had already given up on growing mushrooms due to the lack of monster corpses and sufficient food. Increase the monitoring. The more Klein thought about it, the more afraid he became. If it wasn't for the fact that the mother goddess of depravity's power to penetrate the primordial one barrier was still extremely limited, Klein suspected that the cards of blasphemy and the mushrooms had already caused him to be corrupted, causing Sapphira Castle to change owners without him realizing it. These were all items that had been placed above the grey fog for a long period of time without any special seals. Compared to the ostentatious and wanton mother tree of desire, the low-profile mother goddess of depravity was much more terrifying. Mr. Dorr and the Emperor had been silently corrupted by him. As expected of an existence that can stand at the top of the outer deities despite losing 2 beyonder pathways and a Sapphira. Klein sighed inwardly as he took out a pen and paper, preparing to write a reply to Catlear. At this moment, he realized that Miss Messenger had been waiting by his side without returning to the spirit world. The 8 eyes on the 4 heads were staring at him without blinking. "What do you think of Frankie?" Klein asked after some hesitation. "I mean, other than the nickname." Rionette Tynker's 4 blonde, red-eyed heads spoke one after another. "It's just, like, the adopted son of an outer god. In other words, it's true that Frank wasn't affected by the mother goddess of depravity previously. It's purely because there's something wrong with his head." Klein heaved a long sigh of relief. He then asked, "What about now?" As Frankie Lee would summon Rionette Tynker every time he wrote a letter to the German Sparrow, Klein believed that Miss Messenger, who had a very high status, had a clear and accurate grasp of Mushroom King's condition. "I also don't know." Rionette Tynker's 4 heads answered one after another. Then, she added, "Body. Temporarily. Not corrupted. Does this mean that there's no way to tell if one's mind has been affected?" "That's right. Apart from Frank's low level, he usually acts more like an evil god than me." Klein lampooned as he took out a gold coin and flicked it. With this medium, he quickly entered a dream divination state. At the same time, he was prepared to activate Sapphira Castle to block off the outer deity's attention. Scenes flashed as Klein saw several futures. "Yes, the biggest danger at the moment is the primordial moon believer. I have to separate him from Frank, otherwise, things will become very troublesome and dangerous. As long as Frank doesn't come into contact with anything related to the mother goddess of depravity in the future and doesn't advance to a demigod, there's basically no problem. If one of these 2 conditions is satisfied, the chances of an accident happening will increase greatly. If they're satisfied at the same time, I can't see any developments at all." Klein snapped to his senses and interpreted the results of the divination. Perhaps it was because Frank's level was too low and he wasn't affected too deeply. Klein's divination was rather smooth and he didn't encounter any danger. "Phew." He exhaled soundlessly and caught the gold coin with a snap. Then, he realized that Miss Messenger's 8 red eyes were focused on the gold coin in his palm. Klein twitched his eyebrows, expressing his puzzlement. "It possesses Sapphira Castle's aura." Rionette Tynker's 4 blonde, red-eyed heads bobbed up and down. "This is one of the 5 gold coins I often use for divination. It's already tainted with the aura of Sapphira Castle. This way, it can be considered a mystical item to a certain extent. However, its effects will diminish with the passage of time." Klein carefully looked at the gold coin in his palm and made a rough judgment based on his spiritual intuition. This gold coin could increase the accuracy of divination and strengthen the user's ability to resist interference. To Klein, this was a pleasant surprise. He decided to use the gold coin's actual body in the future and not its historical projection. After taking back the gold coin, Klein wrote a reply to Maram Hermit and handed it to her through Rionette Tynker. After giving German Sparrow's messenger another gold coin, Admiral of Stars Catlear unfolded the piece of paper and quickly scanned the letter. After reading it, she felt a baffling sense of heaviness on her shoulders. Without any delay, Catlear took out another piece of paper and wrote, "Your Majesty, I dreamed that you had found that primitive island and had successfully returned, that descendant of the Emperor's condition is worsening. If he continues staying on the future, I suspect that he will go mad. If you don't mind, I wish to send him to your side." What needs to be noted is that although he claims that he no longer believes in the primordial moon, no one can confirm this. "My greatest problem now is that it's difficult to obtain the main ingredient of clairvoyant. If you have already returned, I wish to find a time to return the magic wishing lamp to you." Chapter 1361. In the city of Generosity, Bayam, in a rented apartment lit with gas wall lamps. Verdu Abraham, who was wearing gold-rimmed glasses, held a thick stack of documents. Under the dim light, he read seriously, drawing a symbol from time to time to record the content that he felt would be useful. He had left Ruin and come to the Rorsted archipelago mainly to escape the attention of Dorian and the other family members. He wanted to study mysticism in peace and find an effective way to save his ancestor, Bethel Abraham, or rather, reliable knowledge that could reduce the difficulty of the ritual. However, after more than half a year, he still didn't have any clues. It seemed that other than hunting bizarro sorcerers, parasites, and secret sorcerers, he had no other choice. This left Verdu rather depressed, but he clearly knew how dangerous a Grade 0 sealed artifact was. Even if he was willing to sacrifice himself, he couldn't truly control it. It was difficult to guarantee what the final outcome would be. And more importantly, he couldn't find a bizarro sorcerer or parasite at all. They were saints who were known for their secretive whereabouts and strange styles. Phew. Verdu put down the stack of documents in his hand and muttered to himself almost silently. Could it be that I can only be like Dorian and the rest and place my hopes on the fool? At the thought of the fool, Verdu couldn't help but frown. This was because there were more and more half-giants promoting the faith of the fool in Bayam. It was to the point that even he, who rarely went out, had heard of it. This made him suspect if he had arrived near the headquarters of the Church of the Fool. If it wasn't for the fact that the mysticism knowledge secretly circulating in the Rorsted archipelago exceeded Verdu's expectations, and that many of them were extremely useful even to the House of Abraham, he would have left Bayam a month ago and headed for the southern continent. I can't stay here any longer. I should book a ticket to East Balaam as soon as possible. Just as Verdu made the decision, he felt a little shaken. Dorian and the fool probably won't expect me to be hiding in the area where their headquarters can reach. Roselle the Great once said that the most dangerous place is also the safest place. Amidst his hesitation, Verdu put down the documents, extinguished the wall lamp, and walked to his bedroom with the help of the moonlight outside the window. At the corner of the balcony in his room, a figure suddenly jumped out of the darkness and jumped over the railing. The figure was like a feather, light and weightless. When it landed on the ground from a height of more than 10 meters, it didn't cause any commotion. Following that, the figure followed the shadows of the street and sneaked to the vicinity of the Church of the Sea God before climbing up the bell tower. Then, he took out a pen and paper, scribbled a report on tonight's surveillance footage, and stuffed it into a crevice. After the figure left, about to leave, about 15 minutes later, the sound of the wind suddenly sounded. Two of it. The report was pulled out of the crevice by an invisible hand, and flew undulating into the distance in the gale that blew past, like a bat spreading its wings in the night. Of the had king. By two of the Church of God. In. Even in the dark deep sea, Alger could see everything around him clearly. Verdu's intention of leaving Bayam is becoming clearer. Alger nodded indiscernibly and concluded inwardly. Over the past half a year, he had been monitoring the member of the House of Abraham according to Mr. Fool's instructions, but he didn't discover any abnormal actions from him. When Verdu left the Rorsted archipelago, his mission would be considered complete. However, Alger didn't want it to end just like that. He believed that he hadn't made enough contributions. All he did was simply monitor an ordinary Sequence 7. The Hermit had already obtained the Sequence 3 beyond a characteristic from Queen Mystic and had gathered the corresponding supplementary ingredients. He was busy preparing for the ritual. This gave Alger a lot of psychological pressure. Of course, apart from monitoring Verdu, he had also done many things according to Mr. Fool's intentions. However, even he felt that there was still a huge gap between him and the identity, status, and strength of a sea god. For a moment, Alger wanted to use all sorts of methods to indirectly force Verdu Abraham to expose his problems, but in the end, he gave up on this idea. This was because he couldn't be sure if Mr. Fool had good or bad intentions towards the target. Previously, when the City of Silver and Moon City were selling Beyonder characteristics and potion formulas, Alger had purchased some from the Tarot to nurture a team of Beyonders that was independent of the Church of the Storm. They were loyal to him and hid in the darkness. This was the source of the people monitoring Verdu. Currently, most of the team with less than 10 members were Sequence 9, and only a small number had advanced to Sequence 8. As for where Alger got the money to buy the Beyonder characteristics and potion formulas, the answer was very simple. As a cardinal who led a diocese, Alger could easily save a sum of money for himself. And during that period of time, the mines, plantations, spice estates, and factories in the Rorsted archipelago had been sold at a price lower than their original value. As long as he had the ability to buy them, he would be able to make a huge profit after a while. More importantly, the Church of the Storm's headquarters was also quite interested in the Beyonder characteristics and potion formulas sold by the City of Silver and Moon City. They had provided a large sum of money for the purchase. As for the person who handled it, it was undoubtedly the Rorsted Diocese's Cardinal, Alger Wilson. It was understandable that there would be losses in such a process. Retracting his thoughts, Alger decided to use his shadow guard to sell some mysticism knowledge to some Beyonder circles in Bayam so as to bait Verdu Abraham and stall him for as long as possible. The main reason is that the City of Silver's proselytizing has frightened that gentleman. Alger shook his head and muttered to himself. He then destroyed the report in his hand and walked back into the cathedral. At dawn, a young man walked out of the hotel and leisurely enjoyed the early morning scenery of Bayam. He had just bought a Tina drink from a vendor, which was packaged in a fruit shell, when he suddenly felt a large shadow appear beside him. The young man turned his head and looked up bit by bit. He saw a half-giant nearly 2.5 meters tall walking over. "Sir, may I have some of your time? I would like to tell you about our guide and savior, Mr. Fool." The half-giant bent down and tried his best to make his smile appear amiable. The young man drank a mouthful of Tina, pointed to the side, and nodded with a smile. "All right, but not here." He then walked to a spot that didn't block anyone, and the half-giant that looked extremely oppressive followed him gently. "You can speak now." The young man didn't hide his curiosity at all. The tall and stout half-giant's expression turned solemn. "My lord calls himself the Fool. In the past, present, and future, he is the great ruler that rules over the spirit world. He is also the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. He is also the guide that every living being pursues eternity. My lord resides above the real world and the spirit world. His benevolence spreads throughout heaven and the land. Beside his throne, there are a total of 6 angels. The angel of Mercury is the embodiment of fate, the angel that my lord dotes on the most. The angel of death is the existence that has followed my lord the longest, the consul of the underworld. The angel of redemption is my lord's horn, the messenger of his revelation. The angel of life is the crystallization of wisdom, the inextinguishable spirituality in everyone's body. Upon hearing this, the young man laughed. "Your lord sure is impressive. He actually has so many angels with titles serving him." "Not only that," the half-giant replied gently. "Beside the Lord's divine throne is the angel of retribution. He is the Lord's lightning, the Lord's wrath, and the Lord's palm. He is the judge and executioner of all the fallen and unclean. In contrast to the angel of retribution is the angel of time. He was the king of ancient times. He eventually submitted to my lord and struck the bell of heaven for him." "Impressive, impressive," the young man praised from the bottom of his heart. Upon hearing such a response, the half-giant couldn't help but smile. Then, he tried his best to describe the various miracles that Mr. Fool had performed. Finally, he said, "It's already been 15 minutes, so I won't waste your time. It's already been 15 minutes, so I won't waste your time. If you're interested, you can go to 16 Phillips Street's The Fool Cathedral to learn more. This is our largest cathedral in Bayam City. Heh, the rest are still in planning." The young man nodded. "If I'm free, I'll take a look." After watching the half-giant turn and leave, the young man smiled as he took out a crystal monocle from his pocket and wore it on his right eye. The half-giant returned to a restaurant and changed into a chef's uniform. "Balder, did you go preach again?" the restaurant owner asked with a smile. Back when the Industry Association recommended this half-giant to learn culinary skills, he was rather resistant. He had a nagging feeling that the other party could kill him with a flick of his arm. Furthermore, he didn't seem like someone with culinary talent. But now, he was very satisfied with Balder. Not only was this half-giant honest, obedient, and able to endure hardship, but he was also a strong deterrent. It made the thugs on the street not dare to have any designs on the restaurant. The only problem was that Balder would go out once every morning to preach the faith of the Fool. Of course, as it wasn't during working hours, The restaurant owner couldn't say anything, nor did he mind. Balder smiled honestly and walked into the kitchen. He nodded when he heard that. "I can teach you how to roast fish today." Bon looked rather normal, but his two eyes looked awkward. He wasn't too deformed, and he was the kind of Moon City citizen who had the courage to communicate with outsiders. He nodded when he heard that. "I'll have to pray later. Mr. Fool has sent down a revelation, asking everyone in Moon City to make a wish to him at 9 in the morning, hoping that there will be no more deformities." Chapter 1362. Regarding the matter of praying to Mr. Fool, Badder raised both his hands and feet in agreement. He didn't have any intention of urging Bon. Every morning when he woke up and before he went to sleep at night, he would pray for more than a minute. He thanked Mr. Fool for bringing him pure sunlight, delicious food, and a life that was no longer filled with depression and despair. "All right, I'll prepare today's ingredients first." Badder smiled and nodded at Bon. A few minutes later, he carried many bags of ingredients into the kitchen, as though he was carrying a few pieces of curtains. At this moment, Bon had already found a chair and sat down. He piously prayed to Mr. Fool. "The great ruler who rules the spirit world, the fool who doesn't belong to this era, I yearn for your blessings. I yearn for you to fulfill my wish to escape my deformity." Such words echoed almost simultaneously in the cathedral on Phillip Street, in several places in Byam, in the new city of Silver, and in New Moon City, which was located in the forest. Shin, Russ, and the others, who felt extremely inferior, vaguely guessed that Mr. Fool was planning on fulfilling a similar wish. As they prayed, their bodies trembled uncontrollably. They yearned to be like normal people. They also yearned for the bustling Byam. They yearned for the secret roasted fish, candy factories, and delicacies from all over the world. They yearned for a life of drinking, chatting, singing, and dancing. Above the grey fog, in the ancient palace, the Fool Klein, who was sitting at the end of the long bronze table, saw dots of pure light of different colors light up one after another, forming a slowly spinning galaxy in front of him. The prayers overlapped as they echoed in Sapphira Castle, causing ripples to form. Klein closed his eyes and sensed it for a few seconds before raising his right hand with a sigh. He bent his middle finger and tapped the edge of the long mottled table. Amidst the tapping sound, an invisible force rapidly spread out like ripples on the surface of water. It surged into every prayer point of light and scattered onto the people of Moon City. Shin suddenly sensed something and raised her hand to touch the center of her face. In the next second, she touched her nose. Almost instinctively, Shin rubbed that spot from top to bottom several times before she could believe that she had grown a nose and was no longer deformed. She instantly closed her eyes, bent down, and pressed her forehead to the ground. She couldn't help but praise Mr. Fool. Around her, similar praises grew louder, louder, and more orderly. Russ's squeezed eyes separated. Bon became symmetrical from top to bottom. Every deformed person and person with an ugly appearance due to heredity in Moon City broke through their original limits at this moment and transformed into a normal person. At this moment, regardless of whether they were in New Moon City, the new city of Silver, or Byam, they heard the cathedral's bell ringing at the same time. Clang! The ethereal and melodious sound of the bell echoed in the hearts of the people of Moon City, ringing in the ears of everyone who heard it. It was as if it could cleanse their hearts and bring them the most genuine feeling towards life. The tears that Shin, Russ, and company had been holding back finally flowed out. They felt that their bodies and minds had become tranquil, without any dust. They subconsciously raised their heads and cast their gazes in the direction of the bell. They discovered that it came from outside of New Moon City, and they did not know how far it was from where they were. A miracle. A thought suddenly appeared in the minds of the people of Moon City. In the new city of Silver that was connected to them, Wait Chermont and the others cast their gazes into the distance, in the direction of Byam. The bell was ringing from that place. "Praise be to Mr. Fool," they muttered at the same time as they pressed their right palms on their left chests. In Byam, Bon and Badder adjusted their positions with tears streaming down their faces. They faced Phillip Street, towards the cathedral that belonged to Mr. Fool, and listened devoutly and gratefully to the holy bell that came from heaven. Above the grey fog, the Fool Klein was a little alarmed and confused. The sudden ringing of the bell wasn't part of his plan at all. He then cast his gaze towards the Cathedral of the Fool at 16 Philip Street. Almost at the same time, he used the prayer light to see the tall bell tower attached to the cathedral. He saw a young man wearing a pointed hat and a classic black robe standing at the top of the bell tower. The young man was holding a black bell hammer and striking the bell again and again. As if sensing the gaze from an infinite height, the young man stopped, raised his head slightly, and adjusted the crystal monocle on his right eye. At the same time, the corners of his mouth, which was already smiling, widened. Klein nearly cursed. At that moment, his eyes glazed over in an unconcealable manner. He didn't understand why the angel of time, Amorn, would suddenly appear. Furthermore, he had seriously struck the bell of his cathedral. Regarding the possible arrival of Amorn and Zaratul, Klein was actually mentally prepared. This was because there were just too many people in the city of Silver and Moon City. It was impossible for them to secretly integrate into the outside world. In other words, the city of Silver and Moon City would definitely be known by the various churches and secret organizations. Under such circumstances, be it public or private proselytizing, it wouldn't affect the development of the matter. Therefore, Klein tacitly agreed to the City of Silver's attempt to widely spread the faith of the Fool, so as to prepare more anchors for his advancement to Sequence 1. Based on this premise, he was prepared for Zaratul, Amorn, and the other hidden enemies to come to Bayam. He even hoped that they would do so. Here, in Sapphira Castle, Klein, who had the status and level of a king of angels, could fully utilize his home field advantage. As for the City of Silver, it also had a Grade 0 sealed artifact. It could completely resist Amorn and take down Zaratul. Compared to his main body suddenly encountering a prepared enemy elsewhere or being discovered after creating a marionette city, this was undoubtedly a better choice. However, Amorn's current actions left Klein rather puzzled. He didn't understand what the god of deceit wanted to achieve. 16 Philip Street, inside the Cathedral of the Fool. The Archbishop on duty here, the chief of the City of Silver's 6-member council, Derek Berg, also looked up at the stained glass high above in surprise. Rays of sunlight shone in from there, allowing Derek to decipher scenes from within. The black bell hammer fell, and the shaking of the bell gradually stopped. I didn't arrange for anyone to strike the bell. Derek frowned. As a member of the City of Silver, as a demigod in the Sun domain, he had a keen intuition for abnormalities. He knew that something had definitely gone wrong. However, this strange ringing of the bell didn't bring about any surprises. Apart from itself, everything appeared normal. As Derek used his Beyonder powers as an unshadowed to observe his surroundings, he quickly considered if the ringing of the bell had any mysticism meaning. After eliminating the possibilities, he suddenly recalled the Holy Bible of the Fool compiled by the City of Silver. There was content related to the ringing of the bell. It was used to describe the relationship between the Angel of Time, Amorn, and Mr. Fool, and to determine his true status. Derek was opposed to that statement because he knew that blasphemer Amorn wasn't Mr. Fool's blessed. The relationship between the two wasn't even harmonious, and they were in a state of hostility. However, the lies he had previously told the other members of the City of Silver's 6-member council believed that the Angel of Time, Amorn, had been appointed by Mr. Fool to cast the first light on the people of the forsaken land of the gods. It was because he had parasitized Derek that there were all sorts of changes that led to the descent of hope. Derek wanted to explain, but he was too embarrassed to do so. That would result in too many lies, causing him to lose his image in front of the other elders of the 6-member council and the citizens of the City of Silver. Just as Miss Justice had once said, it was a social death. Finally, he chose to delay the matter. He believed that he had to show the Holy Bible to Mr. Fool first. If there was anything wrong with the description, he would definitely send down a revelation and give some suggestions. To his surprise, Mr. Fool didn't say anything and tacitly approved of the contents of the Holy Bible. Could it be that Amorn is here to ring the bell? For a moment, Derek was in a daze, feeling that it was too unbelievable. He hurriedly lowered his head and began praying to report this matter to Mr. Fool. Above the grey fog, inside Sapphira Castle. Before Klein could eliminate Amorn, the latter suddenly turned transparent and transformed into a beam of light, disappearing from the bell tower. What does this fellow want to do? If his father is the emperor and not the ancient sun god, then I can reasonably suspect that he is sending me the bell. As Klein checked if there was Amorn lurking in the bodies of the City of Silver and Moon City members, he analyzed Amorn's motives without any clues. Just as he was about to use divination to seek clues, son Derek finished his prayer. Holy Bible, Holy Bible. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he summoned the Holy Bible that the City of Silver had sacrificed to him from the junk pile. He had only flipped through a few pages before he couldn't stand the awkwardness and didn't continue reading. He put on a posture as if he didn't know that it didn't exist if he didn't pay attention to it. Of course, he wasn't careless in this aspect. He was still sufficiently cautious. In Sapphira Castle, he had used divination to confirm that the Holy Bible wouldn't bring him any harm. With this premise, he tacitly allowed the City of Silver to use this version of the Holy Bible. Slowly taking a deep breath, Klein stretched out his right hand and flipped through the scriptures in front of him. The muscles on his face gradually twitched, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up a little. Klein flipped faster and faster. Finally, he saw the last page. Pa. Klein suddenly closed the Fool's Holy Bible and threw it back into the junk pile. After the miracle in Moon City, yes, the potion has been mostly digested. The Marionette City will have to step onto the stage of history. Klein expressionlessly examined his condition and nodded indiscernibly. Ever since he had gained initial control of Sapphira Castle, he could also obtain feedback from the real world. P.S. Update before making changes. Chapter 1363. As for the Marionette Town, Klein had long been thinking about how to build it. He already had 3 preliminary plans. If he eliminated the interference of external factors, his best choice was to make the Marionette Town rise overnight in a particular country in the northern continent. Then, it would be connected to the surrounding cities through railways, rivers, and roads. This way, a large number of outsiders would arrive in the Marionette Town every day, and they would have a very strong interaction with the surrounding areas. On the one hand, the towns that didn't have any affiliated villages would definitely buy grains, salt, cloth, ores, sugar, and other necessities from other places. On the other hand, it would also have its own products that could be sold to the surrounding cities, towns, and villages. Under such circumstances, merchants, laborers, tourists, and other groups would frequently come and go. At the same time, they would have a lot of interaction with the residents of the Marionette Town. Under the influence of all kinds of strong interactions, it wouldn't take long for the Marionette Town to give birth to a corresponding region in the spirit world. When the residents' fate trajectories became detailed and real, Klein could consume the potion to advance to sequence 1 attendant of mysteries. The entire process would probably take no more than 3 months. But the problem was that this plan couldn't be kept a secret. In the present era, it was impossible to hide the sudden appearance of a town somewhere. Soon, government employees, police, and reporters would come to investigate. And the various strong interactions that followed would also make more and more people know about the city and understand it. This was a problem that couldn't be resolved through illusions, unless the Marionette Town didn't interact with the surrounding cities, towns, and villages, or had very little interaction. However, that was contrary to the requirements of the ritual. When the news of the Marionette Town spread, Klein would undoubtedly be targeted by Zaratul, Amorn's true body, and other enemies. When that happened, destruction would definitely be easier than protection. He could only bring his Marionette Town to another location. This would cause the interactions in the early stages to be ineffective, just like what the dark demonic wolf had experienced. Therefore, Klein only came up with such a plan. He basically wouldn't choose it unless a visionary was willing to provide help, making all the living beings in the northern and southern continents believe that there was indeed a town there and that it hadn't suddenly appeared. Considering the various external factors and the beyonder powers he had, Klein's safest choice was to build the Marionette Town on an uninhabited island that deviated from the safe sea route and was sufficiently hidden. He would then use Sapphira Castle to make anti-divination and anti-prophecy arrangements. At the same time, Klein would rely on the curtain to graft a certain node of the roads, rivers, and railways outside the Marionette Town, making it one of the stops on a certain person's journey. This couldn't be completely kept a secret, but once the strange phenomenon spread, It might attract the attention of Zaratul and Amorn. Then, he could easily remove the original grafting and change the entrance without any pattern. Under such a strategy, only the entrance would be moved, not the marionette town itself. The effects of the marionette town. The effects of marionette town would have marionette town. Of course, there was also a big problem with this plan. The area of interaction was limited, and it could not have a deep impact on daily life. In addition, the frequency and intensity of interaction would not be too high. If he chose this option, it would mean that Klein would have to spend more than half a year or even more than a year on the ritual. If he wanted to be safe and forced every marionette's fate to have a beginning and an end, the ritual would take at least 50 years. However, there was a shortcut. After the other requirements of the ritual were met, he could directly give the town a meteorite, an earthquake, or a volcanic eruption, allowing all the marionette's fates to reach an end at the same time. This kind of situation also existed in reality, and it was quite reasonable. Between the radical and conservative plans, Klein had a plan that was in the middle. That was to replicate a particular city and make the marionettes correspond to the residents of that city. Then, the evil ones would directly wipe out the city and replace it with their marionette town. The benevolent ones would hide the city and ensure the supply of resources. The reason why the target city wasn't transformed was that it had a corresponding region in the spirit world. It wasn't newly born, so it didn't meet the requirements of the ritual. With the curtain formed by the attendant of mysteries beyond a characteristic, Klein had a better choice, grafting a certain stage of the city onto his marionette town. This way, it was equivalent to his marionette town becoming the dark side of the city. Outsiders who entered during the corresponding period of time would encounter marionettes and not real people. After that period of time was over, they would leave the marionette town and return to reality to interact with real people. During this process, Klein would also send marionettes to act as outsiders and maintain interaction with the corresponding real person, allowing the true outsiders to seamlessly connect to the real person when they returned to reality. In other words, there were two lives happening in the same city at the same time, but no one could notice it. Occasionally, someone would feel that a particular detail wasn't right, but there was no way to explain it and ignore it. This was rather in line with the characteristic of mysteries, and it had a certain degree of concealment. Of course, this plan also had its own problems. It was that the fate of a marionette highly simulated the fate of a real person. Without its own independence, it would cause certain aspects of the ritual to fail to meet expectations. Tap, tap, tap. Klein tapped the edge of the long mottled table with his fingers, hesitating between the second and third plan. After a few minutes, he followed his heart's will and chose the second plan. He would rather spend more time than affect the fate of the innocent. Back then, Zaratul and Antigonus most likely chose the third plan. Klein sighed and prepared to return to reality. At this moment, he looked at the junk pile again and considered if he should send a revelation to get the City of Silver to change some of the descriptions in the Holy Bible. To a deity, the Holy Bible wasn't something too important. Its greatest use was to facilitate proselytizing and increase the number of anchors. On this point, Klein had long come to a conclusion from the Holy Bible of the Orthodox churches such as the Revelation of Evernite and the Book of Storms. Most of the content was about exalting the Orthodox gods, bragging, and showing benevolence and pity. If it was said that in ancient times, the believer's image of the deities would indeed have a certain negative impact on the deities, then with symbols replacing the statues, there was no longer such a hidden danger. At the very least, the Evernite goddess, the Lord of Storms, and the other deities had openly declared that they were a part of the original creator. They weren't worried that this would accelerate the awakening of the original will in their bodies. In other words, if there really was a problem in this aspect, Klein believed that the Evernite goddess would have definitely changed the corresponding description. From being an eye of the original creator to a child born from him, this would also have a very high status. At the same time, the acknowledgement of certain matters by believers wouldn't cause a burden on the deity in the sense of mysticism. Otherwise, Amorn would have long secretly helped Klein, or rather, Sapphira Castle, prepare a batch of believers and induce them to form the understanding that the Angel of Time was the incarnation of the Lord of the Mysteries. Then, with the instinctive response that met the requirements, he could establish a sufficient connection with Sapphira Castle and open a back door. To deities, apart from the need to proselytize, there were only two important parts to the Holy Bible. First, the description of the deity's authority and honorific name. If there was a mistake, it would cause the believer's prayers to be directed to the wrong unknown target. Not only would this be dangerous for the believers, but it would also cause the deity to lose its anchor. Second, the description of other churches could easily lead to conflict. As for things related to angels and saints, deities actually didn't care too much about them. What they cared about were the angels and saints themselves. This was because they needed to obtain a certain anchor. Therefore, the various Holy Bible's descriptions of angels and saints were sufficiently detailed. They had authority and honorific names, making it easy for different believers to choose and substitute them. In addition, this wasn't enough to form a stable anchor, because it was covered under the faith of deities. In order to resolve this problem, the Orthodox churches would assign different guardian angels and saints to different cathedrals, accurately delineating the boundaries. It was precisely because of this understanding that Klein had never placed much importance on the Holy Bible. After flipping through the part that described his authority and honorific name, he was so embarrassed that he didn't want to continue reading. He only used divination to confirm that there wouldn't be a conflict with the Orthodox churches. After some consideration, he gave up on the idea of directly making the City of Silver change the Holy Bible and decided to use a gentler method. In the exchange with Tarot, through the world German Sparrow, he induced Sun to adjust his understanding of the Angel of Time to lean towards Palez Zoroast. Without arousing the City of Silver's suspicions, he allowed the corresponding content to be changed. In Bayam, Verdu Abraham had gained a lot of mysticism knowledge from several Beyonder circles. He lit the gas wall lamp and read the book carefully in the dark. As he flipped to the end, he suddenly read a piece of news that he had never heard of before. Banzi Harbor is a place filled with mysticism powers. The connection between it and the spirit world's astral world is unimaginable. Even though the Church of the Storm directly destroyed the harbor, it wasn't able to completely eliminate the abnormalities of its existence. Many mysticism researchers are purchasing items related to Banzi at high prices. Banzi. Verdu muttered to himself silently. He suddenly had a strong interest in the harbor. He began to consider if he should purchase some items from Banzi and study them in depth. After all, the spirit world was related to teleportation. The astral world and cosmos were related to wandering. They could all be related to Mr. Dor Bethel Abraham's escape. Perhaps, if there's a chance, I can go to Banzi to take a look. Verdu nodded indiscernibly. P.S. Update first before making changes. Chapter 1364. The preparations for creating a marionette town were rather boring and complicated. At the very least, that was what Klein believed. In the huge ancient palace, Klein sat on the high-back chair belonging to the fool. He held a fountain pen and wrote the name, age, and fate of every marionette on ordinary paper. At the same time, he let worms of spirit bore out of his body and reformed into avatars beside him. Some of these Klein sat on the ground, while others occupied the 21 seats other than the fool. Some conjured a bed and lay down on it. Then, they took out different books from the junk pile and started to read them seriously. The books included but were not limited to How to Brew Wine Train Dispatching Complete Guide to Making Dessert Self-Cultivation of Clergy Gas Wall Lamps, Gas Meters, and all kinds of household machinery repair manual Desi Delicacies Port Management Practices Basics of Law Ladies Aesthetics Magazine. These were the professional knowledge that different marionettes needed to grasp. Only by doing so could they play their roles well, allowing them to be realistic in every aspect. Even if they had a deep conversation and interaction with outsiders, they wouldn't expose any problems. If it was just to memorize this knowledge, it wouldn't be difficult for Klein, but he had to truly grasp it and be able to apply it. Furthermore, he couldn't confuse his roles. He couldn't let a burly and well-paid switcher blurt out the moisturizing effects of certain skincare products or the flaws of certain silk fabrics. If such a situation were to happen in novels, plays, or operas, it might create a strange attraction, but in reality, it would clearly be distorted, making it unfavorable for the advancement of the ritual. In order to avoid such problems, Klein could only put in more effort in the early stages. He wanted to make every character in the marionette town real, well-rounded, and appropriate. Fortunately, there weren't many people in a town who needed to grasp the corresponding professional knowledge. Most of the residents were semi-illiterate, or even truly illiterate. They relied on their experience to live, leading a muddle-headed life. For these characters, the content that Klein needed to learn was relatively less. He was just like the workers who went to the assembly line without any training. After an unknown period of time, Klein put down his fountain pen, rubbed his temples, and heaved a long sigh of relief. He had finally compiled the information on nearly 5,000 residents of the marionette town, and the corresponding knowledge was nearly complete. It's like I'm directing a huge movie. Furthermore, I'm the scriptwriter, the lighting designer, the makeup artist, and all the actors. If this ceremony continues, I'll really be on the verge of losing control. If I'm not careful, I'll have a split personality and fall into the abyss of madness. Thankfully, I have a competent psychiatrist. Yes, I have to pay attention to a problem in the marionette town's operations. Although I'm a polite and cultured gentleman, most of the residents in a town are of the lowest rung. Be it their words or actions, they tend to be vulgar. I can't hold back when acting, or I won't be able to break through the psychological barrier. As Klein sighed silently, he made the avatars around him disintegrate into worms of spirit, allowing them to burrow back into his body. Of course, this wasn't all. There was still Klein, who maintained his previous state, preparing to take his turn at Sapphira Castle. In the next second, Klein's body returned to reality. He took out Creeping Hunger from the historical void and put it on. Then, he teleported to an island in the Berserk Sea, but it clearly deviated from the safe sea route. This was the stage he had previously chosen. This place was isolated by storms all year round. There were no traces of human activity, only a large forest and animals that relied on the forest. Klein looked around and chose an open spot. He pressed his right hand to his left chest and prayed piously. I hope that there's a city suitable for 5,000 people here. Just as he said that, Klein raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. Suddenly, the open area became extremely flat. The surrounding forest also receded a lot, providing a large number of trees, rocks, and soil. Almost at the same time, buildings rose from the ground. They were a mixture of stone and wood, and the tallest one didn't exceed 4 stories. The style was similar to the Desi Bay in the Ruin Kingdom. In the blink of an eye, residential houses, a library, a police station, a telegraph office, a municipal council, a small hospital, a candy factory, a water plant, a gas company, a steam train station, parallel railroad tracks, and plantations outside the city took shape. The streets were also paved with cement or stone bricks. Finally, beside the square in the middle of the town, a steepled cathedral emerged from the ground and stood proudly. This was a cathedral that belonged to the Evernight goddess because it had to match the setting of the city. I hope that this island has a deep water harbor. Klein didn't stop as he made his second wish. Pa. He snapped his fingers again and fulfilled his wish. Approximately 3 kilometers away from this town, a small-scale port was rapidly taking shape. There were 2 docks, 5 warehouses, a port hotel, a simple and crude restaurant, a police station, a bar, a lighthouse, and a marine barracks stationed at the port. I hope that the harbor and the town have convenient transportation. Klein made his third wish. He then raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. A cement road and a freight railroad instantly appeared between the town and the harbor. According to Klein's plan, the harbor was prepared for visitors from the sea, while the town was mainly used to deal with outsiders from the northern and southern continents. After admiring the empty city, Klein pressed down on his top hat and directly teleported to the side of the municipal square. He then walked into the cathedral he had named Saint Oriana. The cathedral's door was open, and it was dark inside. After an unknown period of time, 3 figures appeared at the door. They were a gentleman in his 30s wearing a formal suit and a bow tie, a woman with ordinary looks and a gentle expression, and a child dressed like an adult. The woman took a few steps with some difficulty and stretched her neck. Then, she smiled and reached out her hands to hold the arm of the gentleman beside her. The gentleman had a faint smile as he allowed the woman to lean against him while he reached out his right hand to hold the boy's hand. The boy skipped as he walked, appearing very lively. Their movements were a little jerky at first, but they became smoother as they walked. They passed through the square in silence. After they left, more and more people walked out of St. Oriana Cathedral. There were policemen, repairmen, gas company employees, restaurant chefs, grey-haired elders, and farmers in simple clothes. In the next hour, there was a constant stream of people coming out of the Evernite Cathedral. They either turned into different streets, headed for different places, entered different houses, or stayed in the square to enjoy the pigeon-free scenery. During this process, the number of people coming out completely exceeded the cathedral's capacity, but there seemed to be people inside. It was as though it was connected to another city. After nearly 15 minutes, the entrance of St. Oriana Cathedral finally returned to silence. However, there were rats, cockroaches, moths, ants, flies, mosquitoes, and other hidden spots. Finally, a stained glass window at the top of the cathedral opened. White pigeons flew out and landed in the middle of the square. The people who stayed there completely came to life. Some teased the pigeons, some searched for hawkers, some played the seven-string zither, and some chatted with friends with smiles on their faces. A man wearing a top hat and trench coat, holding a cane and a revolver, left the municipal square and came to the other side of the town. He stopped in front of a wooden sign. He then took out a tool and wrote the name of the town on the wooden sign, Yenin. After some thought, the man erased Yenin and wrote a new name, Utopia. Beekland, Earl of Hall's luxurious villa. Alfred has already boarded a liner back to the northern continent. Audrey didn't hide her pleasant surprise. It was already September 1352. In the past half a year, Audrey didn't spend too much effort to get her father to give up on the idea of returning to East Chester County for the first half of the year. This was because Beekland and Constant were in urgent need of reconstruction. The kingdom's politics also needed a new balance. Earl of Hall had too many things to deal with, so he wasn't in the mood to take a vacation. Therefore, when Earl of Hall was in a dilemma, she just needed to take the initiative to mention that she was willing to stay in Beekland and return to East Chester County in the second half of the year. Audrey would be able to make things develop as she had expected, and she would be praised. And the psychological alchemy didn't rush her. From then on, the Psychological Alchemy Council had held a total of 3 meetings, mainly to exchange their research results and all kinds of information in the area under their jurisdiction. Marham Greed had only asked about the clues regarding the Mind Dragon twice. Frankly speaking, if Mr. Fool hadn't warned Audrey to pay attention to the Raging Rabbit and the easily forgotten president, she definitely would have found the council meeting interesting. Mr. Rabbit was very insightful, but now, she was as vigilant as ever. Yes, the liner has already left the harbor. Earl of Hall smiled and nodded. Once Alfred arrives in Beekland and completes the necessary socializing, we'll return to East Chester County to hunt foxes. Autumn was the best season for fox hunting. Audrey acknowledged and said, all right. As a Major General of the Army, Alfred didn't follow the Navy's fleet to Desi Bay. Instead, he brought his adjutant and squire to board a steam-powered liner that headed for Pritz Harbor. After sailing for nearly 2 days, they encountered a storm in the Berserk Sea. Amidst the violent shaking of the ship, the sailors on the observation deck saw a bit of light through binoculars. It came from a lighthouse. PS1. Yesterday, I wrote down the 3 plans in detail because I personally felt that the 3rd plan was the most interesting, but with little Kuz's personality, it's impossible for him to do it. Therefore, I could only regretfully give up on it. Therefore, I specially wrote it out for all of you to see. There's also this method that's the most mysterious. PS2. Seeking monthly recommendation votes on Monday tilde. Chapter 1365. As the liner wobbled, it passed through the storm and approached the lighthouse. A small harbor appeared in the eyes of the captain, sailors, and passengers through the gloomy curtain of rain. Before long, a man in his 30s wearing a blue uniform, holding a black umbrella, and holding a glass lantern appeared at the harbor. He used a rather standard action to command the liner to dock. "Hey, buddies, where did you come from?" the man shouted as he watched the gangway descend. After his voice was mostly swallowed by the wind and rain, It successfully reached the interior of the liner and entered Alfred's ears. "Do you know where this place is?" Alfred cautiously glanced at his adjutant and squire. He wasn't wearing his admiral's attire. Instead, he was wearing a black trench coat that was commonly seen in Beekland. His brilliant blonde hair casually hung down, and his blue eyes resembled a deep lake in the forest. The adjutant with neatly combed hair shook his head, indicating that he wasn't sure. "Then," he explained, "the storm from before made me lose my way." At this moment, the captain held an umbrella and came to the side of the ship. He replied to the man, "We set off from East Balam 2 days ago and unfortunately encountered a storm." "Which harbor is this?" The man's eyes darted around as he didn't give a direct answer. Instead, he yelled, "Wait a moment." He then turned around and ran towards the buildings near the harbor with his umbrella and lantern in hand. Such a reaction was somewhat out of the expectations of Alfred and the other passengers, but to the experienced captain and first mate, it wasn't surprising. They had encountered many unconventional incidents at many ports in the Berserk Sea. This made them rather patient as they waited for the subsequent developments. 5 or 6 minutes later, the man ran over with a girl in tow. The lady didn't hold an umbrella. She was wearing a hooded raincoat smeared with Donningsman tree sap. After the two approached the liner, under the watchful eyes of the gun-wielding sailors, they walked up the gangway to the deck. At this distance, most passengers could see their faces clearly. The man had brown hair, brown eyes, and rough skin. At first glance, one could tell that he was from the lowest rung of society. The woman was in her 20s. Her eyes were lake green, and she had long, flaxen hair. A few strands of wet hair fell on her face, giving her a sense of purity and charm. This was a rather beautiful woman with a wild temperament. "Everyone, this is Port Utopia. My name is Theodore. I'm the temporary commander of the port." As he spoke, he laughed, as if he was happy that he had invented such a powerful position. Of course, the captain knew what the so-called temporary port commander meant. He did not take the sudden happiness of this small fry to heart. He frowned slightly and said, "Utopia Port? Why haven't I heard of it?" Theodore glanced at him. "I've heard that phrase many times. If it wasn't for that storm that deserved to be kicked in the ass by a donkey, you might never have come here in your entire life." Without waiting for him to say anything else, the woman spoke first. "Port Utopia isn't on a safe sea route. Usually, only ships that understand these waters and know of this place will come to replenish their supplies. Does that mean that the main users of this port are pirates?" How could the captain not hear between the lines? And at such a time, it was a tacit agreement not to expose her to protect both parties. He grunted and said, "Yes. You are. My name is Trish." The woman smiled. "I'm the owner of the Port Hotel, and also the receptionist and waiter." She looked around and said, "I'm sorry. The storm is very strong and the ship will be very bumpy. Staying here to rest is not a very wise choice. The hotel will provide you with a stable bed, sufficient hot water, clean food, warm blankets, and an environment that reminds you of your home. It only costs 10 pence a night. I'm talking about one room. Other than that, you can also drink in the bar next door and enjoy the warm hospitality." It was obvious that this woman was here to solicit business. The captain was rather vigilant and didn't respond to her directly. "I can't make decisions for the passengers. It's their freedom to choose. Of course, as the captain, I'll stay here with my crew." Trish maintained her smile and said, "I will wait at the hotel for the guests who are willing to disembark." She seemed to have received a certain amount of education, and was not like the girls whom the crew had met in other ports, hot and shrewd, full of profanity. Just as Trish turned around and was about to return, Theodore approached her and said with a sullen face, "You should thank me for telling you the news as soon as possible." As he spoke, his right hand brushed against Trish's buttocks and pinched it fiercely. "Pa." Trish slapped his hand away, and cursed sharply, "You bastard who deserves to have your ass fucked by a donkey." She took a few quick steps and left the liner along the gangway. Theodore waved his hand and cursed with an even wider smile. What a bitch. This scene caused many of the passengers in the cabin to be moved. To them, the greatest flaw on the ship was boredom, and there were bars in the harbor. This meant that they could encounter cheap street girls. They were different from those in the northern continent or the southern continent, with local characteristics. If they were lucky or were willing to spend a lot of money, they might even be able to get that wild beauty to sleep with them. Instantly, many passengers packed their luggage and prepared to head for the harbor hotel. Upon seeing this, Alfred's aide-de-camp asked, "Admiral, are we disembarking?" Alfred slowly shook his head. "We don't know anything about this place. We have to be cautious. Staying on the ship is the best choice." The aide-de-camp didn't have any objections to this. He only asked worriedly, "What about those who have already disembarked?" "That's their choice." Alfred looked out the window without any expression. "If an accident happens, we can only protect more people, unless the matter isn't serious and can be easily resolved." With that said, he turned to look at the aide-de-camp and his squires. "Take turns keeping watch tonight to prevent any accidents." Having interacted with the Charismatic Order, Rose School, and other organizations in the southern continent, Alfred was instinctively wary of unfamiliar places. After exchanging views with the captain, Alfred lay in bed and listened to the wind lashing against the glass windows and the torrential rain lashing against the deck. He calmly prepared to sleep. At this moment, he heard a melancholic melody coming from the direction of the harbor. It seemed to come from a flute. It was intermittent in the storm, like a human whimper. Alfred was instantly immersed in the music and environment, as though he had returned to the Beekland that always appeared in his dreams. He had returned to the different emotions of his childhood's happiness and troubles. He shook his head abruptly and shook off the feeling. He realized that it wasn't a mental influence, but a reaction that a normal person would have. Alfred got out of bed and walked to the window. He used his Sheriff Beyonder powers to confirm that the music he had just heard came from the cheap hotel. It's not the guests who have disembarked the ship. Their goals are very clear, and they wouldn't be in the mood to play such a melody. There are already passengers in Utopia Harbor, or is it the boss and attendant named Tracy? If it's her, she's a lady with a story. Alfred sighed and retracted his gaze, no longer paying attention to it. Although he was curious, he didn't have any thoughts of disembarking the ship. Soon, the flute stopped, and the harbor hotel returned to silence. Nothing unexpected happened. Just like that, time ticked by. As the storm stopped, the sky gradually brightened. At 8 in the morning, the passengers who had left the ship returned one after another. All of them had weak footsteps and haggard expressions. When the sailors saw this, they immediately laughed. "The chicks here seem pretty good." The passengers shook their heads in unison, revealing looks of regret. One of them rubbed his temples and said, "The Lanty proof here isn't bad. The Lai Lang proof here is very good. It's cheaper than other places. I accidentally drank too much and fell asleep. I don't know if something happened between me and that cute girl. Sigh, the moment I woke up, the ship was about to set sail. I have no memory of what I did after getting drunk. Praise the lady. She made me lie in bed and not sleep in the rain." The other passengers echoed, expressing that they had similar experiences. Of course, everyone had different details. For example, a particular passenger praised the desserts in the cheap hotel's breakfast. As the sailors regretted not being able to drink the cheap and good Lanty proof, they began to tease the passengers. "Perhaps the person you spent the night with wasn't a chick here, but a burly man like Theodore. Anyway, you were so drunk that there's no way of knowing what happened. Haha, have a good pat on your butts." Amidst the lively atmosphere, the sailors put away the gangway, raised the sails, and let the liner set sail. After they passed through a rather gloomy region of the sea and returned to the familiar safe sea route, Alfred finally relaxed completely. He smiled at his adjutant and squire, saying, "I'm not sure if I'll be able to escape." He smiled at his adjutant and squire and said, "We can mark this place on our map and write that the liquor and desserts are pretty good. Yes, the girls have their own characteristics." After a few more days of sailing, the liner finally arrived at Desi Bay's Eskelson Harbor along the winding and safe sea route. Alfred maintained the demeanor of a noble and his social instincts. He visited the high-ranking members of the nearby military base and shared a wonderful dinner with them. When he returned to his father's holiday villa, he was surprised to find that the squire he had sent to look for information was a little pale. "What's wrong?" Alfred immediately reined in his lax demeanor. The squire suppressed his voice and said, "General, none of the kingdom's official maps have Utopia Harbor marked. P.S. Seeking monthly votes and recommendation votes on Monday tilde." Chapter 1366. When he heard the subordinate's words, Alfred immediately felt as if the temperature in the room plummeted. An indescribable chill seeped into his body, freezing his blood and bones. When the liner docked at Utopia Port, he had actually imagined the worst-case scenario. Utopia was the headquarters of a cult, and everyone there was a potentially dangerous lunatic. But now, the truth might be even worse. Utopia might not even exist. At that moment, Alfred was extremely glad that he was no longer the noble young master he was when he left Beekland. He had already accumulated rich experience and hadn't truly entered Utopia Port. Under the watchful eyes of the adjutant and squire, the Major General paced back and forth with a solemn expression. "Draft a telegram for me and report the matter of Utopia to MI9. At the same time, request the local official beyond us to immediately take action. Contact the captain and ask for the list of people who entered Utopia Harbor. If necessary, visit them one by one to confirm if there are any problems." "Yes." His adjutant immediately closed his legs and saluted in response. When the adjutant walked out of the study, Alfred said to a squire, "Bring the typewriter upstairs. I want to write a detailed report." His plan was to first use a telegram to report the key information, not delaying the initial operation, and then show more details in the form of confidential documents, providing a basis for the military higher-ups to make a judgment. On the steam locomotive platform, Wendell pressed down on his top hat with one hand and carried a suitcase with the other as he entered the second-class carriage. He was less than 30 years old, with dark sideburns and calm brown eyes. There was nothing memorable about his appearance, but he had a comfortable temperament. A few months ago, he was still an intelligence agent active in Desi Bay's Fainapota region. He had made many contributions and was now a Sequence 7 Beyonder, belonging to MI9's Internal Operations Department. Today, his purpose was to deliver a confidential document to Beekland and hand it over to the head of MI9. After sitting down, Wendell bought a newspaper from the newsboy outside the window and leisurely read it. This was only a superficial phenomenon. In reality, he began to use his Beyonder powers to sketch portraits of the passengers around him. He memorized their various characteristics and made meticulous and perfect preparations for any accidents that might happen in the future. Woo! The steam engine whistled, and the steam train clattered as it sped up. The scenery outside the window sped up one scene after another. A few hours later, Wendell looked out the window worriedly. The sky was already filled with dark clouds, and a storm was about to descend. This meant that the steam locomotive would stop at a certain station in advance and wait for the storm to pass, or even continue its journey the next morning instead of arriving at the predetermined location. To Wendell, this would cause things to deviate from his original plan. This would undoubtedly bring about more risks. However, he had no way of stopping it. He couldn't change the weather like the sea god promoted by the Rorsted Archipelago's new government. The only thing he could do was pray to the Lord of Storms. As it turned out, praying was useless most of the time. When the sky was getting darker and darker, the platform ahead had already used lights to signal for the train to slow down and stop on the spot. Woo! The steam whistle sounded again, and the train slowed down. Finally, it stopped at a platform that everyone found a little unfamiliar. In the next second, a mechanical door near the front of the train opened. The conductor stood at the entrance and shouted to the staff on the platform. "What's going on up ahead? There's a heavy storm. We can't see anything." The station staff member, whose sideburns were already turning white, replied loudly. Just as he said that, a muffled thunder sounded in the sky, causing everyone to tremble. They had a premonition that a storm was coming. "Damn it!" the conductor cursed. "Which station is this?" As it was an abnormal stop, he didn't know which station he was at. After all, the train he was in charge of didn't stop at every station along the way in the past. "Utopia. A small station. Make your own arrangement." The staff member shouted a few times before running to the other end of the platform with the glass lantern. "I have to signal the train behind me." The The conductor didn't have any doubts about the staff member's attitude because this was a normal dispatching process. Otherwise, there would be a collision between two steam locomotives. He could even conclude that the other staff members at Utopia Station were already sending telegrams to the other stations to warn them. Of course, they must have received a telegram to know that the area ahead had been enveloped by a heavy storm. Utopia. Wendell repeated the name in a low voice, but he didn't find any useful information in his mind. Of course, he didn't pay too much attention to it. This was because there were many unknown steam locomotive stations in the entire Ruin Kingdom. This was a reflection of a country's comprehensive strength. The conductor looked at the dark sky and muttered a few words before using the latest loudspeaker to speak to the passengers. A storm is approaching. The train will stop at Utopia Station until 8 in the morning tomorrow. He predicted that the storm would last until tonight. You can stay in the carriage or leave on your own. Head to the city and find an inn. Tomorrow, you just need to provide your ticket stubs to board the train again. Remember to be punctual. The conductor gave them two choices. Wendell looked at the passengers in the second-class carriage and pondered for a few seconds. He picked up his suitcase and walked out of the train. It wasn't that he couldn't accept the arduous and abnormal sleeping environment. When he was an intelligence officer, he had suffered quite a bit. He was only relying on his professionalism to judge that a carriage without sufficient passenger flow wasn't as safe as a hotel room. Of course, he could stay up all night, but this would definitely affect his condition tomorrow. Clearly, there was still a long journey tomorrow. After leaving Utopia Station, Wendell got onto a rental carriage by the side of the road and said to the carriage driver, "To the municipal square." In the Kingdom of Ruin, there was bound to be a cathedral and at least one in near the municipal square. "Sir, are we going to a hotel?" the carriage driver asked as he turned the horse around. "Yes." As a Sequence 7 Beyonder, Wendell didn't hide it. From his point of view, as long as he was in a city within the country, he could easily find a group of helpers with his identity. And his strength was enough to support him in completing this task. The best hotel in Utopia is the Red Boots. "Do you want to go there?" the carriage driver asked in a suggestive tone that all men understood. If he wasn't on a mission, Wendell wouldn't mind enjoying it. But now, he could only shake his head without hesitation. "I want a quiet hotel." "All right," the carriage driver replied in disappointment. "Then let's go to the Irises Hotel. No one will harass you." As the carriage moved forward, Wendell cast his gaze out the window and observed the situation outside. Perhaps it was because of the impending storm, the people on the road were in a hurry. Even the paperboy couldn't muster up his energy. A very small city. Wendell made a preliminary judgment from the lack of public carriages. He only saw one trackless public carriage, which meant that most places in Utopia could be reached on foot in a suitable amount of time. As he expected, in less than 10 minutes, the rental carriage stopped at the entrance of the Irises Hotel. After Wendell paid the fare, he quickly walked into the hotel before the rain fell. A crashing sound came from behind him. After checking in and putting away his luggage, Wendell rested for a while. He carried the confidential document and went to the restaurant on the first floor to enjoy dinner. He cautiously didn't order any alcoholic drinks. He ordered a cup of bubble iced tea, which was said to be a local specialty, and a fried pork chop with apple juice. As an intelligence officer who had been in and out of high society, Wendell didn't have much expectations for this dinner, but the outcome exceeded his expectations. The pork chop was tender and juicy with a rich aroma. The apple juice had a slightly sour taste and eliminated most of the grease. The bubble iced tea had a refreshing taste and was exceptionally delicious. When they paid the bill, Wendell nodded at the medium-sized waiter. "Thank the chef for me. He gave me such a wonderful dinner." The ordinary-looking waiter replied with a smile. "No problem. In all of Utopia City, the chefs of our irises are the best." Wendell didn't chat idly. He quickly returned to his room and made some arrangements to prevent others from sneaking in. Then, he fell asleep without any hesitation. He was using the time when it was relatively safe and the potential enemies didn't think it was suitable to carry out operations to sleep, freeing up the night. After an unknown period of time, Wendell was suddenly awakened by an intense commotion. He checked his pocket watch and found that it was not yet dawn. It's in the next room. A woman's voice. A man's voice. Wendell sat up and listened carefully. At first, he suspected that the man and woman were flirting, but later, he realized that it was too intense. There were even fragile items that had been thrown against the wall. A quarrel led to a fight. Just as Wendell muttered, he heard a woman's shouts, curses, and screams. Beating up women? As a ruined gentleman, although Wendell believed in the Lord of Storms and secretly discriminated against women, this didn't stop him from believing that men shouldn't be violent towards women. After 2 seconds of consideration, he decided to knock on the door and remind his neighbor to be careful. At that moment, a scream was heard. It was clearly from a man. Something heavy fell to the floor with a bang. Wendell's eyebrows twitched slightly as he keenly sensed the scent of a criminal case. He stood up, put on his coat, and went to the next room. He bent his finger and knocked twice. A few seconds later, the door creaked open. A beautiful lady with green eyes and flaxen hair appeared in front of Wendell. Her hair was messy, and her face was pale. Her light green clothes were stained with bright red blood, and she held a dagger that was dripping with blood. The lady in her early 20s mumbled for a while before speaking in a dreamy tone. "I killed someone." Chapter 1367. Wendell was no stranger to murder. He wasn't alarmed when he heard that. He calmly looked past the woman at the door and into the room. He immediately saw a man lying on the ground and saw that the man's chest was covered in blood. "Are you sure he's dead?" Wendell asked calmly. The young lady in her 20s was at a loss at first, then she answered uncertainly she replied with uncertainty, "I think. I don't know if he can still be saved. He needs to be sent to the hospital immediately." Wendell's tone sounded like he was talking to a patient's family member, not a murderer. The lady holding the bloody dagger subconsciously turned her body and made way. Wendell took a few steps forward and approached the victim. He didn't need to squat down. With a sweep of his gaze, he made a judgment from the various signs. He's indeed dead. The slightly messy woman in her 20s didn't have any obvious change in expression. She looked down at her toes and said, "Call the police." "How should I address you? How should I address you?" Wendell heard hurried footsteps coming from the stairs. Clearly, it was a waiter or the hotel owner who had heard the scream and came up to check on the situation. "Tracy." The wild and pure young lady replied in a low voice. She then fell into her own world and didn't say another word. Wendell was about to say something when the hotel owner who had helped him check in rushed to the door. "Goddess!" The elderly man couldn't help but shout when he saw the situation in the room. Wendell pressed his right hand down, indicating for him to calm down. Then, he said, "Call the police immediately. I'll watch this place." His temperament and words had a sense of trust and obedience. The hotel owner didn't dawdle at all. He immediately turned around and ran downstairs. To Wendell, he had only come to check on the situation out of a gentleman's habit. In fact, he didn't have any intention of getting involved. After all, he still had a mission on his shoulders. However, Miss Tracy's blank, detached, and cold attitude made him feel some pity. This was a normal reaction for a man. He looked around and said as if he was talking to the air, "Murder isn't always a felony. Not all murders will be judged as serious crimes. There are many situations." Tracy slowly raised her head and cast her gaze at the gentleman. Her eyes, which seemed to be lifeless and confused, were now filled with an indescribable brilliance. Wendell looked at her bruised face. "He beat you?" "Yes." The other party seemed to have some sort of authority, causing Trish, who wanted to remain silent, to finally reply. Wendell's gaze shifted down and landed on the dagger that was no longer dripping with blood. "Did you bring her here, or him?" Trish's reaction was a little slow as she replied, "Him." Wendell nodded slightly. "Legitimate defense is in accordance with the law. I can prove to the police that there was a fierce argument and a fight between the two of you. Obviously, men have a natural advantage in this aspect. I am not discriminating against women, but that is what science and experience tell us." He paused and asked, "What's the relationship between the two of you? What happened?" Trish's eyes moved a little. She recovered a little from the deep autistic state of being pulled away from reality. She seemed to be answering the police officer's question. Her eyes were filled with hope and sadness as she said, I am his mistress. At this point, Trish's face revealed a self-deprecating smile. I was once an ugly woman who chased after money to the point of losing her mind. Not long after I left grammar school, I became his mistress under his seduction. He gave me a hotel and told me to stay there, waiting for him to come or summon me every week. I gradually lost interest in this kind of life. I became more and more depressed and inferior. I wanted to return everything to him and completely get rid of him, but he didn't agree. He used all sorts of methods to threaten me, preventing me from leaving him. The last few times we met were spent arguing. Just now, he said that there was only one way to leave him, and that was death. Then, he beat me and took out a dagger. Afterward, you know what happened after that, mistress. Wendell glanced at Trace's face with regret. The traces at the scene also prove the development of the matter. He originally thought that Trish and the deceased were husband and wife, but to his surprise, their relationship was worse than he had imagined. Trish nodded blankly. Thank you. She didn't say another word. Only when the police from Utopia arrived did she break the silence. She took the initiative to raise her hands and accept the handcuffs. Wendell looked at Trish's slightly staggering steps and said to the police, take her to the hospital for a checkup first. Let's take her to check her injuries first and treat her injuries to prevent any accidents. The police didn't know why they had to listen to a witness's orders. In short, they led Trish and Wendell to the small hospital in town without any objections. As Trish was a woman, Wendell and the two police officers waited in the hospital corridor and didn't follow her in. As time passed, Wendell saw a pregnant woman being rushed to the delivery room. There seemed to be something wrong and she needed surgical help. After a while, he heard the sound of a baby crying. It was the announcement of a new life coming to this world. At this moment, Trish happened to come out. Do you feel it? The beauty of life, Wendell said seriously to Trish. Trish's expression was clearly moved when she heard the baby's cry amidst the wind and rain. Her face had been wiped, and she looked very clean. After a few seconds, Trish snapped back to her senses and nodded at Wendell. Thank you. This time, she wasn't as numb, dull, and autistic. Wendell secretly heaved a sigh of relief and followed her to the police station to record a statement. After doing what he had to do, Wendell walked to the side of the street and prepared to take a rental carriage back to the Irises Hotel. However, in this stormy night, there wasn't a single pedestrian or carriage to be seen on the road. This is the disadvantage of a small city. It's not convenient enough, Wendell muttered softly. Wendell muttered as he opened the umbrella he had brought with him when he left the house. After getting his bearings, he returned to the Irises Hotel. As a former sheriff, he had the ability to remember the routes he had taken in mysticism. He wasn't worried about getting lost in an unfamiliar city. At this moment, the storm had lessened a lot, but the strong winds were still raging. They blew past, bringing with them the rain as they slapped at Wendell's body. Wendell couldn't help but raise his right hand to block his chest. The confidential document was hidden in the inside of his clothes. Even when Wendell slept, he would keep the document close to his body, preventing it from separating from him. For this, he had already developed a habit. As long as he reminded himself in advance, he wouldn't turn over after falling asleep. Utopia wasn't a big town. Wendell walked for about 15 minutes before he saw the Irises Hotel. At this moment, his top hat and clothes were wet from the strong wind. This made him a little worried. He was worried that the confidential document would be damaged by the water. Strictly speaking, I've already violated the rules of carrying out a mission, but how can I not help a lady like her? This is the upbringing a gentleman should have. Wendell was slightly vexed, but he didn't regret it at all. After entering the room, he immediately took off his coat, took out the document, and placed it on the table. The paper bag outside the document had obvious signs of soaking. There were a few places that seemed like they would tear if he touched them with any force. Wendell immediately rang the bell and summoned a waiter. He asked for a coal stove, hoping to raise the temperature in the room and speed up the drying of the sealed document bag. In the process of waiting, he realized that there was no sense of silence around him at all. It seemed that because of the screams and the arrival of the police, the residents here and nearby residents had woken up and had yet to fall asleep. The howling wind had weakened significantly. In the pitter-patter of the rain, Wendell heard the cries of a child, the arguments of a husband and wife, the sound of a wood-sawing violin, intermittent sobbing, footsteps walking back and forth upstairs, and discussions that were sometimes hushed and sometimes uncontrollable. He didn't feel sentimental about this lively scene. He just felt that they were so noisy that he couldn't calm down. After a while, the waiter brought over a coal stove with charcoal added to it. Wendell relaxed a little and casually asked, "Do you know that Miss Trish just now?" The skinny waiter shook his head. "I don't know him." He then added, "I heard that she is indeed a local, but I have been living in the plantation outside the city before this year." "What do you know about her?" Wendell subconsciously asked. "She comes to our hotel 3 to 5 times a month with the dead man." The waiter suddenly sighed. "She's not happy at all." Wendell was silent for a few seconds. He sent the waiter away and sat back at the table. Time passed, and the bag outside the confidential document gradually dried up. At this moment, the interior and exterior of the hotel had become relatively quiet. Only the sound of the dripping rain and the wind from the rustling windows could be heard. The energetic Wendell recalled everything that had happened before and sighed for Miss Trish's life. He picked up the document bag and flipped through it. At this moment, he noticed that the lower part of the envelope was slightly damaged, and the paper inside could be vaguely seen. Wendell frowned, knowing that he was about to be punished. Of course, the punishment wouldn't be too severe. This was because if the confidentiality requirements of the document were high enough, he wouldn't have been the only one to escort it. Wendell had originally planned on maintaining the current state and showing the damage to the other party. However, as he swept his gaze, he saw a word on the document through the hole, Utopia. Wendell tensed up and felt the sound of the wind and rain outside suddenly stop. Chapter 1368. Why would the confidential document I'm escorting mention Utopia? What's so special about this place? Thoughts flashed through Wendell's mind as a buzzing sound echoed in his ears. At that moment, he felt like he had just relaxed after overworking his brain. It was as though he was about to fall sick. Wendell quickly forced himself to calm down and carefully recalled his experiences after coming to Utopia. He realized that there were no problems with the details of everything. They were all things that could happen in daily life. The only thing that made him worried was that his arrival was too coincidental. It was common for steam locomotives to stop at a station due to a storm, but it was definitely not a coincidence that the station they stopped at was related to the confidential document in his hands. Wendell stared at the confidential document on the table with a solemn expression, hesitating if he should open it and read it carefully. Perhaps it only mentioned Utopia in passing, and my actions would be a serious violation of internal affairs. Perhaps this is the report of a certain intelligence agent after secretly investigating Utopia. The contents inside will determine whether I survive or die to a certain extent. After struggling for a while, Wendell looked at the dark night outside the window and reached out for the document. Only by staying alive can I consider whether I should be punished. Having made up his mind, Wendell quickly opened the paper bag and flipped through the machine-printed document inside. As he read, his hands trembled slightly. He felt a chill run down his back. Even the burning furnace couldn't save him. No matter how he interpreted it, the confidential report in his hands showed that there was a problem with Utopia. There was a problem with the entire town. This might not be a town that existed in the real world. Wendell felt his mouth go dry. It was as though he could hear the footsteps of death dragging its scythe as it slowly approached him. He instinctively wanted to get up, but in the end, he controlled himself and didn't blindly react. This was because he felt that in the darkness outside the window, in the room upstairs, and in the corridor by the door, there were pairs of eyes watching him. What should I do? Up to now, nothing abnormal has happened. This means that if I don't know anything, it's possible for me to safely welcome dawn. I've read a lot of information that shows that rashly showing that I already know that the surrounding environment is strange will only cause the danger to erupt ahead of time. However, I can't do nothing and place my fate on luck. Wendell recalled the various dangers he had experienced and quickly made a decision. He was prepared to return to the steam locomotive immediately and leave Utopia to a certain extent. At the very least, most of the people there were normal people, while the city was filled with danger. Of course, it was impossible for Wendell to rush back just like that. He had to make himself appear normal enough, as if he had left the hotel in the middle of the night and returned to the steam locomotive station for other reasons. Amidst his thoughts, Wendell put away the confidential report and calmly stood up. He put on his coat and top hat. Then, with his suitcase in one hand and his umbrella in the other, he calmly walked to the door and turned the handle. At this time, the corridor was dark, with only a few gas wall lamps on both sides emitting a dim light. It was so quiet that one could hear a needle drop on the ground, adding a touch of humanity to the environment. When Wendell stepped into the corridor, the wooden floorboards beneath his feet creaked slightly. This was so obvious in the extremely cold and silent night that it spread far and wide. Frowning slightly, Wendell pretended to walk forward and approached the staircase in the middle of the corridor. He walked without any scruples. He did not feel like he was hiding at all. Seeing that the staircase was getting closer and closer, he suddenly heard a creaking sound behind him. "Sir, where are you going?" A slightly stuttering male voice entered Wendell's ears. Wendell's body froze. He slowly turned back and saw the wooden door of the service room open. An attendant walked out and stood in the shadows of the door. He quickly smiled and said calmly, "I left something important on the steam locomotive. I left something important on the steam locomotive. I'm afraid that someone will take it away, so I have to return now." At this point, he complained softly, "There was a murder in the hotel. I don't want to stay here any longer. I can't sleep at all. I'm very sorry." The attendant bowed slightly in response. "I won't publicize this matter." Wendell nodded as he promised. Without staying any longer, he turned around and walked towards the stairs. Perhaps it was because the night was dim, but he walked very carefully. Every step he took felt like he was walking on the edge of a cliff. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Wendell, who had been wary of the attendant behind him, finally returned to the first floor. At this moment, there was no one in the hotel lobby. All the items were hidden in the darkness. The faint light outside illuminated their blurry silhouettes, making them look like monsters that were about to devour someone. Wendell looked ahead, passed through the dark lobby, and arrived at the door. Just as he pushed open the door and walked out, he suddenly heard a rustling sound behind him. It sounded like a mouse was moving, but it also sounded like someone was approaching him with light footsteps. The back of Wendell's head went numb, but he resisted the urge to run. He looked up at the sky, which had stopped raining, as if nothing had happened. Then, he took a deep breath of the cold and clear air, identified his direction, and walked towards the steam locomotive station. His pace gradually quickened. He looked like he was a little afraid of the night and couldn't wait to end this journey. As he walked, Wendell saw a signboard from the corner of his eye. "Utopia Telegraph Office." Telegraph office. Perhaps I can try to sneak in and send an emergency telegram to the headquarters in Beekland and the Eskelson military base. That way, I can hope for the demigods to rescue me. If I'm really trapped here and can't leave, this is the only way to save myself. With a thought, Wendell took a few steps diagonally and arrived at the entrance of the Utopia Telegraph Office. He wasn't in a hurry to find a place to sneak in. Instead, he focused and listened to the movements inside. Then, he heard intermittent, rather heavy breathing. This made Wendell sometimes feel that there was no one inside, and sometimes, he felt that there was more than one person inside. Suddenly, the sound of breathing completely stopped. At that instant, all the hairs on Wendell's body stood on end. His intuition told him that there was a figure standing quietly behind the door of the telegraph office. Without any hesitation, Wendell immediately gave up on the idea of sending a telegram. He passed through the door and continued forward. For the rest of the journey, even a gust of wind made Wendell tremble in fear, afraid of encountering unknown dangers. Just like that, time passed bit by bit in Wendell's torment. Finally, he returned to the steam locomotive station and saw that the door was tightly shut, preventing him from entering. This didn't pose a problem for Wendell. He first handed the umbrella to his left hand, which was carrying his luggage. Then, he circled to the side and found a wall. With a press of his palm, he leaped into the air and easily flipped over. After landing firmly on the ground, Wendell heaved a sigh of relief and walked towards the platform at a moderate pace. At this moment, an almost inaudible sound of footsteps came from behind him. "What are you doing here?" A deep and hoarse voice sounded. Wendell's toes tightened as cold sweat broke out on his back. He didn't hesitate. As he prepared to attack at any moment, he turned his body stiffly to the back. The first thing he saw was a classical glass lantern, followed by the staff member at the platform. Wendell heaved a sigh of relief and grumbled, "That's right. As a gentleman, I have to try my best to avoid scaring others." "I'm not a gentleman," the staff member replied in an unfriendly manner. "I'm not a gentleman," the staff member replied in an unfriendly manner. Wendell casually pointed to a corner of the platform. "I'm going to the washroom." He had long observed the environment and layout of the platform. Then, "Why are you here?" the staff member pressed. "I'm lost," Wendell answered succinctly. Then, he ignored the other party and walked towards the washroom on the platform. Behind him, the staff member watched silently and did not speak. This gave Wendell a lot of psychological pressure, but he maintained a steady pace very well. In the washroom, under the illumination of the gas wall lamp, Wendell took nearly a minute to relieve the tension in his body and successfully peed. After returning to the steam locomotive, Wendell finally found a sense of security as he looked at the passengers sleeping in different spots in the carriage. In the next few hours, he didn't sleep and focused on guarding against any accidents. Just as Wendell's perception of the passage of time became sluggish, the sky lit up bit by bit, dispersing the darkness. In the next 2 hours, the passengers who had gone to Utopia returned one after another. Some bought a bottle of famous local red wine, while others looked haggard, as if they had a hangover or had been beaten up. Wendell was filled with wariness towards them, but he couldn't discover any abnormalities from the details. Whoosh! Finally, the steam locomotive's whistle sounded, and the steam locomotive turned slowly and heavily. Amidst the reverberating sounds, the train left Utopia station. After that, they experienced another gloomy sky. Fortunately, there was no storm. The sun quickly pierced through the clouds and illuminated the land. To Wendell, all of this was normal. It had been the same ever since he arrived at Utopia last night. If not for the confidential report being hidden in his arms, he definitely wouldn't have believed that there would be any problems with Utopia. When the steam locomotive arrived at the next station, which was also a familiar station, Wendell finally relaxed. His head throbbed with pain, and he felt as if he had expended too much energy. At this moment, he quickly reviewed his experience in Utopia. As he recalled, Wendell suddenly sat up straight. When he had used the excuse of going to the washroom last night, he had been carrying a suitcase and umbrella. He didn't look like a passenger who had temporarily disembarked from the steam locomotive. As for the staff member at the platform, he didn't notice this. Or rather, he had already discovered it, but he didn't expose it for some unknown reason. Chapter 1369. All of a sudden, the muscles on Wendell's back tensed up, as though he was about to explode. He was alarmed and suspicious. A few guesses flashed through his mind uncontrollably. The residents of Utopia are all monsters in human skin. They usually look very normal, but as long as they encounter a logical blind spot, they will show a side that's different from ordinary people and ignore the obvious problems. Or could it be that the station staff had already discovered that I was lying, but they weren't willing to deal with me, so they deliberately pretended not to see it and let me go? Why is that so? Yes, carrying my suitcase to the washroom can be explained as me being afraid of losing my luggage. However, the entire platform is sheltered, so there's no need to take out an umbrella in advance. Besides, the rain has long stopped. Wendell subconsciously looked out the window and saw the sun shining brightly on the platform. One passenger after another was waiting behind the police line in an orderly manner. It was completely different from the gloomy feeling that Utopia gave off. Phew! He exhaled, and his body suddenly relaxed a little. This isn't Utopia. I've already left. Wendell muttered to himself as he wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. When he recalled his oversight, It was as though he had fallen into a nightmare that he couldn't wake up from. After a while, Wendell stood up and decided to go to the platform to smoke a cigarette to ease his mood. The tobacco comforted him very well, making him recall his experiences in Utopia. During this process, he had an inspiration for his encounter. Maybe it was because I helped Trish sincerely that the staff at the station ignored my question and let me go? Compared to the residents of Utopia being monsters in human skin, Wendell was more willing to accept this explanation. At this moment, he saw the conductor talking to a group of people in a corner from the corner of his eye. Wendell inconspicuously took a few steps closer to hear what they were saying. With his extraordinary hearing, he vaguely heard a conversation from a distance that wouldn't arouse suspicion. Last night, platform. Utopia, the kingdom, doesn't have it. Please keep it a secret. Wendell's eyebrows twitched slightly. Combined with the description of the documents in his arms, he roughly understood what the group of people were saying to the conductor. They were saying that there was no Utopia station in the kingdom, and the steam locomotive's status last night was missing. At that moment, Wendell felt a strong sense of lingering fear. He felt that being able to leave Utopia alive was his greatest fortune. It took Alfred nearly a week to return to Beekland from Port Escland. This was because he had visited the families of his fallen comrades, his former friends, his elders who had returned to their fiefdoms for vacation, and some of his family's business partners. This is more tiring than participating in a battle, Alfred complained to his father, Earl of Hall. Earl of Hall smiled and pointed to the staircase. Let's go back to the room and rest for a while. We'll talk in the study later. He was quite satisfied with his second son's mental state and growth progress. Alfred looked around and asked with a smile, "What's the matter? Where is the most dazzling gem in Beekland?" He paused for a moment, then added, "Don't worry. And where's Hibbert?" Earl of Hall smiled and said, "Audrey went to her foundation and only returned in the afternoon. Audrey went to her foundation and will only be back in the afternoon. She has been complaining that you can't provide a definite itinerary, so she has no way of knowing when you will arrive. Hibbert is now the cabinet secretary. He's very busy." Alfred nodded and didn't say anything else. He returned to his room to take a shower and changed into a shirt, vest, and formal suit. "I prefer East Balam's casualness," he said to his adjutant with a smile as he looked in the mirror. "This makes you look more like a noble," his adjutant said as he handed over the document in his hand. "General, this is from MI9. MI9? Alfred thoughtfully destroyed the seal on the document bag. "There's the results of the Utopia investigation so soon?" Before he could finish his sentence, he had already taken out the document and flipped through it. During this process, Alfred's flipping of the pages became slower and slower. In the end, he went back to the beginning and read it again. The main content of the investigation report was divided into two parts. First, the members of MI9 who had escorted Alfred's report had mistakenly entered Utopia and witnessed a murder. They had forcefully escaped in the middle of the night and returned to the steam locomotive. Second, there wasn't a Utopia station on any of the train routes from Desi Bay to Beekland. There was also no Utopia port in the Berserk Sea. Subsequent investigations didn't find any traces. Neither of these two situations was beyond Alfred's tolerance. What surprised and stunned him was the culprit in the murder case. Her name was Trish, the owner of a hotel. She had received secondary education and graduated from a grammar school. Later, she became the mistress of a businessman and had recently been trying to escape this identity. This was rather consistent with the owner of the hotel, Trish, whom Alfred had met. Every detail matched. Therefore, Alfred determined that the murderer was Trish, the beauty who had received a certain level of education and who played melancholic music at night. "Is this the story behind her?" Alfred muttered to himself. This made the residents of that Utopia seem abnormally real, and not just an illusion as Alfred had imagined. In other words, after the outsiders left, the residents of Utopia still had their own lives. They had their own love, hatred, pain, and sorrow, as well as all kinds of experiences. Apart from Utopia, which didn't seem to exist in the real world, it was similar to an ordinary town in the Kingdom of Ruin. Perhaps Utopia really exists, and everyone there is real. However, if I want to enter it, I have to be at the right place at the right time. Alfred nodded indiscernibly and sighed as he put away the investigation report from MI9. As far as he was concerned, this matter was over. He had no intention of delving deeper into the investigation. After all, there were countless strange things and phenomena in the southern continent. If he was too curious, it would only bring him unimaginable danger. After tidying up his clothes and emotions, Alfred came to his father's study and knocked on the embossed door. "Please come in." Earl of Hall's voice sounded. Alfred combed his blonde hair, pushed the door open, and found a seat. Earl of Hall smiled at him. "I'm a man now." "No one would say such a thing to a man," Alfred replied without the slightest reservation. "In my heart, you're still that rebellious youth." Earl Hall smiled and said, "You're already a Sequence 5 Beyonder." Alfred replied with a double meaning, "Yes, I am already a true knight." Earl of Hall nodded and suddenly sighed. "You must have experienced a lot of pain. As far as I know, no matter if it's magic potions or war, they will bring serious harm to people, both physically and mentally. Everyone has a lot of pain in their life," Alfred said with a sigh. He used ruin euphemism. After a pause, he added, "Compared to when I left Beekland, I'm in a better state now. As long as I grasp the method, I don't need to worry too much about crazy breakthroughs at my level." Earl of Hall didn't mention this matter again. He said, "Your sister has also become a Beyonder." "Oh." Alfred was first alarmed before he recalled something. He said with some annoyance, "I thought it was really just a simple change in her hobbies. From the looks of it, Audrey's adventure has received your help." Earl of Hall said in enlightenment, "I hope you can talk to her and tell her how dangerous, crazy, and painful the path of sequence potions is. Let her stay at her current level." Alfred replied without hesitation, "I'll do it." In the evening, in Audrey's private study. "Alfred, why are you looking for me?" Audrey, who had changed into casual clothes, led Susie and opened the door for her brother. She had been waiting for her brother for a few minutes. "There's something I want to remind you of." Alfred walked into the study and casually pulled a chair to sit down. Audrey smiled faintly and pointed at the huge golden retriever. "Do you need me to let Susie out?" Looking at the golden retriever that was obediently squatting by the side with eyes filled with humanity, Alfred couldn't help but laugh. "There's no need. I don't think it will eavesdrop on our conversation." Audrey casually corrected him. When the noblewoman sat opposite him, Alfred sincerely sighed in his heart, "You're right." After not seeing her for a few years, his sister was no longer immature. Be it her looks or bearing, they had reached a level that left him in awe. She was no longer the little girl of the past. Alfred retracted his gaze and asked casually, "I heard that you've become a Beyonder?" "Yes." Audrey nodded calmly. Alfred had originally planned on asking what sequence she was at, but after some thought, he felt that it would be too direct and could easily lead to a backlash. Alfred originally planned on asking what his sequence was, but after some thought, he felt that it would be too direct and could easily cause a backlash. Hence, he deliberated over his words. "You should be a Beyonder from the spectator pathway, right? The rainbow salamander was a gift from Alfred to his sister, right?" The rainbow salamander was a gift from Alfred to his sister. After waiting for Audrey to give him an affirmative answer, Alfred asked in a joking tone, "Can you do therapy in the psychological field now? Most Beyonders, including me, need help in this area." "Oh, I forgot to tell you. I'm already a Sequence 5 disciplinary paladin of the Arbiter pathway." Audrey pursed her lips and smiled. "I'm a qualified psychiatrist. I've received professional training. You can verify this with Daddy and Mommy. Already a Sequence 7. Alfred's expression gradually turned solemn. "Audrey, there's something I need to remind you of. The potion doesn't just bring you power." Having said that, he paused and observed his sister's reaction. He realized that Audrey wasn't impatient at all. She was listening very seriously. Every potion contains madness that can lead to loss of control. I've seen similar situations before, more than once. It happens to my enemies, and it also happens to my friends. No group is immune. Alfred combined his experiences in East Balam and explained the dangers of the potion in detail. During this process, he realized that not only was his sister, Audrey, listening attentively, but Susie was also very quiet. Chapter 1370. MI9's office building was located on Bellotto Street in West Borough. It was an inconspicuous 3-story building. There wasn't any sign at the door that indicated its identity. There was only a simple sign hanging on the door. The core of this office building was underground, and the upper floors were mainly filled with civilian staff. Of course, most of the Beyonders belonging to MI9 wouldn't go underground for no reason. The environment there wasn't good, and the atmosphere was oppressive. It was possible for an accident to happen at any time due to improper supervision of a sealed artifact. Zio was currently the deputy team leader of the domestic security and counterespionage team. She was directly in charge of a sizable team of Beyonders and was responsible for handling espionage cases related to inties in Beekland. There's a mission here. Her superior, the deputy director of MI9 and the leader of the domestic security and counterespionage team, Lieutenant General Pantek, picked up a document and handed it across the desk. Is it urgent? Zio reached out to take it and asked cautiously. Lieutenant General Pantek was a typical old ruin man with a rather receding hairline. He picked up a white porcelain coffee cup and took a sip. It's not urgent. Low danger level. In fact, this mission will be issued to all members, hoping that someone will be lucky enough to complete it. Such a description exceeded Zio's expectations, but she didn't open the document on the spot. Instead, she directly replied, I'll inform my team members. After leaving Lieutenant General Pantek's office, Zio returned to her room. When she threw her body into her seat, she seemed to hide. After quickly scanning the document in her hand, Zio roughly understood why the deputy director had said that. The utopia that needed to be investigated didn't seem to be anywhere in the northern and southern continents, nor was it on any of the known islands in the 5 seas. In the past 2 weeks, many people had entered the so-called utopia, but their methods and locations were completely different. Some had arrived in the Sonia Sea near the Berserk Sea during a terrifying storm. Some had arrived in the middle section of the railway from Desi Bay to Beekland. They had mistakenly stopped in that city due to a heavy rainstorm. Some were in Civilaus County and entered because they got lost. Up to now, no one has been injured or mentally affected by entering Utopia. It's no wonder that Deputy Director Pantek said that the danger level is very low. In addition, there's no way to summarize the current situation. It's difficult to find the true location of Utopia, so there's no way to specially send people in to investigate. Yes. Indeed, I can only inform all the members of the situation, hoping that some of them will accidentally arrive in Utopia and carefully gather some information. Zio put down the document in her hand and stood up regretfully, preparing to inform her subordinates. She felt regretful because the difficulty of completing this mission was extremely high. There was almost no hope for her. This prevented her from further accumulating contributions. In the past half a year, in order to deal with the apocalypse, Zio had been very busy every day. As she dealt with MI9's matters, she completed the various missions given by Mr. Fool. By doing so, she accumulated contributions on both sides to exchange for the imperative mage potion formula and beyond a characteristic in preparation for her wish of becoming a demigod. And up to now, Zio was still a little lacking in both aspects, especially within MI9. If she didn't make any huge contributions, Zio couldn't see any hope. If it wasn't for the fact that she could receive a generous salary from MI9 and enjoy all sorts of benefits, as well as the fact that she could rely on her status and identity to obtain a large amount of intelligence to help her complete the missions given by Mr. Fool, Zio wanted to resign and become a bounty hunter again. That way, she would have more freedom. I can ask about this case on the tarot next time. Perhaps Mr. World and the others will have some clues. As Zio thought, she pushed open the door to the room where her team members were. After assigning the mission to Utopia, Zio specially exhorted. If the situation isn't right, even if you have a chance to enter Utopia, you can just give up. That town of unknown authenticity doesn't show any signs of danger. Perhaps it's because it hasn't been agitated. After being busy for a while, Zio finally ended a tiring day. She returned home before 7:30 and had dinner with her mother, brother, and forced to enjoy a limited amount of relaxation. In the wee hours of the morning, she finished washing up and walked to the bedroom window. She pinched the curtains and prepared to close them. During this process, Zio naturally cast her gaze outside and discovered that the crimson moon in the sky had become round and large at some point in time. Furthermore, its color had clearly deepened, as though it was flowing blood. Blood moon. Zio suddenly turned her head and looked next door in concern, somewhat worried about her friend's condition. However, she quickly recalled that Force was already a sequence 4 demigod. She was no longer afraid of the effects of the full moon ravings. In the room next door, Force was lying on the bed, admiring the blood moon outside the window. She endured the pain of having her head pricked by needles as she listened to Mr. Daw speak. Although going from sequence 3 to sequence 2, from an incomplete mythical creature to a true mythical creature, is indeed a qualitative change, I believe that sequence 4 to sequence 3 also has a qualitative change to a certain extent. It can even be said that sequence 3 is the most beautiful level in the Beyonder pathway. At this level, there's no need to rely on external forces to resist the inclination towards madness and losing control. There's no need to suffer at all times, and one also has Beyonder powers that completely exceed ordinary people. They're more like gods and not humans. Furthermore, they can obtain a small number of anchors to further stabilize their mental state. If it wasn't for the fact that most sequence 3 Beyonders don't have long enough lifespans, making it difficult for them to live past 500 years old, I don't think many saints would have the motivation to advance to angel. Yes. Force nodded repeatedly, indicating that she understood. At the same time, her forehead twitched slightly as she secretly yawned. She was already somewhat accustomed to the pain brought about by speaking directly with Mr. Daw. Mr. Daw continued, Sequence 3 of the Apprentice Pathway is called Wanderer. Sequence 3 of the Apprentice Pathway is called Wanderer. This means that the spirit world can no longer trap you. You can enter the cosmos and roam the astral world. You can head to different planets and experience true silence, true desolation, true magnificence, as well as a completely different civilization from the local world. Only by experiencing this for yourself will you know how tiny the world you live in is. Mr. Daw briefly recounted his experiences to showcase the magnificence of the cosmos, as well as the richness and charm of different civilizations. This made Force a little entranced. If not for the stabbing pain in her head reminding her, she would have even forgotten that the narrator was a dangerous king of angels. As long as you help me escape, I'll give you the Wanderer Potion formula and Beyonder characteristic, and help you complete the ritual. Of course, all of this can be paid in advance. At the end of the full moon ravings, Mr. Daw made another promise. It's really something to look forward to, Force praised sincerely. When Mr. Daw's voice gradually weakened and disappeared, Force suddenly pulled out the pillow from her waist and lay down. In less than 3 minutes, she fell asleep peacefully. To her, the vast cosmos was indeed filled with charm, but there was also the danger of being corrupted just by understanding it. She had no motivation to explore it. I'll consider it after I finish touring the northern and southern continents and the 5 seas. In her sleep, Force muttered to herself almost silently. At this moment, the blood-red moon outside the window had long faded, returning to a lighter crimson color, and it was incomplete. A huge blood-colored moon hung on the edge of the cliff, illuminating the swamp below. The swamp was dark red in color and constantly bubbled. It was as if there was magma boiling everything at the bottom. At a glance, the swamp had no end, like a vast ocean. Pa! A rock fell from the edge of the cliff and into the swamp. In the next second, a bubble popped up and silently burst, giving birth to a blood-stained baby. The baby staggered and swam close to the cliff, attempting to climb up. Pa! The stone beneath Emlyn White's feet shattered as he fell off the cliff and into the swamp. The vampire count woke up abruptly from his dream and glanced at his surroundings in a daze and fear. After confirming that this was his room and that he was surrounded by many familiar dolls of all sizes, Emlyn slowly exhaled and muttered to himself with a heavy expression, that dream wasn't simple. As a shaman king, he had a sufficient understanding of the dream domain. Could this be the so-called divine revelation? But I didn't receive any revelations. Emlyn thought for nearly a minute, but he couldn't find an answer. Then, He decided to ignore the question and planned on asking Father Yutravsky when he had the time. The moon, which had lost its blood-red color and was no longer full, illuminated the garden of the Cathedral of Waves. Alger reached out to catch the note delivered by Gale and unfurled it. Verdu is searching for a pirate ship or smuggler ship that goes to Banzi. Banzi harbor had yet to be rebuilt, and there were no liners that headed there. Verdu, who cherished the opportunity to teleport, could only rely on unconventional methods. To Banzi. Alger immediately frowned. He knew very well what Banzi meant, but he didn't understand why Verdu wanted to go to Banzi. There shouldn't be anything there. No, even if the church had raised Banzi, there would still be some abnormalities left there. Furthermore, the church hadn't investigated what problems were hidden in Banzi back then. As a cardinal, Alger had the right to access some confidential documents, including the records of the Church of the Storm's actions against Banzi. In addition, he had learned more from Mr. Fool and the World, German Sparrow. After some thought, Alger quickly made a decision. He planned on getting his shadow guard to arrange a pirate ship for Verdu. In this regard, Alger knew that many key figures didn't need to appear personally or use their names. Of course, in the Rorstad archipelago, a smuggler ship was often equivalent to a pirate ship. P.S. I discovered that there's no update. So the timing was wrong. Chapter 1371. I sat on the chair in the police station and looked at the two men in black and white checkered uniforms. Their mouths were opening and closing as if they were saying something. The one on the left had a cold expression as if he had seen too much misfortune. The one on the right was still young and inexperienced with a hint of pity in his eyes. I didn't feel any pain, nor did I regret stabbing myself. At that moment, I even felt like I had been liberated. The warm blood that sprayed on my body was like redemption from God. I only regretted chasing after money when I was young and sacrificing my dignity, body, and freedom. In the past few days at the police station, I had found enough peace to think deeply about this problem. I had thought about it more thoroughly than I had in many years. My weak will and immature mind were the root cause of my mistake, but it didn't mean that they were the whole reason. Ever since I was a child, the education I received told me that hard work and struggle were for a big house, floor-to-ceiling windows with plenty of light, more than 3 servants, a garden of my own, silver-inlaid or gold-inlaid tableware, a dinner party filled with delicious food, a dance party resounding with melodious music, and so on and so forth. The newspapers and magazines I read told me over and over again that only those with enough dignity could be called middle class, that they were the pillars of the kingdom, that they were refined, excellent, not vulgar, had character, and had compassion and knowledge at the same time. At the same time, they also told me what it meant to be presentable. Presentable meant wearing a beautiful dress, matching clothes for different occasions, expensive skincare products, makeup, exquisite and fashionable women's handbags, a concert, afternoon tea, and a party filled with style. And all of this was converted into gold pounds, and gold pounds. I have to admit that the pursuit of a better life is everyone's instinct, but when a girl is told that by every aspect she comes into contact with, when the mainstream of society is dignity, refinement, and elegance, it's hard for her not to be affected. I don't know what this phenomenon is called, but I know that if all of this doesn't change, tragedies like mine will continue to appear, and there will be more and more. And at that time, there will definitely be people cursing, "Look, these gold-digging girls, they sold their souls." Subconsciously, I turned to look outside the window and saw the beautiful and prosperous world. I saw the red blood flowing in this world. "Miss Tracy, are you listening to us?" A voice pulled me back from my thoughts. It was the slightly immature police officer. I smiled at him, not telling him that I had been thinking about something philosophical. It was ridiculous that a gold digger who sold her soul would actually think about such a boring thing when being questioned by a police officer. The policeman nodded and said to me, "Miss Trish, you'll be going to court next. We'll arrange a lawyer for you." "I'm sorry, we didn't keep that witness, only his confession, which is quite disadvantageous to you." "It's okay," I told him calmly. "I will try my best to defend myself and repent for the crimes I have committed. I only hope that I can have a new life in the future." I thought for a moment and smirked. I said to the 2 police officers, "Yes, sir. While I'm waiting for the trial, Can you help me borrow a few books from the library? Phenomena of social thought and education. At that moment, I saw that the two police officers were a little dazed and a little surprised. Sitting at the bottom of the long, mottled table, I heard Miss Judgment talking about utopia. After she finished, I looked around and said in a hoarse voice, "I'm sorry. This is a ritual." As expected, I saw Miss Judgment's gaze freeze. I felt Mr. the Hanging Man and Miss Justice look over with a hint of speculation. At that moment, I seemed to be able to guess what they were thinking. They would definitely suspect that this was the world's German Sparrows Sequence 1 ritual, and they had long used the tarot's internal communications to know that with a Sequence 0 true God, it was impossible for a Sequence 1 to exist. I had already prepared an explanation for this matter, which was to have them think about the ancient god of the sun and his 8 archangel kings. Unfortunately, no one raised any questions. Perhaps they had already made the connection to the kings of angels, or perhaps they believed that the ritual involved in utopia was mainly to help Mr. Fool further recover. I looked at the beautiful lady who was in a daze and deliberated for a moment. I asked, "Miss Tracy, where do your parents live?" "They've already passed away." The beautiful lady whose soul no longer belonged here replied in an ethereal voice. I lowered my head to record it. "Do you have any other relatives?" The lady turned her head to look out the window and casually replied, "No." I exchanged looks with my colleague and raised my voice. "Miss Tracy, are you listening to us?" The lady opposite me retracted her gaze and smiled at me. I didn't know what she was thinking, but she was as quiet as a flower blooming alone at night. This analogy came from a book of poems. My brother told me that reading poems made me more charming. Of course, up to now, that book of poems had only brought me mockery. My colleagues at the police station thought that it was worthless. After telling the lady opposite me about the matter of the court, I saw her reveal a faint smile and ask us to help her borrow a few books from the library that I found difficult to understand from the names. That smile, combined with the names of the books, had an indescribable beauty. After sending Miss Tracy back to the temporary detention room, I packed up the case materials and prepared to visit the lawyer. This was something I had long since arranged. I leaned back in my chair and listened to the fellow, Emlyn, describe his dream. After Father Utravsky's appraisal, this dream didn't originate from the divine revelation of Earth Mother. This makes one cast suspicious gazes at the moon, at the mother goddess of depravity, and then suffer corruption. I was nearly amused by my own thoughts. As a senior seer, a master at interpreting dreams, I didn't act humble and frankly spoke of my understanding. There are 3 possibilities. The first is that this dream is luring you to seek something or pursue something, and to a certain extent, it's interfering with your fate. The second is that this dream hopes that you will deeply interpret it and understand it. Then, it will use this to slowly and imperceptibly corrupt you. The third is that you're too worried about the goddess of beauty, so you dream of the most terrifying scene. There's no need to mention the third possibility. The way to deal with the first 2 possibilities is the same. Don't think about it, don't probe it, and don't leave Beekland if there's no need. With that said, I saw Emlyn nod without any hesitation. I knew that this was the way he liked to handle things. A murder case. I browsed through the case information in my hand and used the change in my voice to express my doubt. You should hire a lawyer. I was only a solicitor. Strictly speaking, I didn't have the right to appear in court. Of course, this was the strictest case. In reality, it didn't exist. As long as the case wasn't big and didn't involve the criminal courts, solicitors could appear in court to provide help. The policeman in the black and white checkered uniform smiled and said, "Utopia is only a small city. There's no lawyer in Utopia, so we have to hire one elsewhere. Besides, this case is being prosecuted for excessive self-defense. The sentence is very short, and the amount involved is less than £400. We can first place it in the magistrate's court for trial. Once it's determined that excessive self-defense isn't established, it can be transferred to the criminal courts. You know a lot. You want to become a lawyer? However, normally speaking, a murder case that is prosecuted for excessive self-defense has to be handed over to the criminal courts. This is the benefit of a small city. Many things aren't that strict. I thought for a moment and tersely acknowledged. Then I'll try to plead not guilty. Also, please arrange a time for me to meet Miss Tracy as soon as possible. After flipping through the information, I already had quite a bit of confidence in this case. The biggest problem now was whether Miss Tracy's image could garner sympathy. Yes, although my solicitor's license was forged elsewhere, it doesn't negate my professionalism. It just so happened that I made a mistake during the exam. Banzi. Verdu wants to go to Banzi? I sat at the bottom of the long, mottled table and looked at the hanging man, who was reporting to Mr. Fool. I was somewhat puzzled by the development of the matter. Verdu, who is obsessed with mysticism and wants to use this to save Mr. Dorr, does have a certain reason to explore the abandoned Banzi harbor. Furthermore, he has lived in Bayam for about half a year, so it's normal for him to come into contact with Banzi's information. The main problem is that the surveillance footage of the hanging man didn't provide any corresponding signs, making Verdu's actions appear a little abrupt. I have to raise the attention on this matter. I nodded inwardly and heard Mr. Fool instruct, continue monitoring. I played the lyre by the fountain in the municipal square. I used a knife and fork to cut the steak. I was in the cathedral, explaining the teachings of the goddess to the believers. I extended my right hand and left the carriage with the help of a gentleman. I received the new dress I had been looking forward to for a long time and couldn't wait to change into it. I strode forward with 4 legs and was chased by a child. I laughed loudly and stumbled as I played with a dog. Suddenly, we jolted and looked up at the sky. We saw illusory and fine lines emerge from our bodies and extend to an infinite height above the greyish-white fog. It extended into an ancient palace and landed in the hands of a tall figure shrouded in fog. During this period of time, Klein's state had been very strange. It was as if he had completely split into thousands of living beings. Each avatar had its own will, thoughts, cognition, and destiny. However, above the many consciousnesses, there was a main consciousness that occupied a dominant position. It constantly suffered all kinds of impacts, as though it would be assimilated by the sea of consciousness that it had formed at any moment. However, it ultimately persisted, allowing Klein to maintain a certain level of lucidity. His main body had been lying underground in St. Oriana Cathedral. His consciousness would occasionally rise to Sapphira Castle and sink into his body. The various scenes that the marionettes experienced constantly flashed in his mind, like a dream formed from a large number of fragments. Chapter 1372. Beekland Steam Locomotive Station, Platform 3. After chatting with his parents and sister for a while, Alfred seized the time before departure to leave the train. He came to the platform and said to a squire, "Give me an East Balam cigarette." If his experiences over the years had any negative effects on him, apart from the mental torment and pain, there were only a few bad habits. After smoking East Balam cigarettes, which were made from roasted tobacco leaves wrapped in spices and herbs, Alfred was no longer used to the popular paper cigarettes in the northern continent. He believed that they were bland and tasteless, like spirits that had been mixed with water. As for cigars, he believed that they needed a good environment to slowly savor them. They weren't suitable for the present. Of course, he wasn't a heavy smoker. As a disciplinary paladin, he had the physique and mental fortitude to resist the effects of smoking. The reason why Alfred came to the platform to smoke was because he found it too stuffy in the carriage, and his mother kept mentioning his marriage. After the squire took out and lit the East Balam cigarette, Alfred brought the yellowish-black item to his mouth and took a deep puff. That strong smell seeped into his body, making him suddenly feel refreshed. At this moment, he saw a blond man who resembled a classical sculpture walk over with his valet. Alfred hesitated for a moment before revealing a smile and raising his right hand. "Hibbert, I thought you wouldn't be returning to East Chester." The person who came was none other than the eldest son of Earl Hall, Alfred's brother, Lord Hibbert Hall. Hibbert outlined a smile that perfectly matched etiquette. "I'm only a cabinet secretary, not the cabinet chief secretary. I won't be so busy that I don't even have a weekend." In fact, he wouldn't be the cabinet chief secretary either. His main goal was to accumulate experience in different positions in the various government departments. He wanted to build his own network of resources and prepare to enter the House of Lords in the future. Alfred took another puff of the East Balam cigarette and smiled. Have a good weekend. After watching Hibbert enter the carriage, Alfred vaguely sensed that someone was looking in his direction and discussing. Why aren't there any passengers waiting on that train? It doesn't seem to be full. Haha, that's a special train that a big shot booked in advance with a hefty sum of gold pounds. I know that you might not have seen something like this before, but you have to remember that this happens frequently in big cities like Beekland and Constant. When those big shots bring their families out, they'll definitely have hundreds of servants with them. They might even have pets. How could they possibly squeeze into the same train as ordinary people? Is that so? I wonder who it is. Alfred turned his head and looked over. There were dozens of people in greyish-blue uniforms on the second platform. They were quietly sizing him up through the empty tracks. The distance between the two parties wasn't small. If it wasn't for Alfred's outstanding hearing, he definitely wouldn't have been able to figure out what those people were discussing. Who are they? Alfred tilted his head and asked his adjutant. All he could tell was that the uniforms they wore belonged to the railroad company. The adjutant immediately turned around and found the staff member in charge of the platform to question him. Soon, he jogged back and whispered to Alfred, "General, they are train dispatchers from all over the kingdom. They are currently in Beekland for a short-term training." Alfred nodded slightly and glanced at the second platform. The oldest of the train dispatchers had white hair, and the youngest looked to be in his early 20s. Most of them were middle-aged men in their 30s or 40s, and there was no lack of people with graying sideburns. Sonia C., City of Generosity, Byam. Verdu carried his luggage that didn't contain anything valuable and boarded a small boat at night. He left the port and boarded a pirate ship. Sequence 7 of the Apprentice Pathway wasn't very good at combat. Although Verdu carried mystical items, he was rather afraid of the negative effects. He wasn't willing to use them unless it was necessary. Therefore, in order to avoid danger, he, who lacked trust in pirates, tried his best not to bring anything that could attract the greed of others. The pirate on the deck glanced at Verdu and chuckled. "Don't be afraid. We keep our promises. As long as you pay enough for the ticket, we definitely won't throw you into the sea. Here, you're even safer than taking a liner. At the very least, you don't have to worry about encountering pirates." Seeing Verdu remain silent, clearly a little afraid, the pirate smugly threw a key at him. Second floor on the deck, the innermost room. Verdu caught the brass key and entered the cabin. He climbed a flight of stairs and walked down the corridor to the deepest part. This floor seemed to be specially prepared for people who boarded a pirate ship for various reasons. Along the way, Verdu encountered several passengers who didn't look like pirates at all. Among them, there were ladies dressed in slightly revealing clothes that made them look like street girls. There were middle-aged men with protruding stomachs and oily faces. There were also extremely cold young men wearing cloaks and top hats. "Do you want to stay at my place?" the lady asked with a charming smile when she saw Verdu looking over. It was unknown if she planned on doing some business along the way, or if she was in a rush while doing business. Verdu ignored her, retracted his gaze, and arrived outside his room. The chiseled young man also stopped at the door diagonally across from them. "Beekland, West Borough, 9, Bellotto Street. Please come in." Zio straightened her body from the wide chair. The office door creaked open, and 2 MI9 members from Zio's team walked in. "Colonel, we've found something from the investigation of Utopia." One of the men in a dark jacket handed a report to Zio. Zio was slightly alarmed, but at the same time, she perked up. "What is it?" The man in the dark jacket simply said, "Over the past few days, we've taken advantage of the free time after we handed over the previous mission to personally visit the passengers of the steam locomotive with our informants. All the passengers in Beekland." There was no doubt that he was referring to the steam train that had mistakenly stopped in Utopia. "Okay." Zio nodded and gestured for her subordinate to continue. The man in the dark jacket pointed at the report. "Our preliminary confirmation is that the passengers who successfully arrived at Beekland did not show any abnormalities. They are in good spirits and have no cognitive problems. However, we discovered something. Back then, not everyone returned to the train. According to 2 passengers, Their seatmate chose to stay in Utopia. She's a lady who loves to travel and explore. She has a deep love for unfamiliar places. After witnessing Utopia's outstanding red wine, desserts, and unique bubbly iced tea, she decided to give up on her original itinerary and stay in this unique city for a period of time to unearth more beautiful things. This was all learned from the two passengers chatting with her. Not only were they seated together, but they also chose to stay in the same hotel. They had met in the morning. That hotel is the same as the one our intelligence agent stays in. It's called Iris's. Zio slowly nodded. Have you investigated the lady's current situation? What's her name? No, we can't be sure if she has left Utopia, another MI9 member with a goatee replied. Another MI9 member with a goatee replied. The two passengers only knew the lady as Monica. They didn't know her surname or where she came from. Zio tersely acknowledged. Your subsequent mission is to investigate this lady's origins, find her family and friends, and confirm if she has returned. Yes, Colonel. The two MI9 personnel bowed and left Zio's office. Zio carefully read the report they had submitted and sighed silently. Compared to her subordinates, she was actually closer to the truth of Utopia. She already knew that it was a ritual and that it had a certain connection with German Sparrow. However, she had no way of reporting this news to earn merit points. Ignoring the problem of the source of the intelligence, what Zio needed to consider the most was if German Sparrow was willing to leak the news. Perhaps I can try contacting German Sparrow and ask for his opinion. Zio thoughtfully tidied up the table and left MI9. After changing her clothes, she returned to East Borough and Bridge Borough and headed to different bars like a bounty hunter to gather all kinds of information from different acquaintances. During this process, she asked about Utopia in passing, but no one had heard of it. Finally, Zio entered a bar in the Backland Bridge area and sat on a high stool at the bar counter. Is there anyone suspicious recently? A lot of people are quite suspicious, but they don't have a bounty, the bartender replied casually. Zio circled around this topic and began probing for information. Have you heard of Utopia? I've heard of it, the bartender replied while wiping a glass. Zio, who was scrutinizing the bar counter, slowly raised her gaze. She looked at the bartender and said, "Where did you hear that?" There was a guest who came earlier. He was very restrained in his drinking. I tried to sell him our specialty cocktail, but he said that he had something to do and could only drink a glass of beer. I praised him and asked him where he was from, and he said, Utopia. The bartender didn't seem to mind and said, I tried to sell him our specialty cocktail. Wendell had just finished his breakfast when he heard the doorbell ring. Through the peephole, he saw a police officer in a black and white checkered uniform outside. He opened the door with some confusion. Excuse me, what's the matter? Wendell asked politely. This house was the residence he was assigned after he came to Beekland. This was because he would be staying in this metropolis for a period of time to undergo internal investigations and monitoring. The policeman was still very young and a little inexperienced. He looked to be in his early 20s. He forced a smile and said to Wendell, "Hello, I'm Biles. I'm a police officer. I have a case that I would like you to testify in court." What case? Wendell frowned slightly. The young policeman named Biles said with a polite smile, Utopia's Tracy murder case. Wendell's pupils instantly dilated. Chapter 1373. At that moment, Wendell felt his calves tremble slightly, as though he couldn't support the weight of his body. After leaving Utopia, he had imagined the worst outcome. It was that he would suddenly die one day without any reason. However, he never expected to meet someone from Utopia in a metropolis like Beekland. More importantly, the guest had invited him to Utopia again. To Wendell, this was an extremely terrifying nightmare. It was already considered good that he didn't collapse on the spot. Maintaining his basic calmness, Wendell squeezed out a troubled expression. "I've had a lot of things to do recently," the policeman named Biles immediately said. "The trial will be held in 2 weeks. The trial is in 2 weeks. Here are the relevant documents." As he spoke, he handed the document in his hand to Wendell. Frankly speaking, Wendell didn't want to take it, but he had no choice. Biles then took a step back. This concerns a lady's future. I sincerely hope that you can testify in court. It depends. Wendell didn't want to agree, nor did he dare to refuse. Biles didn't say anything else. He bowed and said, "I'll wait for you in Utopia. I will wait for you in Utopia. I hope we can meet again." With that said, he turned around, left the house, and entered the street. During the entire process, Wendell seemed to have been frozen, turning into a statue. He stood there without blinking. After more than 10 seconds, he seemed to finally wake up from a nightmare. His body went limp as he fell to the side, supporting himself with his right hand against the door. Just now, he was so afraid that Biles would forcefully bring him back to a non-existent utopia. As such, Wendell didn't know if he would have a chance to leave. Perhaps he would disappear forever. Compared to a sudden death, this unpredictable but obviously bad ending terrified him even more. Hurry up and report this matter. Capture that policeman from Utopia and figure out the true situation of this strange town. Find a suitable solution to completely resolve the problem. After Wendell came to his senses, he forced himself to focus and prepared to inform the MI9 personnel who were secretly monitoring him. At this moment, he finally realized that there was a huge problem with his response. He didn't seize the opportunity to use the agreed gesture to inform his colleagues in the dark that there was something wrong with the visiting police officer. He also didn't try to stall for time and wait for the person monitoring him to discover that something was amiss. He also didn't use his former specialty as an intelligence officer to secretly ask which hotel Biles was staying at in Beekland or which day and train number he had booked. He was so frightened that he could only subconsciously use the least unexpected response. With this in mind, Wendell walked out of the room and looked in the direction where Biles had left, but he didn't even see his back. The policeman from Utopia had blended into the carriages and pedestrians. Retracting his gaze, Wendell looked down at the document in his hand. He suddenly felt a little uneasy. What will happen if I don't go to Utopia to testify in court 2 weeks later? The more Wendell thought about it, the more afraid he became. His calves turned limp again. He hurriedly gestured to inform his colleagues who were hiding around him of his abnormality. West Borough, 9, Bellotto Street. Upon learning that a resident of Utopia had come to Beekland, Zio was shocked and confused. According to her previous observations, Utopia was likely hidden in a secret place, or somewhere between reality and illusion. It allowed outsiders to enter and exit through random entrances. As for why outsiders were allowed to enter and exit, it was likely a requirement of the ritual. Therefore, from what Zio knew, the residents of Utopia wouldn't leave their hometowns to wander around. This is also a requirement of the ritual. What are the true identities of these residents? Believers of Mr. Fool, companions of the world's German sparrow? After Zio asked about the general appearance of the visitors from Utopia, she had no choice but to return to MI9 headquarters due to the lack of further information. She hesitated if she should send her subordinates to conduct a large-scale search. She wasn't sure if Mr. World would be happy to see such behavior, and she was worried that it would affect the ritual. After pacing back and forth in the office, Zio prepared to pray to Mr. Fool and ask him to pass her questions to the world's German sparrow. As she walked to the chair, Zio's gaze swept across the report on the table. It was an investigation report done by her 2 subordinates. On the one hand, it confirmed that there were no problems with the passengers who had successfully arrived in Beekland, and on the other hand, it pointed out that a passenger had been stranded in Utopia. Passenger. Zio's eyes narrowed as she made a guess based on her intuition. That Utopia resident had come to Beekland for a reason, not to run around. And his goal was very likely related to a passenger who had previously left Utopia. Zio was alarmed as she hurriedly sat down and attempted to pray. At this moment, someone knocked on her office door. "Please come in," Zio said after some hesitation. As the door opened, Zio saw Locke, who had a goatee, and Wendell, who had personally experienced the Utopia incident. "Colonel, Wendell met someone from Utopia. He came directly to pay a visit," Locke said in a somewhat jumbled manner. This development had also exceeded his expectations. Indeed. Not only was Zio not surprised, but she secretly heaved a sigh of relief. She looked at Wendell. Why did he visit you? He invited me to Utopia to testify in court for the Tracy murder case mentioned in my report. Compared to before, Wendell was clearly much calmer. He then added, "He's a policeman named Biles. He's a policeman named Biles. I didn't dare ask him where he lived, when he planned on leaving, or which steam locomotive he planned on taking." In order to show that she took it seriously, Zio stood up and thought for a moment. "Locke, immediately gather your team members. Find the rental carriage driver who often waits for guests around Wendell's residence, as well as the public carriage driver who passes by the nearby area. Ask them if they have seen Biles. If they have, where they sent him to. Also, send someone to the steam locomotive station and wait at the entrance to observe the passengers coming and going." After instructing her subordinates, Zio turned to look at Wendell. "Cooperate with them and draw out Biles's appearance." "Yes, Colonel," Locke and Wendell answered at the same time. After they left and closed the door, Zio sat down again and began praying. Soon, she received a response from Mr. Fool. She saw the world, German Sparrow, praying in the grey fog. German Sparrow told her, "You can do the investigation normally. When necessary, you can raise the guess of a ritual, but it has to be included in a few options." Zio immediately heaved a sigh of relief and patiently waited for her subordinates to report on the investigation. When night fell, Locke returned to Bellotto Street and reported to Zio. "We found the rental carriage driver who carried the Utopian." "Oh." Zio expressed her concern. Locke gave a simple recount. That Utopian named Biles originally wanted the carriage driver to go to the dock, but the moment the carriage entered the corresponding area, he requested to get off, saying that he had arrived. That street was rather unfamiliar to the carriage driver, making him feel like he was lost. When he left that street, he realized that his surroundings had become familiar. Our people accompanied him there again, but he couldn't find the street no matter how hard he tried. Zio nodded slightly and said with a heavy tone, "It matches the description of entering and leaving Utopia in the previous case." "Colonel, do you mean that one can enter or leave Utopia from any street in any city?" Locke still found it unbelievable. Zio pondered for a moment. "That seems to be the case for now, but I keep feeling that there's a problem." How does Utopia connect to different places? What does it rely on to locate them?" After her voice gradually softened, Zio said to Locke, "Tell Wendell that he'll be spending the next 2 weeks here until the document expires." "All right, Colonel." Locke immediately turned around and left Zio's office. Wendell had no objections to Colonel DeRich's arrangements. It could even be said that he could only find a sense of security in the MI9 headquarters. His temporary quarters were a slightly modified night watch room, with windows that looked out over the lawn, garden, and trees. At a glance, Wendell saw a pitch-black crow. It stood on a branch and looked over quietly. Banzi at night was unusually gloomy, with the cries of crows or other seabirds echoing from time to time. Verdu stood by the window and looked at the dilapidated pier and the dead city that had been reduced to ruins. The pressure in his heart gradually increased. After a few days at sea, the ship he was on was about to arrive at Banzi Harbor. The captain had already told Verdu during the day that they would only wait for 2 hours. After that, Verdu could only wait on this uninhabited island for the next ship that would arrive at any time. Taking a deep breath, Verdu retracted his gaze and took off his coat. Then, he opened his suitcase, took out a classic black robe, and put it on. The surface of the robe was embroidered with gold and silver threads, and it was embedded with many gemstones the size of rice grains. It was a sealed artifact that belonged to the House of Abraham. After making his preparations, Verdu left the pirate ship and entered Banzi Harbor. On the way, the classic robe tightened, causing his face to turn purple as he nearly fainted. As he walked, Verdu found the original Banzi telegraph office according to the map he had bought. He saw 2 bright blood-red marks in the middle of the collapsed building. It was as if 2 people had been crushed into meat paste. Beside the 2 shadows was a dilapidated wall. There was an octopus-headed monster wearing armor, stepping on waves, and holding a trident. Verdu raised the lantern in his hand and was about to take a closer look when he suddenly felt a drop of cold liquid land on his neck. He was alarmed as he subconsciously reached out to touch it. He felt that it was sticky and didn't seem like rainwater. Furthermore, it was colorless and didn't belong to blood. It's a little like saliva. Verdu's forehead twitched as he slowly looked up at the spot where the drop of liquid might have landed. It was a dark, moonless, starless night sky. Divine Emperor of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 1374. Verdu subconsciously gulped a mouthful of saliva as he felt an indescribable sense of fear. He didn't know what he was afraid of. There was clearly no actual danger, but a drop of unknown liquid that fell from above made his spine turn cold and his paws tighten. Perhaps the environment here is too gloomy and silent, or perhaps the identity and source of the liquid is unknown. Verdu cautiously took 2 steps out and patiently observed. In the next few minutes, nothing strange happened. No more liquid fell from the sky. This made Verdu reasonably suspect that a bird had passed by with a sea fish or freshwater fish from the island stream in its mouth. There was a slightly sticky liquid dripping from the surface of the fish. He calmed himself down and checked the situation of the telegraph office ruins. Nearly 10 minutes later, Verdu confirmed that there were only traces of blood and simple murals that were related to mysticism. They were worth studying. He didn't rashly pick up the blood-colored soil to copy the strange murals. Instead, he took out a pure, dreamy crystal ball from his pocket. As an astrologer, he naturally had to use his best method to confirm if he should take action. With his left hand holding the crystal ball and his right hand caressing it, Verdu entered an astrological state. In the next second, the crystal ball emitted a bright light. Bang! It exploded, scattering the fragments in all directions. Verdu's gaze froze as he stood rooted to the ground, ignoring the pain brought about by the fragments stabbing into his body. It exploded. It actually exploded. He muttered to himself in disbelief. The crystal ball fragments that had stabbed into his body didn't seem to have broken through the classical robe. At that moment, they fell down without being stained with any blood. Of course, there were a small number of crystal ball shards on Verdu's jaw and face, creating small wounds. Who is it? Verdu suddenly snapped to his senses and turned to look elsewhere. In the ruins opposite him, a figure walked out. It was the girl who was dressed in revealing clothes from the pirate ship. She had originally hidden herself well and hadn't been discovered by Verdu. However, the crystal ball's explosion had given her a fright, causing her to react excessively and obviously, causing her stealth to fail. Verdu's injured face immediately contorted. "Why are you here?" The girl curled up the corners of her mouth and put on a nonchalant look. "This is Banzi Harbor, not your home. Why can't I be here? I'm bored, so I'm going to take a walk. I hope I can pick up some jewelry from the ruins. Is that okay?" She asked twice in a row without any intention of distancing herself from Verdu. Verdu didn't argue with her. He took out the ointment and medical alcohol that he had prepared beforehand and treated the injuries on his face and jaw. He then placed all the crystal ball fragments back into his pocket. He did not want his blood to stay in such a strange place. Then, Verdu tugged at an ornament on the classical robe. It was a door-shaped pattern composed of 3 rubies, 3 emeralds, and 3 diamonds. Almost instantly, the robe tightened, causing the flesh on Verdu's body to protrude. Just as Verdu's bones were about to break, his figure gradually faded and disappeared. Then, he teleported to the seaside peak outside Banzi Harbor. The mountain peak had also collapsed and turned into a pile of rubble. According to what Verdu knew, this was once the place where the residents of Banzi sacrificed to the god of weather. It was also a key target of the Church of the Storm. After the crystal ball self-destructed to remind him of the unknown danger hidden in the Banzi telegraph office, Verdu didn't dare to continue exploring the area and gather mysticism materials. He could only forcefully move to the next location. And this also allowed him to escape from the girl's pursuit. As soon as Verdu's figure appeared, he bent down and panted heavily. He felt as though he had finally recovered from his suffocating state. At the same time, Verdu felt a stabbing pain in his right rib, as though a bone had been broken. After taking a few deep breaths, he endured the pain and took a few steps forward with his forehead covered in sweat. He arrived at the altar marked on the map. Without a doubt, the altar had been destroyed. All that was left was a glassy, slightly charred crater. There were rubble of different shapes scattered around it. The rubble had more or less traces of being struck by lightning. After Verdu Abraham surveyed the area, he raised his right hand and waved his sleeve. With a whistling sound, a portion of the small rubble was pushed away from the spot, revealing the ground that they had covered. This was a trickmaster's wind spell. Verdu used it to replace his manual labor to ensure his safety to the greatest extent. As the rubble flew away, Verdu saw the similarly charred ground. In some areas, there were a small number of extremely incomplete patterns, and symbols. Whoosh! The sound of the wind became more intense as it reverberated in Verdu's ears. It made him look up into the sky in surprise. At some point in time, the wind that could only blow away small rubble had turned into a hurricane, pushing him to the point that he was staggering. Verdu immediately saw thick, dark clouds gather in the sky, as though a storm was about to descend. Although he had heard that Banzi was a weather museum, he had never thought that the change would be so sudden. For a moment, Verdu suspected that his wind spell had attracted a storm, or that the cleaning up of the altar ruins had triggered some change. This guess made his forehead break out into a cold sweat. Amidst the raging storm, Verdu saw a pile of rubble fly up diagonally in front of him, revealing a boulder that had been buried beneath it. The surface of the boulder was crisscrossed with deep cracks, giving off the feeling that it would crack with just a touch. At that moment, the wind had calmed down significantly, but the heavy rain was still brewing. Thinking that he was already at Banzi Harbor and that he couldn't be scared away, he mustered his courage and approached the boulder that was covered in charred cracks. He then took out a magnifying glass with a strange pattern engraved on it and seriously checked the boulder's condition. 7 to 8 minutes later, Verdu put away the magnifying glass that was a mystical item and sighed regretfully and dejectedly. He had already confirmed that there was nothing wrong with the boulder and that it didn't involve mysticism. Just as Verdu was about to retract his gaze and leave, he suddenly saw a spot of red seep out from the bottom of the boulder where it connected to the soil. The bright red gradually expanded, like blood that was spreading out. However, it didn't infect too much. It was limited to a very small area. Verdu's mind instantly flashed with the two blood-red figures in the ruins of the telegraph office. He couldn't help but feel a tingling sensation on his scalp. His lips quickly turned dry, and his intuition told him that it wasn't anything good. Swallowing another mouthful of saliva, Verdu raised his right hand and created another gust of wind, causing many miniature rubble to roll over and completely fill the bottom of the boulder, concealing the bright red that seeped out. He didn't stay here any longer. He forced himself to activate teleport again and headed for his final destination. This time, another of his ribs was broken, and the pain was so excruciating that he nearly fainted. Coupled with the suffocation brought about by the spatial compression, Verdu felt like he was hovering on the edge of death. It took him dozens of seconds to recover, and he cast his gaze forward. This place was also in ruins. Collapsed houses covered the ground, which was overgrown with weeds. According to a pirate who had once explored the ruins of Banzi, there was an item worth studying here. It was a very ordinary wooden door, but it was the only thing that was still intact in all of Banzi. The pirate didn't discover anything special about the wooden door, so he got his men to lift it and attempt to move it back to the ship. However, they had only taken 2 steps when they suddenly collapsed. Their heads dragged their spines as they left their bodies and rolled to the side. This frightened the pirate. He didn't dare to stay any longer and led the rest of the crew to flee in a hurry. Verdu didn't completely believe the other party's story. Although he didn't have much experience at sea, he knew that sailors loved to brag. They would always exaggerate matters that were only 2 or 3 to 10. However, even if it was a boast, Verdu believed that the wooden door was worth studying. After some searching, he found his target. The ordinary-looking wooden door leaned against a collapsed wall. It had a brass keyhole and handle. There were no corpses around it, nor were there any traces of blood. It was the same as most of the ruins. Indeed, he was bragging. Perhaps the pirate heard about this wooden door from somewhere else. He and his men didn't dare to attempt to move it. Verdu looked around and suddenly said, "Who is it? Why are you monitoring me?" In fact, he didn't notice anyone around him. Based on his previous experience and lessons, he had used his words and reactions to deceive any possible monitors. In the next second, a middle-aged man with a protruding belly walked out from a shadow. He didn't say a word and silently left the place. As Verdu rejoiced, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He seized the moment and approached the wooden door. According to the information he had obtained, no matter which side the wooden door was pushed to, it wouldn't bring about any unusual changes. And there wouldn't be any danger if he didn't try to move it. After thinking for a few seconds, Verdu retracted his hand into his sleeve and used his classic robe as a glove to pull the wooden door. The wooden door was erected, and the surroundings were silent. Verdu then pushed the wooden door like he would normally open a door, but he still didn't see any changes. He tried many other methods, but he couldn't make the wooden door show any abnormalities. It seemed that it was really just lucky to have survived the destruction of the Church of the Storm. Taking a deep breath, Verdu tried his best to regain his calm. He thought for a moment and tried to open the door again. However, unlike before, he held the handle and gently twisted it. After hearing the slight sound of metal colliding, Verdu pushed forward, allowing the wooden door to open diagonally backward. He leaned against the collapsed wall again. This time, a grayish-white fog suddenly appeared in front of Verdu. In the fog, there was a faintly discernible street and row after row of houses. Outside one of the houses, there was a wooden sign. There seemed to be a few ruined words written on it, Banzi Harbor Telegraph Office. As Verdu's pupils dilated, a calm voice sounded from the telegraph office that was shrouded in a faint fog. "Are you here to send a telegram? Please come in. P.S. There will be an update for February's monthly votes tonight. Chapter 1375. Although there was nothing special about the voice coming from the telegraph office, it was just a little intermittent and lacked obvious intonation. It normally wouldn't make one feel terrified. However, Verdu's heart suddenly surged with fear. It was as if a bullet with flames had shot into an arsenal and accurately hit a barrel of easily ignited gunpowder. It instantly detonated the fear that Verdu had accumulated and forcefully suppressed. The horror that swept through every corner of his body was like a palm that grabbed Verdu's heart and wiped away his brain. It made him turn around abruptly and frantically flee towards the ruined dock where the pirate ship was. During this process, Verdu completely forgot to think. He didn't remember that he was wearing a classical robe that could teleport. He only relied on his feet as he stumbled through the ruins. From time to time, he would trip over some junk and fall heavily. At other times, his face would turn purple from the tightness of his clothes. He had no choice but to stop and take deep breaths. However, every time he relaxed a little, Verdu would get up and continue running. It was as if he had lost his mind and was only left with pure instinct. Without the strength he provided, the wooden door couldn't maintain its balance. After sliding along the collapsed wall for a while, it fell to the ground covered in bricks. The grayish-white fog and the indistinct houses in the fog disappeared. 5 to 6 minutes later, Verdu ran back to the dock under the storm. His eyes stared straight ahead, filled with panic and loss. He didn't notice that there was a figure standing on the deck of the pirate ship, quietly looking down at him. It was the cold-looking young man wearing a half-top hat and a long black trench coat. Without even thinking, Verdu immediately used the gangway to return to the pirate ship. He rushed all the way to the cabin, rushed to the second floor, and rushed into his room. Bang! He slammed the door and shrank into the narrow bed. He wrapped himself tightly in the blanket and trembled. When another rib broke, the pain assaulted his mind. Only then did Verdu recover. He realized that his limbs were sore and his body was hot. Every breath he took sounded like thunder. He struggled and worked hard. Finally, he took off the classical robe and fell back onto the bed. He felt dizzy and nauseous. There wasn't enough air. Outside the cabin, the cold-faced man suddenly raised his hand, took out a human-skinned glove from the air, and put it on his left hand. Suddenly, the man disappeared into thin air and appeared in a corner of the ruins, next to the ordinary-looking wooden door. He then bent down and pulled up the wooden door, allowing it to stand in front of a half-damaged wall. Right on the heels of that, the man in the black trench coat mimicked Verdu's actions. He reached out to grab the handle and twisted it down. Then he pushed the wooden door forward and let it fall back against the wall. Almost at the same time, he saw a greyish-white mist, and faintly discernible streets and houses in the faint mist. Among the buildings, the one that stood out the most clearly was the Banzi Harbour Telegraph Office. The rest were more or less blurry. At this moment, the calm voice in the telegraph office asked through the door, "Who are you?" "I'm German, Sparrow," the young man in the half-top hat replied in the same staccato voice. The interior of the Banzi Harbour Telegraph Office suddenly fell silent, as though someone was silently walking towards the door. At this moment, German Sparrow turned his head to the other side. In the depths of the shadowy street, a figure walked over. He was wearing a straw hat and had a towel hanging around his neck. He was bending over to pull something. As the figure approached, the outline of the object behind him gradually outlined itself. It was a small black carriage with 2 wheels. It had a roof that could block out the scorching sun and rain. Sitting in the carriage was a lady in a waist-length dress with a round fan painted with flowers and birds. She and the person pulling the carriage were covered by a relatively thick fog, making it impossible to see their exact appearances. When they passed by German Sparrow, the latter barely managed to see a few details through the fog. The face of the man who was bending over to pull the carriage was rotten to the bone, with pale yellow pus flowing out of it. The parts of the lady that weren't covered by the fan and her clothes had swollen skin that was glistening, embedded with many green and black spots. With a ding, a bell rang, and a blue train with only 2 carriages sped out in front of German Sparrow. It was only at this moment that German Sparrow realized that the streets were paved with iron-black tracks. Above them were long lines. And at the top of the train, there was a slightly complicated metal frame that slid over the long lines. Through the train's glass window, German Sparrow saw the passengers inside. They were facing the street, but only their heads were left. Each head was dragging a blood-stained spine. German Sparrow's pupils dilated slightly as he silently watched this scene without moving for a long time. After nearly a minute, he took a step forward in an attempt to enter the blurry street shrouded in greyish-white fog. However, the fog blocked him. No matter what method he used, he couldn't pass through it. 15 minutes later, German Sparrow stopped his attempts. He closed the wooden door and eliminated the fog. Then, he dragged the wooden door and teleported directly to the pirate ship. He wasn't worried about being cursed at all. He then placed the wooden door on the deck and reached out with his left hand to grab the door handle. Suddenly, there was a cracking sound from German Sparrow's neck. His head seemed to be lifted up by an invisible hand and dragged out his bloody spine. German Sparrow's expression didn't change. He coldly raised his right hand and pressed down on the top of his head, pressing his head back to its original position. Then, as if he wasn't affected, he turned the handle and pushed open the wooden door again, allowing it to lean against the side of the ship. But this time, there was no greyish-white fog, nor were there any shadowy streets, houses, or trains. It could be said that there was nothing unusual. In the next second, the wooden door rapidly rotted and turned into a pool of mud, as if it was escaping the fate of being experimented on. German Sparrow didn't stop him. He first took out a golden ruby ring from the air and wore it for nearly 10 seconds. After making the ring disappear, German Sparrow reached out with his right hand and pulled out the ordinary wooden door from the void. He continued making various attempts. After confirming that the wooden door would lose its effects once it left Banzi, German Sparrow casually waved his hand and made it disappear in midair. 2 hours later, the dark clouds in the sky gradually dissipated. The storm that had been brewing for a long time finally didn't descend. After the pirate ship left Banzi Harbour, Verdu, who had treated his injuries, consumed a bottle of medicine and quickly fell asleep to adjust his mental state. In the grey world of dreams, he ran through the desolate wilderness, frantically searching for something, but to no avail. Suddenly, Verdu heard a slightly intermittent voice coming from the depths of the wilderness. "Great, God of War, Iron, the symbol of blood, the ruler of chaos and strife." This sentence was repeated over and over again, but it didn't disturb Verdu or wake him up from his dream. After an unknown period of time, Verdu naturally woke up and opened his eyes. At that moment, the morning sun shone into the cabin, bringing with it a slightly hazy light. Verdu slowly sat up and realized that he didn't need to use the powers of an astrologer to recall the 3-paragraph honorific name he had heard in his dream. And his rather rich knowledge of mysticism told him that it pointed to a hidden existence at the level of a deity. Was this caused by the incomplete symbols and symbols around the altar, or was it caused by the street I saw in the grayish-white fog? Verdu frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. He didn't rashly attempt to recite the honorific name because he knew how quickly and tragically people who had done such things would die. God of War. Verdu vaguely remembered that he had seen this deity's name in one of his family's books. He decided to do some research before considering what to do next. Banzi Harbor, on a collapsed mountain peak by the sea. Scarlet, blazing white, or orange flames emerged from the cracks in the rubble, forming a figure. This figure wore a black blood-stained armor and had a head of fiery red hair. He was young and handsome. There was a blood-colored mark between his eyebrows, and there were faint signs of decay on his face. He was none other than the Red Angel evil spirit, Sauron Einhorn Medici. If he didn't rely on Saphira Castle and the Attendant of Mysteries characteristics to make marionettes run all over the world without considering the limitations of distance, I wouldn't have needed to take such a roundabout route. The Red Angel evil spirit T-Sked. It was unknown who he was talking to. In midair, a crow landed and stopped at the top of a boulder. There was a circle of white around its right eye, and a human voice sounded from its mouth. You actually used him and not him. This doesn't seem like your style. The Red Angel evil spirit chuckled. Because he wishes for others to address him, and not him. As he spoke, Sauron Einhorn Medici glanced at the crow. Compared to your true appearance, your current appearance is cuter, isn't it, little crow? The white-eyed crow replied without any anger, your mockery is just like you. Your mockery and your people are still living in the previous era. The Red Angel evil spirit smiled and said, things are progressing quite smoothly. I've already fooled him. However, I believe that even if he discovers it, he will likely pretend not to see it. If you want to become a great old one, the door has to return. The hypocritical he might still be hesitating on whether to do it because it will bring about a huge disaster if he isn't careful. Haha, I like disasters. Little crow, when are you going to pay me? Without sufficient strength, I won't be able to gain the trust of that brainless house of Abraham. When he prays to you, said the white-eyed crow. If you're worried that you won't be able to maintain this state for too long, I can parasitize a worm of time into your body to help you maintain it. There's no need to thank me. As it spoke, the crow flapped its wings and disappeared into the night sky. The Red Angel evil spirit turned its head and, with the advantage of the terrain, looked down at the Banzi ruins with a slightly solemn expression. P.S. The first monthly ticket for February will be given Tilda seeking monthly tickets for the last 3.5 days of March. Chapter 1376. This small city named Utopia isn't much different from the ones I've traveled to in the past. Be it its folklore, race, or architectural style, it's all standard ruin. I heard that the southern continent has many strange and unusual customs. I hope to experience them myself one day. Of course, that's after East and West Balaam restore peace. Speaking of Utopia, the most special thing about this place is that the climate is changeable. There are often storms, so most people have umbrellas and raincoats smeared with Donningsman tree sap. The hotel attendant told me that as long as I have a certain income and have to work outside, I have to save money to buy a raincoat. Otherwise, disease will kill more people. There's no meteorologist here, so I have no way of knowing the reason for the changeable climate. I can only guess that it's because it's close to the sea and is located in a hurricane zone. Yes, there's a deep water harbor a few kilometers away from Utopia, but they lack manpower and are unable to operate it well. They can only maintain it on a small scale. They don't have a local newspaper either. After all, this is only a small city with a few thousand people. The paperboards mainly sell the Tussock Times, Desi Mirror, and Sea Breeze. The second reason I like this place is that many people in Utopia are cheerful and optimistic. They are passionate about life. When I wrote this, a band happened to pass by outside the hotel. This isn't a professional band, but a group formed purely by amateurs. Among them are government employees, magistrates, solicitors, professional police officers, school teachers, candy factory workers, shop owners. Among them, those who have the money and time are responsible for the tuba, violin, and other more difficult instruments. The middle and lower class citizens use the lyre, harmonica, and other simpler instruments. On certain days of rest, they will walk the streets. They will set off from the municipal square and circle around the city before returning to St. Oriana Cathedral near the square. They call this a musical parade. During the parade, not only do they not reject the citizens from joining them, they even encourage them to sing or dance with them. According to my observations, the participants are rather happy and content. They are venting their love for life, and this gives me a sense of exuberance. I have to admit that this is very infectious. I've tried to join the parade and forget my troubles amidst the music, dance, and singing. All I remember is happiness. They're not on a cruise today. They're going to the church to bless a couple. Speaking of weddings, the thing I can't understand the most about Utopia is that it only has the Evernite goddesses cathedral. You have to know that in most places in the kingdom, even in a small town, there will be at least 2 cathedrals. One belongs to the Evernite goddess, and the other believes in the Lord of Storms. Before today, I couldn't imagine that an ordinary town in the kingdom would only believe in one god. However, this won't cause too much trouble for me. Before I was 18, due to my family's influence, I could only believe in the Lord of Storms. But after I graduated from grammar school, I truly understood that the goddess is the most compassionate one. Speaking of the wedding itself, I attended a wedding 2 days ago and realized that Utopia has some special customs in this regard. Among them, what I admire the most is that when the priest announces the marriage, the bride and groom will bow to each other. There's no question of who's higher or lower. It's just a serious expression of gratitude for spending a lifetime together. Perhaps this is a manifestation of the equality between men and women in the teachings of the goddess. In addition, at the celebration after the wedding, there will be some special game segments. For example, the bride and groom will tell their love stories. This might be a rather awkward matter for them, but it's rather interesting for the guests. Yes, I think so too. However, I definitely won't add such a segment to my own wedding. At that wedding, I heard the best love story I've ever heard in my life. If there's a chance, and if the readers who read this column like it, I'll consider retelling it. Of course, I'll change the names and some details so that the couple won't be troubled. The most important reason I like Utopia is that the food here is very delicious. The limited restaurants are all of a very high standard, and the best is undoubtedly the restaurant attached to the Irises Hotel where I'm staying. Be it the most basic fried steak, fried pork chops, charcoal roasted meat, pan-fried fish, or the more complicated or difficult stewed lamb with peas, cream soup, butter mashed potatoes, and roasted potato skins, they've definitely reached the level of a city chef. In addition, the chefs here are quite good at creating strange dishes and food. There's sweet and sour meat cubes, and there's grilled fish that's repeatedly smeared with all kinds of condiments. The chefs in Utopia haven't given up on the staple food that doesn't seem to have any tricks up their sleeves. I've eaten all kinds of toast in this city: mashed taro, mashed potatoes, butter, light cream, fruit. As long as I'm willing, I won't be eating the same variety for a week. And among all the delicacies here, the most praiseworthy is their desserts: cream pudding, fruit pudding, black forest cake, carrot cake, milk cake, muffins, egg tarts. At this point, I feel hungry again. This is the reason why I don't want to leave after staying here for a week. What I'm most worried about now isn't my wallet, but my weight. On one hand, I'm glad that the hotel doesn't have a mechanical scale, but on the other hand, I complain that they don't have one. Utopia's red wine is also quite outstanding. The only problem is that they lack age. It looks like the manners around this town don't have such awareness. Here, I have to seriously recommend a drink: Utopia Sparkling Iced Tea. It's very special. Apart from the sweetness and bubbles, it has an even more magical experience. Every evening, I'll take a walk in the municipal square. It's also the favorite leisure spot of the citizens of Utopia. They have an extraordinary love for those white pigeons. I met an artist in the municipal square. His name is Anderson. He's handsome and has excellent painting skills. Unfortunately, he's mute. I also met another writer. His name is Elisu. It's a rather strange name. He said that he was writing a long novel and asked me to review the beginning. I won't comment on him. I just find it strange that a few familiar names appeared at the beginning. This includes Anderson, Wendy. Yes, this is the owner of the bakery I love the most. I raised this question, and Elisu told me very seriously that when a writer can't think of a character's name, it's very reasonable to use people he knows as a reference. I agree very much. Due to space limitations, this sharing will end here. Love, Charlotte. Monica put down her pen and carefully read the manuscript twice, correcting the mistakes in words and grammar. She was a writer, and she wasn't very famous. She could only rely on writing third-rate love stories to make a living. After changing her faith to the Evernite goddess, her father almost cut off all contact with her. However, ever since Miss Force Wall, who wrote Stormwind Mountain Villa, started a travel column and became rather popular after the war, Monica also began writing travel stories for some newspapers in Beekland. This perfectly matched her hobbies, and her hobbies gave her articles a unique vitality, helping her become a famous travel writer. Charlotte was her pseudonym. After the handwriting had completely dried, Monica specially made another copy, stuffed it into an envelope, and stamped it. After confirming that the address was correct, the lady with wavy black hair and Desi Bay style carried her handbag, left the hotel, and headed for Utopia's post office. The post office was next to the telegraph office. Every time Monica passed by the latter, she felt that it was a waste. From her point of view, there were very few things that required telegrams in Utopia. It was too extravagant to specially set up a telegraph office. After sending the letter, Monica looked at the sky and strolled to the municipal square. When she arrived at the entrance of St. Oriana Cathedral, she met Biles. This was a police officer who had once come to the Irises Hotel to question Monica about the witness in Trace's murder case. Unfortunately, Monica didn't know the Mr. Wendell. After nodding at each other and greeting each other, Monica entered the cathedral and found a seat. She quietly listened to the priest named Townsend's sermon. This was the most clergyman she had encountered after converting to the Evernite goddess. His hair was half white, and he spoke slowly. He had a serene temperament, and his voice was deep. It always calmed people down without them realizing it. Monica then closed her eyes and focused on listening to the sermon. East Chester County, in a forest belonging to the Hall family. Alfred, Hibbert, and Audrey led their foxhounds and servants around the edge of the forest in pursuit of their prey. This was the first time the three siblings had hunted together since they came of age. In front of their sister, Alfred and Hibbert were having a good time, at least on the surface. And to Alfred, the biggest problem was how to control himself and not appear too different from ordinary people. Otherwise, if a disciplinary paladin were to participate in the hunt, no one else would have a chance. He knew that his sister was a Beyonder, but he also knew that a Sequence 7 of the Spectator pathway wouldn't have any substantial combat abilities. As they chased, they rushed out of the forest and saw a wheat field. "Where is this?" Audrey, who was dressed in hunting clothes, asked casually. It was her first time hunting in this forest, so she didn't know where it led to. Hibbert wasn't familiar with it either. He turned his head and said to his attendant, "Find someone to ask." While waiting, the three siblings laughed and discussed their harvest just now. Susie, the golden retriever, glanced at the foxhounds that wanted to get close to her, and they consciously distanced themselves. After a while Hibbert's attendant returned and reported, "My lord, there's a village called Heartlark nearby." Heartlark? That village with the tradition of dragon worship? I came here from another direction. Audrey was stunned for a moment. P.S. It's the last 3 days, please vote Tilda. Chapter 1377. After snapping out of her daze, Audrey maintained her faint smile as she turned vigilant. She vaguely felt that there was a mysterious force pushing her to come to Heartlark, a village with the tradition of dragon worship. It was as though fate had arranged it. Audrey had once entered the Hall of Truth and discovered that the murals inside had become a reality. Furthermore, she knew that the Spectator Pathway's Sequence 1 was author. From this name, she made some connections and couldn't help but suspect that something was amiss. At this moment, Hibbert laughed. "I've heard of this village. I remember that the family has a manor nearby." As he spoke, he looked up at the sky. It's almost evening. Why don't we stay here and continue hunting tomorrow? Alfred didn't reject his brother's suggestion. To him, it didn't matter which manor he stayed in tonight. He nodded and said, "Then, send someone back to inform Dad and Mom." Audrey didn't say a word as her green eyes darted around and swept her gaze across her two brothers' faces. Hibbert immediately frowned. After a few seconds, he said, "Then, send someone back to inform Dad and Mom." He said after a few seconds, "It's best we return. The manor here didn't receive any advance notice, so it definitely wasn't prepared. Let's go back. The manor here was not informed in advance, so it must be unprepared. Perhaps it can't serve so many horses, hounds, and servants. Besides, there's still more than an hour before evening. It's enough time to return." Seeing his brother change his mind so quickly, Alfred subconsciously wanted to disagree, but on second thought, he felt that what he said made sense. Considering that his sister was also here, he grunted and said, "Yes. Then let's return as soon as possible." With that said, he didn't wait for Hibbert. He clamped his legs together, brandished his horsewhip, and led the way back. Hibbert furrowed his brows for a moment before relaxing them. Without another word, he led his sister and a group of attendants, servants, and hounds. They turned around and followed the edge of the forest, returning to the manor on the other side. Audrey quietly followed behind, not expressing her opinion on the development of the matter. Late at night, in a manor in Eastchester County, after using her manipulator powers to change her two brothers' minds and prevent them from approaching Heartlark Village, Audrey lifted the velvet blanket, lay down, and fell asleep. In a daze, she suddenly sat up. She then looked around and saw the familiar dresser and bathroom entrance. She found that she was still in the room, but there was no red moon or stars outside the window. It was dark. This isn't the real world. Audrey instantly came to a conclusion and examined herself. Soon, she came to a conclusion. This was a dream, a rather strange dream. It was a dream that kept her awake on her own accord. It really came. Audrey didn't panic. She was just a little annoyed. Her handling in the afternoon was not meticulous enough, causing the problem to spread to the manor where her parents lived. She now believed that she should have followed Hibbert's idea and gone straight to the family manor near Heartlark Village. Then, she would reasonably arrange for Hibbert and Alfred to return here, leaving her to stay behind and wait for any changes that might occur. This way, even if there were any accidents, it would not affect his parents, brother, and most of the servants. However, at that time, her main thought was that she couldn't follow the arrangements of fate. She wanted to avoid Heartlark Village as much as possible. Who knew that sometimes, even if you didn't seek out danger, danger would come looking for you. Avoiding and delaying wasn't a solution to the problem. Audrey immediately got out of bed and stood barefoot on the thick carpet. She had already confirmed that with her demigod-level Dreamwalker standard, she could directly escape this strange dream and return to the real world, once again avoiding the suspected invitation. After looking around, Audrey pursed her lips, took the blue cloak hanging on the coat rack, and draped it over her body. Then, she took a deep breath and walked towards the door. During this process, a crimson star-like tattoo appeared on the back of one of her hands. The tattoo then vanished as though it had never appeared. This was the mark left behind after she first entered the ancient palace above the grey fog. It hadn't shown any special effects for a long time. It was only at the beginning of this year that Mr. Fool told them that when they didn't have the time to pray, they could use the corresponding tattoo to replace the chanting of the honorific name. To put it simply, this was the treatment given to a blessed of God. Of course, there was no way to transmit any information. It could only be used in critical situations to make Mr. Fool cast his gaze over. And more importantly, the star-like crimson mark was rather eye-catching, making it easy for the people around her and those who were secretly paying attention to her. Therefore, in a situation where she needed to hide her uniqueness, Audrey was more inclined to use the various powers of a manipulator to implant the idea of praying to Mr. Fool into the mind of an inconspicuous human nearby, allowing him to complete the prayer and pray for blessings at the appropriate time and scene. At this moment, she believed that the owner of the dream knew that there was a problem with her, so she felt that there was no need to go through so much trouble. All she needed to do was hide the existence she was praying to. After walking to the door, Audrey reached out to grab the handle, gently twisted it, and pulled it back. A slightly dark corridor immediately entered her eyes. The main building of the manor had more than 100 years of history, and many places still retained their past characteristics, especially the corridor. It didn't have gas wall lamps, and the walls were inlaid with candlesticks made of silver or copper. There were different numbers of candles placed on them, emitting a dim yellow light that illuminated the entire corridor, making it feel like it could be haunted at any moment. The dream has even replicated this. Audrey looked around and walked into the corridor. As this thought flashed through her mind, a long, thick, pale yellow carpet appeared beneath her feet. Stepping on the carpet, Audrey followed her spiritual intuition and walked to the right. After taking 2 or 3 steps, she suddenly stopped. She felt that there seemed to be something hidden behind the tightly shut doors on both sides, something that made her have a strong desire to explore. This is Daddy and Mommy's bedroom. This is Hibert's bedroom. This is Alfred's room. Audrey did a little identification and frowned slightly. The classical doors with relief carvings appeared especially mysterious under the dim yellow candlelight, making one want to know what was hidden behind them. As her thoughts raced, Audrey suddenly understood what they represented in the dream. This was the door to the mind. Behind each door was the mind world of their owner. In other words, after Audrey pushed open the door to Alfred's room, she would see the various secrets hidden deep in his heart. By the same logic, she could also pry into the true hearts of Earl Hall and Lady Caitlin. Slowly retracting her gaze, Audrey closed her eyes and continued walking forward, not allowing herself to be affected. After experiencing so many things, she increasingly understood a principle. A demigod in the domain of the mind had to know how to restrain themselves and respect others. Under the premise of being able to read the true thoughts of others from body language, facial expressions, and emotional fluctuations, if one wasn't satisfied and greedily explored the hearts of others, digging out their secrets, it might eventually backfire on oneself. This was a very simple principle. Everyone would have some dark, bad thoughts more or less, but they would be able to control them well and not let them affect their behavior. Under such circumstances, if a demigod in the field of mind still insisted on digging out these thoughts and uncovering the ugly parts under the mask, it would be very easy for him to be disappointed in human nature. He would be infected by all kinds of negative thoughts and gradually go crazy without knowing it. This was also one of the reasons why a spectator could easily become perverted or crazy even though they could comfort themselves and treat the corresponding psychological problems. They were both safe and dangerous. Therefore, the code of conduct that Audrey set for herself was to only observe and read the minds of acquaintances and try not to enter dreams. There were no restrictions on entering dreams for strangers, and unless necessary, she wouldn't enter everyone's mind world. Along the corridor, Audrey, who was wearing a blue cloak, came to the end. She then opened her eyes and cast her gaze at the room on the left. It was a half-opened solarium. Pursing her lips again, Audrey breathed steadily and reached out to grab the handle of the door. As the wooden door opened, the scene inside was gradually exposed. This was no longer a room. On the ground were round stones and clumps of bluish-black weeds. It was dark in the depths, making it impossible to see clearly. Audrey slowly walked in, and the door closed behind her with a creak. In the darkness, the outline of some objects quickly outlined themselves. A huge stone pillar that was dozens of meters tall stood tall, and on top of it was a tall lizard-like monster. This monster squatted at the top of the stone pillar like a small mountain. Its body was covered in grayish-white scales, and its eyes were pale golden and vertical. This was a mind dragon from myths and legends. With a whoosh, the mind dragon spread its wings, almost covering the sky. Their skeletons were like metal and leaf veins, covered in a grey membrane with mysterious patterns. As Audrey looked up, the mind dragon let out a buzzing sound. "You've been to Liveseed before." It was undoubtedly speaking in dragon speak. City of Miracles, Liveseed. How did it know? Just as these two thoughts flashed through Audrey's mind, she heard the mind dragon say, "The consciousness in every mind is making a certain exchange with the sea of collective subconscious." The consciousness in every mind is making a certain exchange with the sea of collective subconscious, and Liveseed is a very special existence. The imprint it formed in your mind is the same. When your virtual persona is swimming in the sea of collective subconscious and isn't far from me, I can naturally sense this. This has already exceeded the scope of my abilities, and it's not something a dream weaver can do. This mind dragon corresponds to a sequence too clairvoyant. He actually didn't directly control me. As Audrey's thoughts flashed through her mind, the mind dragon spoke again. I'm very sure that you don't have any ill intentions at the moment. Audrey fell silent for 2 seconds before looking up. Aren't you worried that it's a trap? P.S. Seeking recommendation votes on Monday. Seeking monthly votes on the last 2 days of the month. Chapter 1378. At this moment, Audrey even suspected that fate's arrangement wasn't for her to head to Heartlark Village to investigate the traditions of dragon worship, but to make her sense that something was amiss. From there, she would feel conflicted and use her virtual persona powers in the area around Heartlark Village to secretly guide her 2 brothers to change their minds without them realizing it. This would then allow the mind dragon to discover the special consciousness related to the City of Miracles, Liveseed, and attract him. Even though Audrey was on the side that had been arranged, she couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. It had to be said that in order to achieve such an effect, one had to have a deep understanding of people's hearts and grasp the different reactions of different people. It had to be at an extremely high level, a level that would make people feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. After all, even a sequence 4 manipulator like Audrey felt that the development of the matter was in line with her expectations. It had completely satisfied her hopes, so she wasn't wary at all. The mind dragon retracted its wings and looked down at the blue-cloaked Audrey. This is a dream labyrinth pieced together by many souls. Even if the one who set the trap came personally, it would take some time to find this room, and I won't stay for too long. Obviously, it was not that he did not guard against the trap. He just felt that some things were worth taking such a huge risk. Dream maze. This is one of the beyonder powers of a dream weaver, or is it an ability that has undergone a qualitative change? Audrey collected her thoughts and asked calmly, "What do you want to know?" The huge-scaled grayish-white dragon buzzed. "My name is Arihog, one of the 3 remaining ancient dragons." Did he mean that he was one of the 3 dragons that survived from the Second Era, and the few dragons now were just the descendants of the dragons from the era of the ancient gods? Audrey nodded slightly, not interrupting him. Behind her, in the wilderness filled with green and black weeds, a wooden door stood there without any support, appearing extremely strange. Arihog didn't waste any time either. After a brief introduction, he asked, "Where did you find Liveseed?" Audrey was already prepared and calmly replied, "In a book called Roselle's Travels, it is rumored that it was personally made by the great dragon king Ankwelt." G.E. Roselle. Arihog had never heard of this name before. He repeated it and asked, "What kind of book is that?" Audrey, with her soft blonde hair draped over her shoulders, gave a simple description. There is an almost real world in that book. At the same time, it can absorb people who meet the requirements or offer their blood into the book, allowing them to live in that world. Arihog was silent for 2 seconds. Does the world in the book have a sea of collective subconscious? Yes. Audrey gave an answer with great certainty. The City of Miracles Liveseed that I saw is deep in the sea of collective subconscious of the world in the book. Arihog's breathing suddenly became heavier. What did you see at Liveseed? Audrey thought for a moment and said, "A city filled with giant pillars and majestic palaces. In addition, I also entered the residence of the great Dragon King. That place allows the inner voice of every living being to resound in the surroundings. I call it the Hall of Truth. At the end of the Hall of Truth, behind the throne of the great Dragon King, there's an ancient and mysterious bronze door. I don't know what's sealed inside. In short, it's very dangerous. I don't dare approach it." Audrey was speaking the complete truth, but she didn't mention Mr. World, Mr. Star, or her guesses. The ancient dragon, Arihog, fell completely silent. It was unknown if he had recalled something or if he was analyzing Liveseed's current situation. During this process, his head drooped down bit by bit, as though he was about to bring his body from the top of the 100-meter-tall pillar to the ground. Just as Audrey tensed up from this strange scene and was about to ask, Arihog suddenly raised his head. His pale golden vertical eyes turned colder as his voice echoed in the wilderness once again. Liveseed, amidst the thunderous rumbling, the things hidden in the darkness behind Arihog quickly became clear, and their silhouettes appeared in the gradually brightening scene. They were huge stone pillars that were hundreds of meters tall. They either stood alone, or together, they propped up majestic but ancient palaces. These stone pillars and palaces were mainly grayish-white in color. They landed on an island-like foundation, identical to the City of Miracles, Liveseed, that Audrey had just described. No, this seemed to be the City of Miracles, Liveseed. It was only at this moment that Audrey realized that the ancient mined dragon, Arihog, was squatting at the top of the tallest and thickest stone pillar in Liveseed. At this moment, she vaguely felt that Arihog had undergone some subtle changes. As her green eyes darted around slightly, she suddenly heard the sound of a metal handle being twisted behind her. This. Audrey resisted the urge to turn her head and turned her body warily, casting her gaze sideways. The lonely wooden door that had lost all external support opened bit by bit, revealing the visitor's appearance. It was a huge, white rabbit with twitching ears, walking on its hind legs. Above the grey fog, in the ancient palace, a figure shrouded in greyish-white fog was sitting at the fool's seat at the end of the long, mottled table. He was silently watching the crimson star that represented justice. Beekland, West Borough, 9, Bellotto Street. Seeing that the 2-week deadline was approaching, Wendell gradually felt insomnia. He had to rely on medicine to help him sleep. After waking up, he was equally restless and extremely anxious. He had completely lost interest in food. It was only to maintain his stamina that he forced himself to eat the 3 meals sent by his colleagues. He didn't know what would happen after the deadline for the upper court arrived, nor did he know if there would be any irreversible changes to his body. This fear of the unknown often made him feel suffocated. It was especially torturous. Sometimes, Wendell would even think that resisting returning to Utopia might not be a wise choice. With his limited experience there, if he were to return to Utopia obediently and testify for Tracy in court, there was a high chance that he would be able to leave safely. At least up to now, Wendell hadn't heard of anyone dying or going crazy because of Utopia. Apart from being a little strange, the people there were rather friendly. "I'm only going to help. They should be grateful to me and not deal with me." The more Wendell thought about it, the more he felt that compared to suffering here, facing danger might make him feel more comfortable. Of course, he had no doubts about the protection capabilities of MI9 headquarters. If this didn't work, he felt that he could only consider meeting the Lord of Storms as soon as possible. Phew. Wendell exhaled and sat on a chair. He casually picked up a book, hoping to pass the time. However, his vexed mood made him unable to enter the plot of the story. He flipped the pages more and more frequently before finally closing the book. He then closed his eyes and prepared to take a nap. In a daze, Wendell felt as though he had returned to Utopia and arrived in court. However, his role wasn't as a witness, but as a spectator. He saw that Tracy had been found not guilty of excessive self-defense by the judge due to the lack of sufficient evidence. She was transferred to the criminal court, and he saw the lady crying in a daze. Her smile was extremely beautiful. Wendell woke up and silently looked at the gas wall lamp in front of him. He didn't move for a long time. If the problem is with Utopia and not the residents of Utopia, then my escape might have caused the death of a poor lady. Wendell retracted his gaze and wavered slightly, but he couldn't defeat the fear in his heart. He propped his hand on the table and stood up. He walked to the door, planning to walk around MI9 headquarters to ease his emotions. After leaving the room and taking a few steps along the corridor, Wendell suddenly heard a colleague in the office beside him discussing a case related to Utopia. "Did you hear? The person who recently entered Utopia was a carriage driver. When he sent a merchant from Utopia to the dock area, he only turned 2 streets before he realized that his surroundings had become unfamiliar. There's a need to remind all the carriage drivers in Beekland. Yes, it's best to equate Utopia with spies to make it easier for them to understand. The way to enter and exit Utopia is really terrifying." "That's right. Sometimes, I even suspect that the entrance to Utopia can appear anywhere. There must be a certain limit to this. It's not as omnipotent as we think. Otherwise, I would have just gone to the bathroom and found myself in Utopia." From the rules that we've concluded so far, this is theoretically possible. The blood vessels on Wendell's forehead throbbed when he heard that. He suddenly felt that even though he was at MI9 headquarters, it wasn't that safe. Unless there's a demigod watching me, it's very difficult for me to avoid the fate of returning to Utopia. Perhaps, after I wash my hands and open the bathroom door, I'll find Utopia's Iris's hotel outside. No, an ordinary demigod might not be able to stop this. This doesn't seem like something a human can do. It's already extremely close to a deity. Wendell instantly panicked, unable to suppress the fear in his heart. He followed the fluke that suddenly occupied his mind and returned to his room. He took out the document from the Utopia court from the drawer. Right on the heels of that, Wendell entered the bathroom. As he held the document, he whispered in fear, "I'm willing to testify in court. I'm willing to testify in court." After repeating it a few times, he reached out and grabbed the handle of the bathroom door. At this moment, a pitch-black crow flew in through the window like a ghost and landed in a corner of the bathroom that no one was paying attention to. In the next second, Wendell twisted the handle, pulled it back, and opened the bathroom door. What appeared in front of him was no longer the familiar bedroom, but an unfamiliar hall. P.S. Requesting recommendation votes on Monday. Requesting monthly votes on the last day and a half of the month. It would be a waste if you didn't vote. Divine King of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 1379. I've really returned to Utopia. Upon seeing the scene outside, Wendell felt an inexplicable sense of relief and relaxation. He no longer had any doubts about his choice to testify in court. One had to know that he had been in the bathroom of MI9's headquarters. Even a fully armed army wouldn't be able to break in. After slowly exhaling, Wendell walked out of the bathroom and walked towards the entrance of the hall. Behind him, in a corner of the bathroom that no one paid attention to, the pitch-black crow was draped in a shadowy veil. It had lost its physical presence, and it was difficult to discover it even if one looked at it directly. Following that, its body became more and more transparent, quickly dissipating until it disappeared. At this moment, Wendell had already walked a few meters into the hall and saw a policeman in a black and white checkered uniform enter the entrance. It was the young officer, Biles, who had invited him to testify in court. "I knew you would definitely come because you're a kind person." Biles smiled as he welcomed Wendell. Upon hearing this praise, Wendell's heart finally returned to its original position. Then, he instinctively looked back and saw that the bathroom he had come out of had changed. It no longer looked familiar to him. In the dream maze formed by many minds, the gigantic white rabbit that walked upright forcefully squeezed through the open door and entered the wilderness with grayish-white pillars and magnificent palaces. Mr. Roth. Although he wasn't wearing the persona mask, his unforgettable characteristics still helped Audrey recognize him at a glance. This was somewhat out of her expectations, but it didn't surprise her too much. From her point of view, to deal with an ancient mind dragon like Arihog, just Mr. Roth alone wouldn't be enough, even if Mr. Fool had warned her to be wary of him. After all, the leader behind psychological alchemy, the former king of angels, had already become a sequence zero true god. According to the knowledge shared in the tarot, there shouldn't be another author in the real world. This way, no matter how powerful Mr. Roth was, as long as he was still in the spectator pathway, he would at most be on the same level as Arihog. He would only be superior in terms of combat experience, psychological research, and self-cultivation. At this moment, as the giant white rabbit entered, Arihog, whose scales were huge and grayish-white, spread his wings that were covered with skin with a whoosh, instantly shrouding the surrounding area with a layer of shadow. The white rabbit stomped on the ground and suddenly became extremely huge, like a small hill. At the same time, right above him, the dark sky suddenly brightened, and under his feet, the ground cracked open one after another, spewing out crimson magma. Then, a blurry and distorted figure appeared behind it. This figure was wearing a simple white robe. His face was hard to see, and his age could not be determined. He could only vaguely tell that he was a male. Behind his head hung a halo that emitted a brilliant glow, like a miniature sundae. Beneath his feet was an illusory clock that was divided into 12 segments. Each segment had a symbol that symbolized a different time. Behind him hung a shadow that resembled a curtain. In the shadow, There seemed to be an eye silently peeking out. Just as the figure's silhouette appeared, the entire dream maze shook violently. Grey fragments constantly fell from the void. Depravity and pure sunlight, two completely opposite feelings, quickly spread around the giant white rabbit, eroding or assimilating the area. However, the figure in the simple white robe was unable to truly take form. It was unable to walk out of history and illusion into reality. Every time his silhouette was about to become clear, his figure would distort, like a machine that had its signal disrupted. At this moment, Audrey instinctively retracted her gaze, not daring to look straight at the giant white rabbit. Perhaps it was because she was in a dream and was closely connected to the island of the mind and the sea of collective subconscious. She directly knew what Mr. Roth was doing without anyone's explanation. The other party had seen through the hidden mental problems of the ancient dragon, Arihog, and knew what he was most afraid of. Then, he weaved a nightmare that contained a specific image. In a battle between high sequence beyond us of the spectator pathway, if both parties were at the same level, it would be difficult for any means to have any real effect. One could infiltrate the island of the mind and carry out a deep hypnosis, the other could guard the door to the body of heart and mind, preventing any external consciousness from entering, the other could spread mental plague, using the sea of collective subconscious to unknowingly corrupt the enemy, the other could placate himself, treat mental illnesses, and maintain mental health. Therefore, battles between spectator saints of the same sequence would often have three fixed styles. First, they would set up a trap in advance and make all sorts of preparations. Then, they would stealthily lure the other party in and destroy their mental defenses, completing the hypnosis. Second, they would focus on defense and support, relying on powerful sealed artifacts to defeat the enemy. Third, when beyonder powers such as mental plague, mind deprivation, dragon's breath, and consciousness control were unable to do anything to each other, they would hypnotize themselves and dragonize, engaging in an intense melee battle with their claws and tails. In the third type of battle, whoever had a deeper understanding of the mind and whose willpower was stronger and firmer would be able to gain an advantage through a longer period of dragonization, allowing them to accumulate the advantage. Of course, the premise was that the other party didn't find a chance to escape. And at the angel level, everyone was a true mythical creature. The length of dragonization was meaningless. At that moment, it mainly relied on insight. Whoever could better find the flaws in the opponent's mind would be able to weave a corresponding nightmare and directly attack the enemy's mental weaknesses. Step by step, they would destroy their mental defenses, achieving the effect of going mad or fright to death. As Audrey was in the same dream, even if the nightmare wasn't targeted at her, she would still be affected. She would be affected by the corresponding emotions, traits, and status, and even be corrupted. Just like now, she clearly knew that the nightmare that Mr. Roth weaved represented the ancient sun god. This was the existence that Arihog feared the most. At the same time, the influence of the ancient sun god would uncontrollably corrupt the surroundings until it reached the entire dream. When that happened, when Audrey woke up, she would either become a mental patient without any healing instincts, or she would transform into an incomplete mythical creature. She would completely lose her mind and attack the living beings around her crazily. Of course, there was another possibility. She had unknowingly fallen. She had unknowingly become cold, cruel, and bloodthirsty, as if she had been replaced by another person. At that moment, Arihog, who was squatting at the top of the greyish-white pillar, let out a painful roar. As the dragon's roar echoed, the top of his head turned dark. An indescribable ocean that contained all colors and secrets appeared. In the ocean, a greyish-white dragon that was hundreds of meters long, or even larger, soared up. His vertical eyes were pale gold and bright red. On the dragon's forehead, there was a third eye that seemed to hide a thick shadow. Similarly, without anyone's explanation, Audrey immediately knew what the nightmare that Arihog had weaved represented with the help of the special state she was in. This was something that had left a deep shadow in the giant white rabbit's heart. This was Ankwelt that had been eroded by underground. This was a virtual persona that had been sealed behind the bronze door by the ancient god, a piece of mental corruption. At that moment, Audrey was in between two indescribably terrifying nightmares. Although she hadn't been eroded, her mental state had already fluctuated, as if she had been shocked. She immediately gave herself a placate, and without any hesitation, she relied on her lucidity to forcefully escape the dream maze. During this process, because she wasn't the target of Arihog and Mr. Roth, she wasn't stopped. Furthermore, she had reached sequence 4 and possessed a certain level of guardhood. Therefore, she quickly woke up from her dream. Audrey suddenly opened her eyes and saw the crystal chandelier that was dyed a faint crimson. She saw the deep night that filled the room. Without any delay, she got out of bed, ran to the window, and looked outside. The entire manor was silent, as if it was in deep sleep. There was nothing unusual. Audrey frowned and immediately split out a virtual persona, allowing it to enter the mind island of a patroller. She remembered very clearly that the dream maze was pieced together by many minds. Once the corruption of the two nightmares spread, the outcome would be unimaginable. Therefore, she had to wake everyone in the manor before that happened. In the next second, the patrolling guard suddenly raised his hand, removed the grenade hanging from his belt, pulled out the fuse, and threw it into the uninhabited garden. Boom! The sound of the explosion spread out violently, alarming the sleeping people. Right on the heels of that, the guard shouted at the top of his lungs, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" Earl Hall and his wife were already in their 50s, so they were light sleepers to begin with. At that moment, they were jolted awake. No matter how good Hibbert's sleep quality was, he woke up in a daze from the explosion. Alfred had automatically opened his eyes when the grenade was thrown. The other butlers, maids, servants, bodyguards, and guards woke up one after another. Their expressions were blank and alarmed, unsure of what had happened. And at the spot furthest from the manor's main building, a few servants heard the commotion and failed to wake up in time. In just a few seconds, they struggled in pain on the bed, like snakes shedding their skin. They shed all their outer skin, turning into hideous bloody figures. And they didn't wake up until they died. At that moment, Audrey saw a greyish-white dragon spread its wings in the sea of collective subconscious and rapidly fly away. A giant white rabbit followed closely behind. In the blink of an eye, the dragon's voice echoed in the illusory sea. Adam might not be Adam, just like I might not be Arihog. The giant white rabbit's figure suddenly slowed down and gradually stopped. All the abnormalities were cut off, and the entire area returned to normal. Above the grey fog, in the ancient palace. Adam didn't take action. The fool Klein frowned slightly and focused his attention back on Utopia, replacing the instinctive monitoring of the worms of spirit. He carefully examined his marionette town and didn't find anything abnormal. P.S. Requesting for monthly votes on the last day of March. Chapter 1380. Seeing that there was nothing unusual about the marionette town, Klein began to think about Miss Justice's encounter. The operation against the mind dragon, Arihog, wasn't arranged by Adam, but by Hermes. Otherwise, it's impossible for Adam not to descend, and it's impossible for Arihog to escape so easily. He had to use the second city of miracles to have some hope. If it was led by Hermes, the development of the entire matter is rather logical. Hermes had no intention of capturing or killing Arihog. He only hoped to obtain some information from this ancient mind dragon. When Arihog said that Adam isn't necessarily Adam, the operation naturally came to an end. Yes, from the looks of it, Hermes had long suspected Adam's true state. However, due to the restrictions of his identity, he was unable to make Arihog appear on his own accord, so he used Miss Justice. Adam isn't necessarily Adam, and Arihog isn't necessarily Arihog. This sentence is really interesting. The upper echelons of the spectator pathway are even more mysterious than Sears. Back then, Dragon of Imagination Ankwelt clearly occupied the position of Sequence 0, but he had a Sequence 1 son of the same pathway, Dragon of Nightmare Alzuhod. If Adam really isn't Adam, then who is he? Is he the Adam from the myths and legends before the first epoch, or is he a part of the primordial one? Or is he related to the resurrection of the ancient sun god? From the looks of it, Medici calling him a paranoid really has a deep meaning. Klein quickly conjured a gold coin and flicked it into the air to make a divination. The results of the divination showed that there was no harm in today's matter. Klein immediately dispersed the gold coin and prepared to descend his consciousness and return to his body that was sleeping in St. Oriana Cathedral. At this moment, His movements became a little sluggish. Miss Justice's encounter with Arihog and Hermes and the MI9 personnel's return to Utopia to testify in court happened almost at the same time. Individually, there wasn't any problem with either side, but the word at the same time made Klein somewhat wary. He was very sensitive to coincidences, at the same time, and almost. This was the mark left in his mind by his past experiences. Tapping the edge of the long, mottled table, Klein decided to make some preparations for his worries. He quickly condensed a ray of light that contained some words and will, and threw it into a prayer light. After doing this, Klein sank his consciousness and left Sapphira Castle, allowing his mind to return to his main body. Right on the heels of that, he began to influence Utopia, planning to make all the foreigners in the city temporarily leave through various arrangements. In this way, even if an accident really happened, it wouldn't affect the innocent. This also meant that Klein was prepared to abandon Utopia and change locations to rebuild his marionette town. After all, the ritual could be repeated many times, and people could only be revived once after death. Rest well for the next 2 days. There's still some time before the trial. Biles sent Wendell to the entrance of the Irises Hotel. Wendell replied with a smile, "That's right. I'm already feeling sleepy." At that moment, it was midnight. Previously, because he was too anxious and nervous, he couldn't sleep. That was why he wanted to wander around MI9 headquarters to ease his mood. However, when he heard the conversation of his colleagues on duty, his emotions completely ignited. He decided to return to Utopia and face the problem head-on. After checking in, Wendell, who didn't take his luggage, briskly walked to the 3rd floor and entered his room. When he passed through the door, he vaguely felt that his surroundings were abnormally dark. In order to sleep better, Wendell walked to the window and pulled the curtains. During this process, he inexplicably felt that the scenery outside the window was abnormally familiar. However, under the shroud of the night, he couldn't tell it clearly. Thinking that it might be a scene he had seen in Utopia before, he raised his hand to cover his mouth and yawned. As he took off his clothes, he walked to his bed. Monica slept until midnight and suddenly had the urge to pee. After holding it in for a long time, she couldn't hold it in any longer. In the end, she got out of bed and walked to the bathroom that came with the room. When she pushed open the bathroom door, she felt that it had become a little heavier. Rubbing her eyes that she couldn't open, Monica didn't mind this tiny change. She quickly cleaned up her personal hygiene problem, ran out of the bathroom, and rushed back to her bed. When she crawled into bed, she felt that the temperature inside had dropped significantly. All she could do was wrap herself tightly in layers. It didn't take long for her to fall asleep again. About 15 minutes later, Biles, who was patrolling the streets, rubbed his hands and turned to the street where the police station was, preparing to hand over his work to his colleagues. Suddenly, his body froze at the alley's entrance. The black and dense spirit body threads on his body fell off at the same time and floated upwards. An exquisitely cut paper figurine landed and connected with the spirit body threads, quickly turning into another Biles. At the same time, a huge amount of knowledge turned into a torrent of information, surging over and reassembling into a man in luxurious clothes with long maroon hair. This man had blue eyes, a high nose bridge, and thin lips. He was none other than Roselle Gustav's Sequence 1 historical projection. Right on the heels of that, the projection grabbed and gathered all the surrounding information into his palm, condensing into an illusory ball of light. This information included the details of what had happened to Biles. In the next second, Roselle Gustav's historical projection forged a piece of information that was completely normal, allowing it to travel along the spirit body threads connected to the paper figurine to St. Oriana Cathedral in the municipal square and into the cathedral's basement. After this series of actions, another torrent of information surged over in midair. With Roselle's help, it reformed into 3 figures. One was an old man wearing a black robe and a hood, with a long and dense white beard on his face. The other was a middle-aged man with black hair and blue eyes, a rather square face, and a dignified aura. The third was a huge tree that seemed to have been doused with oil. Above the tree, there were arms that protruded with all sorts of strange things. Rolling on them were black and white eyeballs that were covered in blood vessels. They were leader of the secret order, Zaratul, Protector of Ruin, the First King, William Augustus I's Historical Void Projection. The historical projection of Abomination Soir. After making the corresponding preparations, Zaratul used the location provided by the historical projection to sneak into Utopia. Without any delay, he reached out his right hand and used the law of Beyonder characteristics convergence to suck the worm of spirit out of Biles's body. On the other side, on one of the palm-sized hands of Abomination Soir's historical projection, there was a rather ugly doll the size of a palm. This doll was wet and sticky. It didn't have eyes, ears, or a nose. It only had a hole-like mouth that spewed out grayish-white fog. As the worm of spirit and the doll approached, the black and white eyeballs rolling on Soir's tree trunk looked at them at the same time. Silently, the worm of spirit fused with the ugly doll. The doll twisted and squirmed as it grew eyes, nose, and ears, becoming like Klein Moretti. At this point, Zaratul no longer concealed himself, nor could he conceal himself. He took out a black shroud and suddenly wrapped Klein's doll. In the entire Utopia, all the marionette spirit body threads were severed at the same time, unable to connect to their main bodies. This wasn't a problem with them, but that their main bodies had been isolated from them. In an instant, the people on duty in the police station, the guests in the hotel, Tracy and the thieves in the cell, and the citizens in the different rooms, including Anderson and Alsu, stopped breathing and turned stiff. Regardless of whether they were sleeping or doing something else, it was as though the pause button had been pressed at that moment. At the bottom of St. Oriana Cathedral, Klein woke up and knew that an accident had indeed happened. Without any hesitation, with a thought, he returned to Sapphira Castle and used the level and strength of a king of angels to resist the enemies that had surfaced and those that had yet to surface. This was the best choice in the current situation. Even if he couldn't protect his main body, Klein still had a chance to revive. At this moment, his floating consciousness encountered an invisible and dark barrier. It was difficult for him to penetrate it and enter Sapphira Castle. Klein tensed up, believing that the enemy might be more troublesome than he imagined. Not many high-level existences knew that he could return to Sapphira Castle without using a ritual. In the next second, the huge tree that seemed to be covered in sticky oil had arrived above St. Oriana Cathedral. At the same time, a deep and dignified voice echoed in the air. Wandering is prohibited here. Teleportation is prohibited here. Klein wasn't controlled by his emotions. Seeing that he couldn't return to Sapphira Castle for the time being, he immediately changed his strategy and leaped into the fog of history. As soon as the grayish-white fog entered his eyes, it turned into a vortex formed by countless transparent maggots. The vortex extended out slippery tentacles covered in strange patterns. Unlike the previous time, the vortex emitted a powerful suction force, causing Klein's figure to accelerate as he was entangled by countless tentacles. Law of Beyonder characteristic convergence. The law of Beyonder characteristic convergence between angels. A subtle light flashed as Klein, who had been firmly controlled by Zaratul's mythical creature form, turned into a paper figurine. This was both an angel-level application of paper figurine substitutes, and it also had the help of grafting. Although Klein was unable to return to Sapphira Castle, he could influence the worms of spirit above the grey fog, allowing them to summon the curtain and provide his help. After dodging Zaratul's fatal strike, Klein ran into the fog of history, fleeing towards the city of old before the first epoch. At this moment, many marionettes in Utopia that had been dead for a long time had lost the support of their spirit body threads. Their flesh and blood rapidly rotted, or their limbs fell off, or they were affected by their Beyonder characteristics. All sorts of mutations occurred, transforming into different forms and terrifying monsters that exceeded imagination. They swallowed their own heads. Some were left with wriggling flesh and blood, while others grew densely packed eyes. Soon, Klein ran into the city of old in the fog of history. To him, this was a safe house that he could trust. This was because only a scholar of yore and a prehistoric human had the right to enter. Klein didn't hesitate. After habitually looking around, he began praying to the Evernite goddess on the layers of city ruins. Puff! With a soft sound, an ancient wooden cross with traces of blood pierced through Klein's heart from behind. A figure appeared behind him. It was a cold-looking man wearing a half-top hat and a black trench coat. German Sparrow. Klein's pupils dilated as the crazy adventurer said in a deep voice, "That's right. Adam gave me humanity. P.S. First update, then change, the last half of the day for monthly votes ~PS2, there will be an early update at midnight, but it should be an update first. Yes, after all, it is the curly-haired baboon's birthday. There has to be a sense of ceremony."